Hello and welcome to a very hot and sunny Kimbolton, the home of Hunt's Kart Racing Club. You join us then for round 2 of the Rotax RMC Ultimate Karting Championship, where this weekend is particularly important because at the end of the weekend, come Sunday night, it's not just the usual weekend trophies that are up for grabs. The championship leaders in each class will also win themselves their entry ticket to the Rotax International Trophy event to be held at Le Mans in July. And that was firmly on the minds of many of the drivers when we caught up with them ahead of round 1 at Wilton Mill last month. And it maybe explains why we had such close and action-packed racing from the off that weekend.
This is the Rotax RMC Ultimate Karting Championship. It's 2026 and we're at Wilton Mill.
Well, we certainly started in style, didn't we, at Wilton Mill back in April, and we can expect racing that is just as hard fought here at Kimbolton this weekend. We're having nerves of steel and fighting for your very existence is in the DNA of this venue. In World War II, this was the site of the United States Army Air Force Base where bombers would have been taking off and landing at high speed, with certainly a lot more than pride at stake for the pilots and crews that climbed into the cockpit back then. Pilots of a different kind though in the modern day, but holding your nerve and being triumphant at high speed, well, it's still the name of the game, isn't it? So let's take a look at the circuit they'll all be taking on. So here we are then on the start-finish line at Kimbolton, and with the rolling start, the karts will have rolled all the way through here under the timing gantry for the first time down what is the Hines Straight, named after the family, of course, who founded Zipkart and the great Martin Hines, who will have raced many times here back in the day. A sweeping long straight then into the first right-hander that is Stowe. So this is Stowe, the first right-hander after the start. There's a big curb on the inside, and they're all going to be bunched here on that first lap. So you've got to keep it clean through here. And then as the track sweeps round, we're off into the chicane that is the Willows. So this is the Willows section then, and it's a chicane where you can probably attack this left-hander quite aggressively and get yourself a good line to the next short sprint, which is the Umitsu Straight. On that first lap though, you can expect a lot of action through here, and you really have, as with Stowe over there, got to keep it clean. So after the Umitsu Straight then, we're into Derek's Corner, named after the man that gave so much to this circuit in his lifetime. But what you really get up this end of the circuit is a sense of just how pan-flat this place is. Being a former Air Force base and a runway, it obviously has to be like that. But it means that if you get the line right, you're going to keep all of that speed and carry it through the vast reaches of this fantastic circuit. So here we are then up at the down Weldon corner, and as you can see, all the teams out are doing their track walk this morning, which is great, and the coaches are telling the drivers exactly what they've got to do up here. It's a double apex right-hander, but as you can see from the racing line, the rubber that's gone down, it's a big sweep, so you'll probably hug a little bit close on the first corner, but then, or the first section of the corner, but then as you exit, you'll have come quite wide, getting ready then for the last part of the lap. So we're nearly at the end of the lap, and you've just had that hard, almost 90 left, which is Kestrel corner, down the laser straight then, and here we are then at the final right-hander, which is almost the hairpin, the Kimbolton corner, before sweeping around back onto the Hines Straight and over the start-finish line for hopefully what is a super quick lap. The fastest senior Rotax drivers this weekend will probably be clocking them in the low 40s. Well, it really is a great circuit here at Kimbolton, and one that lends itself to some very fast, close racing. And speaking of close, that's exactly what it is at the top of those championship tables. And don't forget, it's those championship leaders at the end of this weekend who will be booking their spot at that international trophy event at Le Mans. So let's see who's in the running after round 1. So here we are then, just 22 points splitting the top 5, but it's your top 3 who are in with a shout. Sebastian Crawford from Origin Motorsport on 137. Lenny Barton with that win in the Super Final, but out in front on 144, it's J.M. Prakash. Moving on to Mini Inter then, and it's just as tight at the top, but your top 3, well, it's Sebastian Behrman on 127. He's got ground to make up on the leading 2. Austin Oman, former champion on 145, but 5 points ahead of him, it's that young man from Coles Racing, Max Repêchage. Well, experience is the name of the game in 177, and this championship table is stacked with it. In third, it's James Lingard, but ahead of him, Taylor Bellini on 149. But that man, Harrison Crook from TH Corsa, he's running away with it on 154. Well, it's always hard fought, isn't it, in junior Rotax? And the top of the table, that's what we're seeing. King Bernard on 141, Kai Clark on 150. But our former vice champion from Mini Inter, Charlie Wolfett from Dan Holland Racing, running away with it at the moment on 153. And lastly then, looking at senior Rotax, it's Kian Geraghty on 136, sitting in third right now, making moves in cars as well as karts this season. Matty Hingley from Ultimate R on 142, but just 1 point ahead. It's that former champion and all-round winner, Macaulay Bishop on 143. So that's what it's looking like then at the top of the tables, where it's very much all to play for. And don't forget, come Sunday night, those championship leaders, well, they'll scoop those Le Mans tickets. So without further ado, let's head on up to the commentary box and go and join your commentator, Zach Sweeney.
Good morning, hello and welcome back to the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship. We continue our journey around the country in the fight for the Grand Finals tickets. You join us here at Kimbolton, myself, Zach Sweeney, Kev Harris alongside me in the commentary box to talk you through what is a slightly more gloomy day this morning here in Kimbolton. It was lovely, basically all weekend. As soon as I arrived, the clouds come out.
Good morning, Zach. Yeah, it's nothing to do with you, but yesterday was absolutely scorching here. Cobalt blue sky, really hot sunshine, really hot atmosphere and hot racing out on track. And what have we woken up to today? Well, it's a different day, isn't it? We've got gloomy skies, grey skies. Will the wet weather tyres come out? We don't know. But yeah, what a difference a day makes. But don't beat yourself up, mate. It's nothing to do with you, pal.
I'm good. I'm looking forward to be back. Just a week ago, we were out for the Euro Trophy in Vackersdorf. A lot of our British talent was out representing us, and to quite decent success, in all honesty. Some fighting towards the sharp end, dominating in some respective classes as well, and a lot to look forward to today. Of course, you mentioned it in the VT. At the end of today, our championship leaders in each of our respective classes gets themselves that ticket to the International Trophy, where they could win themselves another ticket to the Grand Finals in Portimao.
Exactly. Points make prizes. It's all about winning those tickets, isn't it? And that's, like you say, is what's up for grabs today. But look at the flags there, flying hard. The wind is going to be an issue today, maybe. Should we go racing?
Let's go racing. It's time for Junior Max Super Heat A. Super Heat B for Junior Max then about to get itself underway here at Kimbolton, and well, this weekend already filled with action. We'll run you through the starting grid, of course, ahead of the race. Charlie Wolfett, our championship leader and already on 2 heat wins so far this weekend, will be alongside Kian Bernard on row 1. Finley Lyons alongside Sebastian Clark make it an all OTK Cosmic row 2 of the grid. Jack Robinson alongside Blake Southan, Connor Large and Aidan Hammond keeping each other company on the 4th row of the grid. That run towards the heaviest braking zone on the circuit at the opening corner. Stanley Williams, Riley Morrow, who was making some moves last weekend at Vackersdorf, completes the top 10 from Louis Ratcliffe, and Cody LePoutrell completing the 6th row. Then comes Blair Smith, Joseph Berkeley from Devin Taylor, and Alex Shepherd in 15th and 16th position, getting ourselves about halfway through the grid now with Barnaby Grubb, Ollie Thompson, Aidan Clark from Joshua Griffin keeping each other company on the 10th row of the grid, and a lot of work to do from back there. Jacob Jack, Nathaniel Gray, row 11, with Daniel Wisniewskas and Hayden Adams, 23rd and 24th position. Tobias Johns, Jake Graffiti from Adam Juadatis, and Ian Campbell down in 28th position and completing a 14th row of the grid. Molly Misen, Harry Watson, Peter Lee and Josh Cormack, 31 and 32 for Kart Republic. And completing the fields at the very back end, of course, of the, well, very extensive Junior Max grid, as we usually expect of course, they'll all be rolling their way towards the opening corner. And, well, when you've got 32 karts all vying for position into the heaviest braking zone at turn number 1, probably on the entire calendar, you would imagine, they're approaching that turn number 1 at quite some speed. We're going to see some dicey action.
Yeah, I think we will, and you flagged it there, Zach. This circuit here, it's very fast and sweeping off the start, over that start-finish line. Then we're straight into that really quite tight first right-hander that is Stowe at the bottom end there. So keeping it clean off the start is going to be the order of the day here, and getting away then through the chicane, the Willows. We just had the circuit guide up before this, but yeah, keeping it clean on that first lap is what it's all about. Must just give a little shout out before we get going on this one, though, as somebody spins coming out the pits. Can't quite see who that is. Kart number 276 by the looks of it, maybe. But shout out to Lenny Messenger of Lenny Messenger Motorsport. It's his birthday this week, so if you see him, say happy birthday to him. I was just under their awning just now having a chat, and Jacob, Jack and Blair Smith in this one were in high spirits. There was a good vibe under the Lenny Messenger Motorsport awning, so happy birthday, pal, and good luck to all of your racers running this weekend.
Always good to come into a weekend with that sort of air of confidence, and always a good reason to be celebrating, right? It means that you can be happy no matter how the weekend goes. Obviously, you're going to be looking to take some silverware home with you, but it just gives you that oomph, that extra sort of motivation to come into a weekend and deliver your absolute best. Of course, a slightly cooler track than what we've had so far this weekend. And the drivers just getting them tyres up to temperature. Of course, they've got the formation lap, they'll get themselves up, and then we'll go racing for 10 minutes plus the lap for the first of quite a few superheats this morning. We've got 2 groups of mini, so we've got 3 repêchages and the extra superheat as well this morning, so plenty of action to get ourselves involved with. They'll get themselves lined up 2 by 2, 16 rows deep, all 32 karts of them. And you have to say, Charlie Wolfett, we talk about him sort of not having the best of pace over the last couple of years. Of course, vice champion to Jacob Ashcroft back in the day. He's really come alive in 2026. Yeah,
I think joining Dan Holland Racing there has really been a great move for him, Zach. When you look at the top of the championship table right now, it's just gold, 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 gold for Charlie Wolfett. He's won all of his heats and races, apart from the first one at round 1 where he was on the podium in 3rd.
He's not doing too bad so far this season. They'll roll their way, of course, to the line very slowly. Charlie Wolfett in control of the pack. He's on the left-hand side of the grid from what I can see as well, so he's going to need a good launch. We'll put foot to the floor, and for the first time today, we will go racing. Of course, Jensen Chalk, the one flashing up on the timer screen, is the one on pole position. Outside line and contact already. Big incident there as they make their way in towards the opening corner. The 244 gets tagged off. That's Lucian Smith off the back of a podium in the Euro Trophy. Now already off at turn 1, and more calamity as they negotiate their way through the Willows.
Yeah, it was all going on there, wasn't it? I think Charlie Wolfett actually came off badly out of that one there. He was on that left-hand side. I'm sure I saw him get bumped and off into the outfield there. So we'll pick it up and see who's where when we come through the timing beam for the first time and we get the ladder graphics on the screen. But it's exactly what we were talking about, Zach, wasn't it? Off the start, we're going to see action. There he is. Look, he's fighting his way back right now.
Indeed, so opening lap in the books. It's Jensen Chalk that was the one to lead us from pole position. Luca Holmes-Ballock already up 8 positions. The 228, Tom Reed up 11. Charles Kitely and Jensen Hookie, your top 5 provisionally, already up 20 places. Get this, Sam Collar, the 248, flying through the opening corner. And again, it's that having your wits about you. It's about having that awareness and then maximising the opportunities, because everyone knows going in towards turn 1 at Kimbolton, something at some point is going to go wrong. And those that can sort of, well, predict it and react to it are going to be the ones that fly to the front. Jensen Chalk, though, currently running very, very well indeed. He got a heat win so far this weekend, as long with a 4th position and a 3rd in his respective pre-final back at Wilton Mill. Definitely in form is the 218, and right now completes the 2nd lap with a 1-second advantage. Well, I say that, he broke the beam. Luca Holmes-Ballock chasing him down for the race lead now.
Yeah, chasing him down, just 0.6 of a second, then he is back in 2nd. Excitement from the off then here at Kimbolton with this one in the Junior Rotax Heat B. 2 of these heats, of course, fighting out for 32 places in that super final coming up this afternoon. But out in front then, Jensen Chalk, number 218, making his way for MLC Motorsport, leading as we look at it right now.
He's looking pretty good, but you can see there the Peppermint Livery Tony car of the 228 of Luca Holmes-Ballock chasing after him. The gap coming down quite significantly. A bit further down, you can see the Sam Pollock Racing of Sam Collar, who's been making some good moves so far in this race, provisionally up a few, as they'll break the beam and make their way on to what will be their 4th lap of racing. Chalk from Holmes-Ballock, from Tom Reed in the 293, Kitely from Collar, Hookie, Colbert, Ryan White, Mayhew and Taylor, your top 10. Very close, they run their way through the willows, and a very, I don't think you can really mistake that as the point forward, but then trying to put some pressure as the 233 as Hookie tries to work with Collar to go forwards. Doesn't really want to get caught up defending and tripping over each other as the sun finally starts to shine here at Kimbolton.
Yeah, the sun's out and we're racing, and it's excitement from the off. Contact warning there comes up on the screen there for car number 244, Lucian Smith. Jensen Chalk, though, getting himself comfortable out in front right now for MLC Motorsport. Behind him, Luca Holmes-Ballack there then, just clocking again now, just making up a bit of time there. Just half a second the gap now, was 0.69 just before, now just half a second. So he's going a bit quicker. Moves going up the inside, 233. Can't quite see who that is. That's Jason Hookie there, or Mr. Hookie just throwing his arm up in the air as somebody comes up the inside of him at turn 1.
It's getting aggressive, isn't it? In the opening superheat of the day. Jensen Chalk being chased down by Luca Holmes-Ballack, and then of course Tom Reed a bit further back beyond that. It's a very intense battle though behind Collar, who's up 21 positions. This is a very good opportunity for him. Of course, qualifying yesterday, they only get 5 minutes of that. They probably use about 3 of them. They only get a couple of laps. Oh my goodness me, there's more calamity at turn number 1. Wave yellows as they'll negotiate their way through. But if you mess qualifying up, you're starting in the back for each of your heats. And Collar has actually been fighting back all weekend. Right now, he's up 21 positions. A P5 could be huge for his chances this weekend. He doesn't want to risk throwing that away.
No, he doesn't. I think that was Harry Radcliffe who was just getting wheeled off the track there. I saw car number 227, and he's just fallen down the timing ladder. So commiserations to him from Sam Pollitt Racing. But out in front then still Jensen Chalk from Luca Holmes-Ballack, and then Reed 293, Tom Reed there just clocking the fastest lap with a 41.895. Certainly quick for these junior Rotax drivers on what is a relatively cold tarmac first thing this morning as the yellows are still out. That'll be that incident down at turn 1.
Yeah, golden overtaking opportunity taken away from Luca Holmes-Ballack, so his pursuit of the race lead will be delayed slightly until the incident is cleared. 5.5 minutes left to go. Of course, plus the lap. Tom Reed chasing these guys down as well. Not a million miles away is Charles Kitely for Dan Holland Racing. Of course, these 3 begin to battle. We could well still see 4 cuts involved for the lead fight, but we'll hold our horses, not get too excited just yet. Jensen Chalk, though, you have to say, keeping his head, keeping his composure, but I think that's only going to ramp up into the second half of this race.
Yeah, I think so. These are our 3 leaders then out in front, and we can expect that this situation will stay with these 3. Slowboard comes out. I saw Jensen Chalk just sort of like put his arm up as if to say, why? He's just gesticulating again there, but the slowboards are out. So, oh, and a red flag I'm seeing in the background as well now.
Yeah, something has gone on. There's the ambulance rolling onto the circuit. There's 3 carts that are off. Just on the exit of the Willow, so something big has happened. We'll keep you updated, of course, when we know. But Marshall's quick onto the scene to, check on the drivers, make sure all is okay, and, of course, have the quick response time. We're very grateful to each of them. Hopefully all of the drivers are okay, like I say. With just under 5 minutes left to go in the first superheat of the day. A red flag has been brought out. And as it was, Jensen Chalk was the one leading the way. They lined themselves up just on the back straight as we await sort of confirmation and checkups from the ambulance. They're, like I say, there and responding as soon as they possibly can to attend to the drivers. And as soon as we know the condition, of course, we will let you know. Hopefully all is okay. Jensen Chalk, though, was the one leading, and Luke Holmes-Ballack and Tom Reed were chasing them down there. Of course, going to be eager to get back going again to be in the hunt for the Junior Rotax Superheat B race victory. Well, just under red flag conditions, of course, we're not entirely sure as to how long this is going to be. If you are now just joining us, though, and you want to catch up on the spiel and the gossip that's been going on in the UK scene, a bit of a track guide around Kimbolton. Kev talked us around it yesterday. Let's head back to his VT from Friday morning.
Hello and welcome to a very hot and sunny Kimbolton, the home of Hunt's Kart Racing Club. You join us then for round 2 of the Rotax RMC Ultimate Karting Championship, where this weekend is particularly important because at the end of the weekend, come Sunday night, it's not just the usual weekend trophies that are up for grabs. The championship leaders in each class will also win themselves their entry ticket to the Rotax International Trophy event to be held at Le Mans in July. And that was firmly on the minds of many of the drivers when we caught up with them ahead of round 1 at Wilton Mill last month. And it maybe explains why we had such close and action-packed racing from the off that weekend.
This is the Rotax RMC Ultimate Karting Championship. It's 2026 and we're at Wilton Mill. And we're off and racing. And crossing the line, taking the checkered flag. He's done it. The checkered flag is in.
Well, we certainly started in style, didn't we, at Wilton Mill back in April, and we can expect racing that is just as hard fought here at Kimbolton this weekend, where having nerves of steel and fighting for your very existence is in the DNA of this venue. In World War II, this was the site of the United States Army Air Force Base where bombers would have been taking off and landing at high speed, with certainly a lot more than pride at stake for the pilots and crews that climbed into the cockpit back then. Pilots of a different kind, though, in the modern day, but holding your nerve and being triumphant at high speed, well, it's still the name of the game, isn't it? So let's take a look at the circuit they'll all be taking on. So here we are then on the start-finish line at Kimbolton, and with the rolling start, the karts will have rolled all the way through here under the timing gantry for the first time down what is the Hines Straight, named after the family, of course, who founded Zipkart and the great Martin Hines, who would have raced many times here back in the day. A sweeping long straight then into the first right-hander that is Stowe. So this is Stowe, the first right-hander after the start. There's a big curb on the inside, and they're all going to be bunched here on that first lap. So you've got to keep it clean through here. And then as the track sweeps round, we're off into the chicane that is the Willows. So this is the Willows section then, and it's a chicane where you can probably attack this left-hander quite aggressively and get yourself a good line to the next short sprint, which is the Umitsu Straight. On that first lap, though, you can expect a lot of action through here, and you really have, as with Stowe over there, got to keep it clean. So after the Umitsu Straight then, we're into Derek's Corner, named after the man that gave so much to this circuit in his lifetime. But what you really get up this end of the circuit is a sense of just how pan-flat this place is. Being a former Air Force base and a runway, it obviously has to be like that. But it means that if you get the line right, you're going to keep all of that speed and carry it through the vast reaches of this fantastic circuit. So here we are then up at the down Weldon corner, and as you can see, all the teams out are doing their track walk this morning, which is great, and the coaches are telling the drivers exactly what they've got to do up here. It's a double apex right-hander, but as you can see from the racing line, the rubber that's gone down, it's a big sweep, so you'll probably hug a little bit close on the first corner, or the first section of the corner, but then as you exit, you'll have come quite wide, getting ready then for the last part of the lap. So we're nearly at the end of the lap, and you've just had that hard, almost 90 left, which is Kestrel corner, down the laser straight then, and here we are then at the final right-hander, which is almost the hairpin, the Kimbolton corner, before sweeping around back onto the Hines Straight and over the start-finish line for hopefully what is a super quick lap. The fastest senior Rotax drivers this weekend will probably be clocking them in the low 40s. Well, it really is a great circuit here at Kimbolton, and one that lends itself to some very fast, close racing. And speaking of close, that's exactly what it is at the top of those championship tables. And don't forget, it's those championship leaders at the end of this weekend who will be booking their spot at that international trophy event at Le Mans. So let's see who's in the running after round one. So here we are then, just 22 points splitting the top five, but it's your top three who are in with a shout. Sebastian Crawford from Origin Motorsport on 137. Lenny Barton with that win in the super final, but out in front on 144, it's J.M. Prakash. Moving on to Mini Inter then, and it's just as tight at the top, but your top three, well, it's Sebastian Behrman on 127. He's got ground to make up on the leading two. Austin Oman, former champion, on 145, but 5 points ahead of him, it's that young man from Coles Racing, Max Repêchage. Well, experience is the name of the game in 177, and this championship table is stacked with it. In third, it's James Lingard, but ahead of him, Taylor Bellini on 149. But that man, Harrison Crook from TH Corsa, he's running away with it on 154. Well, it's always hard fought, isn't it, in Junior Rotax? And the top of the table, that's what we're seeing. King Bernard on 141, Kai Clark on 150. But our former vice champion from Mini Inter, Charlie Wolfett from Dan Holland Racing, running away with it at the moment on 153. And lastly then, looking at Senior Rotax, it's Kian Geraghty on 136, sitting in third right now, making moves in cars as well as karts this season. Matty Hingley from Ultimate R on 142, but just 1 point ahead. It's that former champion, all-round winner, Macaulay Bishop on 143. So that's what it's looking like then at the top of the tables, where it's very much all to play for. And don't forget, come Sunday night, those championship leaders, well, they'll scoop those Le Mans tickets. So without further ado, let's head on up to the commentary box and go and join your commentator, Zach Sweeney.
Yesterday night, I could barely sleep. I was just thinking, what would happen today?
Only champions make it this far. Their sacrifice, hard work, worth it.
It's been a struggle this whole year. I mean, the beginning of the year, I worked so hard.
A lot of championships to try to, get here, and it's been a lot. You look at everybody like, oh man, that's cool. Like, where did they get their ticket from? Everybody has to win to be here, and that's super, super special.
Just being here is already a success.
Take time to soak it in. Bahrain. Savor it.
Enjoy it. That's the most important thing to do at the World Finals. All the activities that they make, so many things that come, like drift shows, F1 paddock, and so on.
Find your limits. Push them, but don't exceed them. They can make or break you.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of nerves, really. There's a lot on the line.
Everybody here is used to be in the front row.
Champions all together. Now you must prove why you are number one.
Every kid's dream in karting is to win that event.
When the start goes and you hit it off and you're overtaking somebody, but nothing gets the adrenaline up and pumping like driving a race.
When you see that green flag go, you've got to know you're ready for it.
This is it. 36 remain. One race, one chance, one moment to make history.
Thank you for your patience as you join us back here for round number 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship at Kimbolton. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Kev Harris alongside me in the commentary box as we're looking to go back racing again in the Junior Rotax Super Heat B. We had a bit of an incident just a moment ago that brought out the red flag, and the drivers, of course, attended in the ambulance, but we are ready to go back racing once again. We'll confirm as to how long the race is going to be as soon as we can and how long is left of it. We stopped the clock with about 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. But there you can see our 218 and the MLC Motorsport Jensen Chalk, well, who's got probably a bucket full of nerves, you'd imagine, Kev, ahead of this race. He was already under a lot of pressure, and now everyone's bunched back up again for a full grid restart.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be a 2-part race. They've been re-gridded, is what was just going on while cuts 229 and 269 were being attended to there. But as you say, Jensen Chalk, that lead that he got himself worked up, built up, that's now gone because they'll all be bunched up and they'll all sort of creep forward in a re-gridded rolling start order, and then when we get the go, then they'll be off again. You can see the yellow flag still flying, so they have to stay in their gridded order now, obviously at a slower speed, but then when that goes green, then they're all going to be bearing down on Jensen Chalk. But you would like to think at Junior Rotax it's a situation that Jensen might have been in before, so the pressure, he should be all right. But sometimes with the micros and the minis, some of these restarts, it can be quite nervy for the youngster that's out in front, you know, kind of controlling the pace of 34 other kart racers.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, even at the highest level, you're still going to feel those nerves, and it's that pressure is absolutely a privilege. We'll put foot to the floor, and the green flag will fly. We'll go racing once again. A good controlled start then from Jensen Chalk. He gets this one back underway and a bit dispersed actually at the sharp end of the field, so all clean at the front. Look out for the 228 of Luke Holmes-Ballock, already a cut backwards and into the runoff area, locking up the rear brakes as they work their way into Stowe Corner, but all clean at the front. It's the MLC Motorsport of the 218 of Jensen Chalk clambering over the curbs as they work their way towards the back section of the circuit. Luca Holmes-Ballock raring to get onto the rear end of Jensen Chalk, keep that momentum up because he knows that he's got less than half of this race remaining.
Yeah, that's right. We can see the clock running now then, 4 minutes 19 seconds plus a lap on this one, so he's going to have a really pressured 5 minutes as he runs wide, and up the inside goes Luca Holmes-Ballock, then 228 getting that overtake done straight away. Just a momentary lapse of concentration, Zach. Yeah,
nicely done. Here comes the counter-attack, though, from Jensen Chalk, thinking better of it to the opening corner. Tight entry, but widens up on the exit to open up through the willows. Right, then left, then a slight kink to the right again, but you're full throttle once more towards yet another sweeping left-hander. Jensen Chalk trying to stay with Luca Holmes-Ballock. He was driven onto the back of by the 228. Now he's got to learn a thing or two to stay onto the rear end of Holmes-Ballock, but I think the 228 just has got that pace measure, got the insane launch initially, climbed up 8 places, now makes it 10 by taking the lead of the race. Tom Reed now goes down the inside as well. It's all coming undone for Jensen Chalk to that final corner. The space opens up and through goes the 293.
Yeah, maybe Jensen Chalk has just sort of lost his head a little bit there in the red flag and then the restart. He's kind of not fully switched back on into this one because ahead of him now Holmes-Ballock and Tom Reed definitely on the ascendancy, on the charge with 3 minutes 14 seconds off the clock. Just a little glance over his shoulder there looking back as we can see this race really hotting up for the first one of our super heats this morning. Everything we would expect from Junior Rotax. It's brilliant, isn't it, for the impartial, casual motorsport fan.
Absolutely, karting, the rawest, most passionate form of motorsport that you can possibly get. And Kimbolton, tight, technical, narrow, but also plentiful in overtaking opportunities, particularly down into the final corner. The 253, the Dan Holland Racing of Harry Taylor getting the up and the under potentially on Jensen Chalk, who now decides to white line it to the opening corner. He's going to be followed through by Kitely, who darts to the middle of the circuit, tips his way through. Does the 253 of Harry Taylor, gets his way through on both karts there, brilliantly done, teeing up the exit, finds his way through and fires one up in the 3rd position.
Super stuff then. Look at this, really, really good racing. So Holmes-Ballock, Reed, Chalk and Taylor delivering the excitement in this opening foray into these super heats this morning here. Great pictures as well from Alpha Live covering it for us all across the internet right now. Out in front there, Holmes-Ballock and Reed, and then a gap back to Chalk and Taylor as we look at this one coming through the bottom end of the circuit, sweeping background left onto the Hines straight, carrying speed into the first corner. Then here, look at Holmes-Ballock running wide up the inside. There we go then, 293 just making that one. Tim Reed just out in front right now then. This is super stuff, Zach.
It is indeed. Tom Reed really keeping his head in the early phase of this restart. I say early phase, we're most of the way through the race now. Mechanical flag coming out for a radiator issue for Joshua Jestin at the 279, currently running 21st. And, well, unfortunately, we'll be having to come back in. Has been given the dubbed meatball flag, the black with the orange circle. That means you've got to come in and sort something out. Tom Reed leading the way currently for Thule Motorsport. Through the Kimbolton corner, this hairpin that widens up, bit of a kink on that run through the start finish, not so straight, and then towards Stowe. Closing back in is Harry Taylor with the fastest lap of the race, but only a couple of minutes left to go. I think this is going to be the third to final lap. If math serves me correctly, hopefully it does. Tom Reed from Holmes Ballock from Harry Taylor, the Dan Holland Racing Lando Norris chassis, chasing after the Tony Kart down the inside as well. He's found the space on Luca Holmes Ballock, whose initial, burst of pace beginning to come undone slightly. He's losing that momentum. Harry Taylor now the one leading the charge versus Tom Reed.
Yeah, this is super stuff, and the real kind of the story here of this first superheat is what happened to Jensen Chalk. He went off the boil, didn't he? And he's now back and forth, and I don't know whether he's going to make it up, because our front three of Reed, Holmes, Ballock and Taylor certainly seem to be having this one wrapped up. They've got it under control.
Just getting confirmation on the timing screen as well. 5-second penalty for Ryan White, currently running 7th position for Hunter Motorsport. And of course, after the restart, you've not got a lot of time to build up a 5-second gap either. So he's got his work cut out for him in order to stay in the top end of the field. Tom Reed with 16 seconds left on the clock. So next time through should be the final lap. An ultimate lap of the race, Harry Taylor has been giving himself a burst of speed. Started this one on the outside of the front row, dropped back slightly, has now been given that sort of second chance with the red flag and the restart to now be chasing after the Thule Motorsport machine of Tom Reed onto what will be the final lap of the race then. And Tom Reed leads Harry Taylor towards turn number 1 for the first time, locking the rear brakes, taking it defensively, but Harry Taylor loves the up and under, draws himself alongside now through the willows.
Yeah, what a great move there from Taylor. Just sort of ran wide, didn't he, on to turn 1 and then made it stick coming through to the willows. So we have now Tom Reed, who has dropped back into second, and out in front it's a Dan Holland Racing kart then. The famous blue and yellow streaking ahead, just trying to just push a little bit of distance on this final lap. Great move from him, Zach.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Teed up to perfection. He loves the exit off of turn number 1. Like I say, it's a tight entry, but widens up on the exit as going down the inside. Luke Holmes Ballock trying to keep Jensen Chalk at bay. It's going to be a drag race to the line, but for the first time today, the checker flag will fly, and Harry Taylor will take a sensational victory in Superheat B for Junior Max. Tom Reed and Jensen Chalk, your top 3. Luke Holmes Ballock from Kitely, Colbert, Ryan White, Bell, Hookie and Burton. The top 10 will run you through the full results in just a moment, but what a last lap move that was from Harry Taylor. Decisive, exactly when he needed to be.
Yeah, I love that. Harry Taylor was obviously sitting there, wasn't he, thinking, I can do this, I can do this. And he was just picking his moment. And when you watch it back on YouTube later on or watch the replay, you'll see him come down into turn 1. He just sort of flicks it out a little bit wide, knowing, as you said there, Zach, he enjoyed the up and under. And yeah, he kind of got it done in the second half of that turn, didn't he? Great stuff, great stuff.
Indeed, so let's run you through some results then. The first superheat of the day. Superheat B for Junior Max saw Harry Taylor take a brilliant victory from Tom Reed. Jensen Chalk, in third. Then comes Luke Holmes Ballock and Charles Kitely, the top 5. Max Colbert, Ryan White with a 5-second penalty. There's 274 finishes P7 on the road. Ellis Bell, Jensen Hookie and Miles Burton were your top 10 after what was 16 laps of racing. Sam Collar, who was running as high as P5, finishes 11th from Thomas Jackson. Braith Murdoch, Finley Smith. Then comes Karthik Kumeta, Lucian Smith off the back of a podium in Backersdorf, only 16th in the Superheat B. John Richardson, Luan Seidel, Jensen Walker and Austin Mayhew, your top 20, separated by virtually nothing as they made their way to the line. JJ Lowe, Leo Battersfield from Edward Munn, then comes Clark Naylor. Joshua Jestin with the mechanical flag finishes 25th, and the last of those on the lead lap. Samir Paul, Daniel Minto, Jacob Aston, Ramiro Kamastu and Harry Ratcliffe, all of those that we lost at some point during the race. Unfortunately for those, did not see the first checker flag of the day. Harry Taylor, though, looks to be in good stead. Looking for Superheat A, though, and Charlie Wolfett, this time will actually be starting on pole position. He'll be looking to go for, what will be his third victory of the weekend.
Should be good, yeah. So all the best of luck to Charlie, and also our thoughts are with Dan Minter and Jacob Aston, 269 and 229, who went off in that medical incident, so we wish them both well. Ready to go for another one, Zach?
We are indeed. Superheat B gave us thrills and spills. It's time for Junior Max Superheat A. Junior Rotax delivering the action in Superheat B. It's now time for Superheat A, which sees the man in former championship leader Charlie Wolfett take to pole position ahead of what will be 10 minutes plus the lap for this Superheat. He'll be joined by Kean Bernard on the front row. Now this grid looks familiar, doesn't it, Kev? Finley lines from Sebastian Clark complete row number 2, and we'll be looking to get a good start from the front couple of rows. Jack Robinson, your top 5 alongside Blake Southan on row 3. Connor Large and Aidan Hammond 7th and 8th position, with Stanley Williams and Riley Morrow completing the 10. Louis Radcliffe and Cody Leproutrell alongside each other on row number 6, right in the thick of it on the run to the tightest corner on the circuit. Blair Smith, Joseph Berkery from row 7, Devon Taylor and Alex Shepherd, your 8th row of the grid, halfway all the way through. Barnaby Grubb, Ollie Thompson, Arden Clark and Joshua Griffin, your top 20, and all of the work to do from the back end of the field. Jacob Jack, Nathaniel Gray, Daniel Vanaskauskas from Hayden Adams, P23 and P24. Just a few more to go beyond that. Row 12 completed, of course, by Adams. Then comes Tobias Johns, Jake Grafferty, Adam Joadatis and Ian Campbell in P25 to 28. Molly Misen, Harry Watson, Peter Lee and Josh Cormack from the back row of the grid. All to do for Sam Pollitt Racing ahead, like I say, of 10 more minutes plus the lap, around about 16 laps of racing. Well, Charlie Wolfett, I mean, currently on a streak of 5 consecutive race victories, and he'll be looking to make that 6.
Yeah, and look at all the blue and yellow jackets there in the stands, waiting to cheer him on from Dan Holland Racing. That certainly seems to have been the magic little bit of fairy dust that sprinkled over his career. As what was that? A Pro Train kart just getting spun 180 coming out of the pits there to join this one. But yeah, Charlie Wolfett, he's been with us since the start. I think in 2020, I think he's one of maybe the only driver we have that's done all of the championships. But yeah, so it's really great to see him. You know, he was brilliant in that mini inter-season about 3 years ago with Jacob Ashcroft, but then it's great to see him now stepping up into Junior Rotax and showing us, you know, what a great driver he is. He's got the kart underneath him that's obviously working for him. And yeah, when you look at the results, the championship results, Heat 1 of round 1, he got a 3rd, bronze, but then after that he's won everything else, so he must be riding high. But we must just give a shout out as well to Kean Bernard of Sam Pollitt Racing. When you look as well, he won Heat 1 at round 1, then he's had silvers right across the board. And Kean Bernard only started racing about 3 years ago, and he's absolutely flying as well. So both him and his brother Tristan have made a great sort of name for themselves in karting in the last few years. Tristan now on the spanners for Kean, obviously, and others as well. So yeah, it's going to be good, this one. Looking forward to it.
Top 2 in the championship, P1 and P2 on the road in Superheat A, and some decent championship points on offer for each of the Superheats. 40 points for a victory. And of course, when we're looking at who's going to be our championship leaders at the end of round 2, which is this one, to get that ticket to the International Trophy at Le Mans. Of course, the top 2 right now separated by what is 16 points. And, Kean Bernard needs ideally to finish in front of Charlie Wolfett, with the Dan Holland Racing machine dropping back into the pack slightly. However, like we say, with Dan Holland Racing, one of the best teams in British motorsport, representing themselves on the world stage and at the sharp end of the field. Charlie Wolfett will lead them from pole position. He'll put foot to the floor and will go racing for Superheat A. Green flag flies and will go towards turn number 1. The Sam Pollitt Racing machine of Kean Bernard tries to go to the outside. Down the inside goes the KR Sport machine of Finley Lydes. Works his way through almost immediately and up in a second position, but gets switched back by one of the DHR machines, potentially even Jack Robinson from the 3rd row of the grid. So far, so good, though, from the front row of the field from our number 6 of Charlie Wolfett. Then comes the 230. I was right, it was Jack Robinson for DHR, coming from 5th all the way up in a 2nd position.
Yeah, good start for Charlie Wolfett there out in front. Kean Bernard was running in 2nd, obviously, on the grid, or starting in 2nd on the grid, and he kind of moved wide, didn't need to stay out of trouble, but now he's ended up back in about 4th or 5th. But that's not too much of a problem from him. He will start to work his way through these front 4, I'm sure. He's now in the chase as we cross the timing beam for the first time, and we get the confirmation that it's Wolfett from Robinson, from Large, from Lyons and Bernard. Tight at the top, though, just that top 5 separated by 1.2 seconds from 1st to 5th.
Yeah, not much in it at all. Kean Bernard not having the best of starts, but almost destined to have a poor start from the outside front row of the grid into a tight right-hander, almost destined to get forced wide. And well, he's just been consolidating. A good start, though, for Riley Morrow. His first year fully in Junior Max, he's been mixing it up with some very esteemed talent. I remember at Vackersdorf and at Cremona in the Euro Trophy, mixing it up with, you know, one of the best in Junior Max at the moment of Kai Clark. He's not scared to get his elbows out, not scared to get aggressive. You can see just how small he looks in the kart relative to those around him. He's climbed up 4 positions in the opening couple of laps and has eyes on the lead train.
Yeah, and it's interesting what you say there about Riley Murrow, because obviously I've seen him around UKC for the last however many years, and it's like he's suddenly had a little bit of a growth spurt. He was always a little sort of young micro mini racer, and now he's become junior. He's starting to grow a bit. So yeah, getting his elbows out, good to see. Go on, Riley.
Not scared at all. There's a bit of a kerfuffle in the mid-pack. Also, Charlie Wolfett, though, with the fastest lap of the race, brings it the gap up to 3/4 of a second. Currently running DHR 1 and 2. Wolfett from Robinson. Then comes the Tony car of Connor Large. The Sample at Racing of Kim Bernard and Chaos Sport of Finlay Lyons. It's getting busy, though, in the fight for 5th. Finlay Lyons trying to get his elbows out in the 280. A frequent sim racer is Finlay Lyons. He's definitely using some of that experience out on the circuit today. Goes defensive towards turn number 1. Will park it on the inside and keep 4th position. Meanwhile, Kim Bernard trying to get away from this. Riley Murray, speak of the devil, down the inside of Connor Large through the willows.
Yeah, super racing there. Well done, Riley, through the willows there, getting it done. And we also just saw an overtake from Kian Bernard, who's now running up into 3rd. Chasing down Robinson, chasing down Wolfett, but he has got quite a bit of tarmac, bit of road to make up if he's going to get anywhere near Charlie Wolfett. Look, you can see the gap there. I feel he might get up on the rear bumper of Robinson in the next lap or two, but in the meantime, while that's going on, Charlie Wolfett will start making strides down the tarmac and down the road to just extend that gap. Now 1.3 seconds then from Wolfett back to Robinson. So that's going to be quite something to make up.
It's going to be a tough ask, especially with Charlie Wolfett's pace. He's just set a 41.5, 3/10 quicker than the man in 2nd, and just over a 10th quicker than the man in 3rd. Wolfett from Robertson, Bernard. Then comes Finlay Lyons. Riley Murray, your top 5. There's the 230 of Jack Robinson we're following there. Kian Bernard driven onto the back of him. Meanwhile, a runaway victory, it seems so far, for Charlie Wolfett. Just managing the race, you can see, quite comfortably up in front in his element in 2026. Meanwhile, Jack Robinson got it all to play for in keeping 2nd. He's got, of course, Kian Bernard and Finlay Lyons keeping him company. A bit further back is Riley Murray, but if these three begin to battle, which I think is going to start all the way to the white line through turn number 1, the Chaos Sport machine of Finlay Lyons tries to go to the outside of Kian Bernard. Can't quite pull that one off. The 240 goes through, and Finlay Lyons follows him through. Brilliantly done from the pair of them. Jack Robinson has just been mugged right off down into 4th.
He absolutely has. That was really exciting, wasn't it? Because you could see that coming, those 3 carts coming down the Hine straight into that first right-hander, turn number 1 that was Stowe. It was all, something was going to happen, wasn't it? Lyons was making the moves. Kian Bernard, a little glance over his shoulder and then managed to sweep it up the inside, and now he finds himself leading this train of 3. But oh boy, what pressure in these helmets as he runs wide and then loses that place straight away. Will he get it back? We'll find out as they cross the timing beam for the first time. And now look, it's lines from Bernard to Robinson. But look, Bernard up the inside, he's going to do it again. This is great racing. This is why karting is as good as it is. We've seen 3 overtakes in 2 laps.
Yeah, it ebbs and it flows, it fluctuates so much. You've got to have a strong head on you. You've got to be wise. You've got to be meticulous with each and every single input and decision that you make. And you've not got very long to make each of those decisions either. So, Kian Bernard back to the front of this train from Jack Robinson. Then comes the 280 of Finlay Lyons, who just like that sets the fastest lap and then drops to 4th. Also arriving on the scene is Riley Murray and Blake Southan down the inside straight away. Finlay Lyons loves that late break move to the final corner. Will get it stopped. Will work his way back into what will be 3rd position with eyes on Kian Bernard, but he doesn't want to lose sight of him. The Cat Sport machine having to go defensive. Jack Robinson with the up and under, but surely just going to try and give a bit of a tap to the 280 to say, let's try and catch for 2nd. Meanwhile, Charlie Wolfett having a glorified test session up in front.
This is what always happens, isn't it? When you get a battle for like 2nd or 3rd, the leader effectively just has some free space and a little bit of calmness in the cart, so they can start stretching their legs and getting down the road while it's all going on behind them. The pressure in the race helmets now of Bernard, Lyons and Robinson must be quite something. But Lyons, like you say, that fastest lap a moment or 2 ago, it was inevitable he was going to get past Robinson. But he's going to put the pressure on Kian Bernard right now. Kian Bernard running in 2nd, look, just hugging that left-hander, then coming through to cross the timing beam once again. The gap back then now is just, what, it's a 10th of a second for Bernard back to Lyons. Eyes on Lyons then. Actually, has he got past Bernard there? Yes, he has. Yes, he has. So Lyons has got past Bernard in the time that I'm talking.
Yeah, nicely done there from the Chaos Sport kart of Finlay Lyons. He's up and now into 2nd position, but I don't think that fight is over. We also saw Blake Southan get it a bit wrapped up under brakes, a bit too late towards turn number 1. Couldn't quite get it stopped, and as such dropped back in behind Jack Robinson. Riley Murray there, you can barely see him tucked in behind Blake Southan, but he is there in 6th position, and on the back of this train he might well be able to quietly work his way forward. Blake Southan with a good run off of the hairpin will be tucked in the slipstream through the very fast start finish, not so straight towards the opening corner. Just 3.5 minutes left in this 2nd superheat of the day. Finley Lines. In the KR Sport, you can see the purple and the white being chased after by the orange, white and blue of Sam Pollitt Racing of Kian Bernard. The two of them, though, by settling down for a lap, have actually been able to pull away from the chasing pack.
Yeah, that's good for both of these drivers, but what will be interesting here is can Kian Bernard get on the rear bumper of Finley Lines and ultimately get past him, because we know Finley Lines has got that kart hooked up. It's running well for him. He's got the fastest lap, so his kart is quick. What can Kian do with 3 minutes left on the clock? He's a good driver. He's done plenty of laps, you know, in his career right now, so he won't be sort of panicking, but he's going to have to do a lot because that kart in front of him is running quick. And then, of course, that gap up to Charlie Wolfit, 2.3 seconds. We're not going to make that up, are we, in 2.5 minutes of racing left to go.
It's going to be tough, isn't it? Almost impossible, especially with the pace that Charlie Wolfit is running. He can pretty much cruise in about a 41.6 to a 41.7 margin and still be fairly safe from those behind, unless there's a mistake from Wolfit, which so far this season we haven't seen. It's going to be difficult for him to be caught. It's been a race for second for basically the last 7 minutes, realistically. A tough circuit though, Kimbolton. We've seen on a couple of occasions, especially off the back of down Wilden corner, the, well, very long double apex hairpin, the curb drop off on the exit, track limits, of course, something these drivers have got to watch out for, brutal curbs, and then also if you extend the drop off, you don't want to pick up a silly puncture or have a silly spin by sort of dipping a wheel too far into the grass and digging in almost as they work their way through turn number 1 and once again through the willows towards yet another left-right chicane, very fast, very flowing, and like I say, got to be careful of those track limits because probably very brutal on the chassis.
Yeah, great little picture there of the fans. That's probably, whose mum's that, holding the pink iPhone there, watching the live timing on the iPhone. But that's what all the parents are doing all the way around the circuit. The stadiums are packed here at Kimbolton this weekend, which is great to see. So thanks for all the support from the mums and dads who are here and everyone watching us around the world right now on YouTube. But out in front, Charlie Wolfit then from Finley Lines. Look at this going on. Battles right throughout the field then. 251 getting a move done on the 230 there. So that was Clark, I think, on Robinson. Robinson has dropped down.
Down to 7th now for Jack Robinson.
And he was running at the front, what, a few laps ago.
He's fighting for his life out there. He's got Arden Hammond for company. You can see the green and the black 271 trying to get onto the back of Jack Robinson, trying to pull alongside him ideally. 1 minute plus the lap left to go. We've completed 12 laps. I think this could well be the third to final one, the anti-penultimate one, if you will. Now Jack Robinson having to go defensive, but leaves enough of a gap. The 271 had a cart's worth. He used all of it down the inside. Now comes Conor Large in the 211 to try and get involved. Jack Robinson dropping through the field, has to go defensive to turn number 1. So the Tony Kart of Conor Large will try and get the up and the under. Will get the drive, will get the inside through the willows, and Jack Robinson just losing all momentum in the later stage of this race.
Yeah, he's kind of dropped down, hasn't he? But full credit to Aidan Hammond there, making up that space. That was a good move from him as they came round the last couple of corners, then down onto the Hine Straight and into turn 1. This is where we're at, though. We're following this one. So the 230 there then of Jack Robinson, just chasing down Aidan Hammond, who got the overtake done. The chain of 3 of them, you can see it there. Super exciting racing, and we're talking about racing here for 7th, 8th and 9th. This isn't even at the sharp end of the race. So wherever you look in a kart race like this at Junior Rotax, you're going to have excitement, you're going to have overtakes, and that's what makes it just so good. So out in front, though, Charlie Wolfit, he's run away with this one. Clock goes down to 0, so we're going to come around for the final lap when he crosses the line next time by.
Penultimate lap of the race. To be fair to Finley Lines, he's not done a bad job at closing that gap. He's taken a good half a second out of Charlie Wolfit, but I think just Charlie Wolfit setting the pace in this final part goes for a personal best last time through as well. So he definitely had more in the chamber. We're just waiting for an excuse to use it, really. They were all fighting for second. He was able to not relax, but sort of have a easier run through of this race. He's got 1 more lap left to negotiate, and it has just been near faultless once again for the number 6.
Yeah, it's been a great race for him. Got himself off and away, didn't it, at the start? Stayed out of trouble in that first corner. Kian Bernard, don't forget, started in second on this one. He dropped back, so Charlie got away, stayed out of trouble. If you get pole and you can get round that first corner, then it really is good news for you. It's certainly going to help you.
Just half a lap left to negotiate for the number 6. It's a good day so far for Dan Holland Racing, winning this super heat, and of course they're running 4th as well with Blake Southan, who's really had the racecraft to excel in this field. Riley Morrow under a bit of pressure from Sebastian Clark, but through the final corner the checker flag will fly. Charlie Wolfit will take his 6th victory in a row in the UKC, put himself straight into the pit lane, and will be a very happy lad to go, well, 6 from 7 so far this season, and, well, always in the top 3. It's been a remarkable start to the year for Charlie Wolfit. Finley Lines and Kian Bernard, your top 3.
Yeah, quite unprecedented, really, from Charlie Wolfett. I don't think we've seen anything like that before. Certainly not in Junior Rotax. So well done to you, sir. Kian Bernard then started second, didn't he? He's ended up with third, but I think, you know, it's kind of damage limitation for him after dropping down to fifth, didn't he, off that first one. But we can get a confirmation on those results then, Zach.
Can indeed. Understandably, it was Charlie Wolfett that's going to be at the top of that list. The number 6, 1.5 seconds clear of Finlay Lyons, who kept his head and excelled to the sharp end of the field. Kian Bernard in P3 from Blake Southan, and Riley Morrow up 5 from P10 to the top 5. Sebastian Clark, Aidan Hammond, Conor Large, Jack Robinson, the 230, struggling in the last portion of that race, with Louis Radcliffe completing the top 10. Behind that, it's Alex Shepard, Nathaniel Gray, Blair Smith, Joseph Berkery, Arden Clark, your top 15 from Stanley Williams, who received a contact warning late on in that race from Devon Taylor, Jacob Jack, Josh Cormack, and Adam Jua-Datis in P20. You can see not very much, covering quite a few karts, so intense battles throughout the field. Joshua Griffin from Barnaby Grubb, Ollie Thompson, Tobias Johns, Jake Graffiti, then comes Hayden Adams with Ian Campbell, Peter Lee, Molly Meisen, and Daniel Fisanauskas completing the 30. I think our field as well of Junior Rotax machines. In fact, no, Harry Watson and Cody Lupritrell, both of whom did not make it to the checker flag at all. And just on the topic, by the way, of domination, last season, because I was thinking Jacob Ashcroft had a very good year. The best he could manage was 6 consecutive victories from round 4 through into round number 5. And Charlie Wolfett, well, he's already matched that. Can he go and beat it in the final?
Well, I think there's every chance he can beat it, and great stats there. Good knowledge, Zach. But yeah, we shall see. I mean, the finals are hard fought. He's going to start on pole for it, so you never know. He might do it.
Well, Junior Rotax done and dusted. These guys will be back out for their repechage. Next up, though, it's time for Superheat B in seniors. Reigning world champion Macaulay Bishop leads the championship after 2 successive heat victories here at Kimbolton so far this weekend. And, well, he'll be looking to extend that through the weekend. Jack Lilly, though, will be the one that starts Superheat B from pole position with Will Archer, and Kean Geraghty, championship leader in Radical Cup UK, starts third from Deacon Russell in 4th position for KR Sport. That's your front 2 rows. Of course, behind that, we've got an extensive field of Senior Rotax karts that will be making their way towards turn number 1. Jack West, runner-up from last year, starts 5th alongside Louis Weaver on row number 3. Joshua Graham and Charles Crean for Guy Cunnington Racing completes the top 8. James Kell, Dylan Morton, your top 10 from Nathan Traverse, and Pearson Bullock Carter alongside each other on row number 6. And like I say, always very much in the thick of it towards turn number 1. Lots of opportunities to go forwards, lots of opportunities also to go backwards. Lorenzo Cordell, Miles Roby from Oliver Smith, and Jamie Burt right smack bam in the middle of the field in 16th. Ethan Critchley, Charlie Holm from Ollie Goodyear, and Caitlin Seabrook completing the top 20 for Guy Cunnington Racing. Your front 10 rows of the field, and well, again, like I say, you do not want to be getting involved in any opening lap carnage back there, but also, as we've seen throughout the day, very easy to, if you can keep your head, if you can keep your composure, to work forwards from the opening lap, but also equally when you've got plenty of karts in front of you and plenty of karts behind you, very easy to get involved in a lot of drama. There was your top 20 for the grid for the first of our Senior Max Superheats of the day, and Jack Lilly, like I say, will be looking to do some pretty decent work from pole position, but my eye, of course, on Kean Geraghty, who racecraft helped him excel at Wilton Mill. He didn't really have the pace, to his own admission. He's now, of course, got the experience of the Radical Cup UK, was out at Brands Hatch last weekend, and will be starting the inside second row of the grid with plenty of opportunity towards turn number 1.
Yeah, a great weekend for him last weekend at Brands, and if you haven't seen it, just get yourself online and have a little watch, because it was great stuff. So yeah, he's fresh off that excitement, back into karting this weekend though, and it's not been 100% sort of like plain sailing for him. A 5th and a 7th in the heats yesterday for him, so we'd expect him to be pushing a little bit higher at the front. And when you look at, you know, Macaulay Bishop, he won both of his heats yesterday. So yeah, so we'll see what Kean can do in this one. Good news is we've got some big names at the front in Senior Rotax. We're going to be having a great fight, a great battle. It's certainly going to be exciting. A lot of experience out there on the grid. Some of the oldest drivers here before you get to Rotax 177. Some of the hardest racing that we can expect this weekend in this Senior Rotax one then.
They always give us some, well, pretty good action, to say the least. Of course, speaking of Jack West, was runner-up last year to Cian Geraghty, our reigning UKC Senior Max champion. He, well, very narrowly could have won it at PFI last year. There was an incident with Kai Hunter and a plethora of other things that went on at PFI that denied Jack West the championship. But he's coming into this one, currently sits 5th on the grid, currently sits 5th in the championship. So far, a rough weekend here at Kimbolton, and here on Sunday, it's a new day. He'll be looking to turn a new leaf and work his way up through the field. They'll roll their way through the last couple of corners. Quickly, Kev, who's winning this race?
Man, Jack West.
Oof. Nice. Okay, I like that. I like that. Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, we'll have to wait and see. I'll put you on the spot and then completely bottled it myself.
Exactly. You can't do that.
Jack Lilly from Pole. There you go. I'll give you an answer. I'll give you an answer. 10 minutes plus the lap, ready to go. We've got 24 karts all on the grid, ready to go racing. 10 minutes plus the lap. Jack Lilly, Will Archer, Deacon Russell and Cian Geraghty, your front two rows. We go racing once again at Kimbolton, and all the way to the white line goes the Tony Kart. Strawberry Racing of Jack Lilly will hold firm, but around the outside goes the Chaos Sport Machine, nearly dipping a wheel into the barrier there. Does Will Archer. He'll try and hang on desperately, but will fall through the field after ambitiously trying to go around the outside at turn number 1. Sends here, there and everywhere through the opening few corners, and halfway around the lap, Jack Lilly has gotten the launch that he needs, followed by the number 9, Jack West, up to second.
Yeah, this is super stuff, and good to see all of those senior Rotax drivers making it through turn 1 safely. I was expecting a little bit of bump and hustle and maybe a couple of karts getting turned 180, but it didn't happen. But out in front, look at this, the opening stages here then. They'll cross the start-finish line for the first time, and the timing ladder will populate itself with Lilly from West, from Geraghty, from Weaver, into that bottom corner then for the second time by in this one. 10 minutes plus a lap is what we're talking about. Super exciting racing. And yeah, at the moment then, Lilly, West, Geraghty, Weaver and Will Archer, all the names that you'd expect to be at the front, are safely there. But behind them, they're going to get chased down.
Absolutely, especially from Will Archer, the 361, who's already looking racy on the back end of Louis Weir for GMS Kart Team. Didn't get the start, and like I say, was so ambitious around the outside. For a moment, I thought he was going to put it off, but you've got to then be on the outside for turn 1, and then the outside for the first part of the Willows. He's going to send to the inside of the final corner at, well, Kimbolton corner. Jensen Graham Joshua Graham will follow him through and up into 5th position when they break the beam. Now already knocking on the door of the number 9 is Cian Geraghty on the back end of Jack West, side by side through the Willows. Cian Geraghty trying to go up, then underneath. He knows he's got to force the attack because he's under a lot of pressure from the comeback drive of Will Archer. Around the outside though, what a move that could well be from Joshua Graham through the chicane. Gets it done, elbows out between the two Chaos Sport Machines.
Yeah, that was super stuff. Great racing there. Those Chaos Sport Machines entertain us there. Nice overtake done. Pressure at the top end of this one from the chasing pack then. Lilly out in front, but West, Geraghty, Archer and Graham. The pressure that we were seeing just then was quite remarkable. Really, really good, robust racing.
That's what we like to see. Let's look to the inside there. That's Cian Geraghty trying to fight away with Jack West. The number 9 tucks in behind the 301 reigning champion of Cian Geraghty, and now maybe trying to get eyes on Jack Lilly up in front, who's 1.2 seconds clear. We could have a Charlie Wolfit repeat. Defensive goes the number 9 MLC Motorsport on Will Archer. Chaos Sport Machine, what is currently 4th and 5th. Joshua Graham settling down a little bit relative to his teammate, but nice that we're seeing that respect down the inside to defend the left-hander towards the Kimbolton corner, all the way to the white line, trying his best to open it up. They go, well, 3 karts to the white line to defend it, not taking any chances of getting a send from behind. A white line now approach from Jack West, desperately trying to keep 3rd place.
Yeah, trying to hang on to 3rd place there, as that man, Cian Geraghty, then is up to 2nd, so now he's got eyes on Jack Lilly out in front. So maybe Cian Geraghty, with sort of like now he's in 2nd, can start to sort of push on and get down the road and chase down the leader, as behind him we've got West, Archer and Graham all fighting it out right now. Really good racing, really, really good racing in senior Rotax already this morning. Pearson Bullock Carter's dad there leaning on the railings, we can see, having a little chat to somebody from MLC, I think, by the looks of it. And this is what it's like at these kart events. All the mechanics and the dads and the mums and the grandparents and everyone else just leaning on the railings, looking at the timing, hoping that their driver can do it for them.
Defensive, Jack West, look at that. He's under a lot of pressure. Yeah, look at that from Will Archer. He's trying to do it, getting very aggressive. And to be honest, I mean, he's getting away with it because typically, if you go for a move like that, you hamper your exit, you get swamped from those behind, but you've also then got Louis Weaver holding the fort behind you, also trying to defend from the likes of Graham and Deacon Russell, the two Chaos Sports just in behind him as well. Will Archer, though, not scared to get his elbows up. We saw that at the opening corner where he threw everything on the line around the outside of turn number 1. Now doing the same thing to work his way up into third versus Jack West, who is doing a valiant effort at defending this one. Down the inside goes Joshua Graham, but quick to get the switch back is Louis Weaver. The two of them will momentarily be side by side on the start-finish straight. And look at that defensive driving from Jack West. He's driving over his shoulder, finds the gap though, threads the needle.
Yeah.
Will Archer through to third.
Yeah, Will Archer tried that move last time by, didn't he? And he's got it done this time by. You've got to just run a little bit wide into Stowe to get the undercut done into the next corner ahead of the Willows. It can work for you if you can make it stick, but if you run wide at Stowe and somebody else comes up the inside behind you, then obviously it's not good news. But Will Archer tried it once, second time by, got it done. He now leads this train, but they are bumper to bumper, and they are going to hunt him down. Look at this is how close it is. They're all doing 40, 50 miles an hour, and there's a centimetre or less between the bumpers on these karts. Cian Geraghty then clocking the fastest lap of 40.6.
Getting so aggressive, the Chaos Sport guys. I mean, some of the best drivers in motorsport, one of the best teams in motorsport, did the sweep in Minimax with Joshua Cook last weekend in Wackersdorf. They know what they're doing, and their drivers so switched on with the racing, with the aggression. Jack West, though, back through on the 361 of Will Archer, and threw up once again into third position. He had to white line it. He's already on a warning flag, trying to get the up and under once again in towards Kimbolton corner. Jack West is, privy to it, will hold the inside as well through the final right-hander and then put his foot to the floor and hope that it's enough. It's so easy to defend here around Kimbolton. As long as you know what you're doing, you've got to park it going into the corners and specifically coming out of them. You can see holding the tight line. There's contact. Oh my goodness me, Will Archer gets tagged round through the Willows. He is in a very precarious place there. All of the karts there through the field. Quick reactions to avoid him, and very ambitiously around the outside through the Willows. Arguably, do you think was ever going to work there? The MLC Motorsport of Jack West has had to tuck down behind a couple of drivers, that being, I think Louis Weaver's been able to work his way through, as well as Joshua Graham.
Yeah, I didn't really see what happened there to the 361. He was in the mix, wasn't he? And that's the thing. It can all, in a fraction of a second, just change for you. We just commented on how good his overtake had been, and then the next time by, boom, he's suddenly spun backwards. He's facing the wrong way on the circuit. So it has all changed now, this chasing pack. Lilly and Geraghty are out in front, but it's now Weaver from Graham from West. So yeah, all changed.
I have to say as well, that gap quietly coming down between Lilly and Geraghty while we've been focusing on this frenzy for third. Cian Geraghty has been taking out a tenth or two or half a tenth a lap on Jack Lilly, and is right now probably perfectly in slipstream range, just about a half a second back off the 399 with 3 minutes plus the lap still to go. We could yet have a fight for the race. Cian Geraghty's ruthless consistency helping him get to the front end of this field and maybe to the top step of the super heats. Louis Weaver, though, now the one in third position, and just saying how easy it is sometimes to defend around Kimbolton. You've just got to make sure that you cover off the switchback. That is the way to get the moves done around here, as we see the 359 of Deacon Russell try and do exactly that into the Willows. Other drivers trying to get creative and, well, stop the whole white lining mentality, but ambitiously around the outside. You're almost always going to get driven off the circuit. It's a very difficult sort of dilemma to have. How do you negotiate a driver that is just so good at that defensive driving and just won't budge in the slightest? Louis Weaver, though, up to third position, trying hopefully to engage a bit of a battle for fourth position so he can try and get away, and that's exactly what's happening. Joshua Graham going defensive on Jack West is giving Louis Weaver the breathing space that he needs to pull a gap.
Yeah, I think Jack West has probably got the quicker car just behind Josh Graham there, the 9 chasing down the 8, so it's going to be slightly frustrating for Jack West in his car right now if he knows he can get ahead. But just ahead of them then, the 348 of Louis Weaver, he's got a little bit of sort of almost free air there for a moment, hasn't he?
He's got probably maybe a lap of not having to defend before Joshua Graham is straight back onto him again. Yeah. He's going to hope for more of that. He wants Jack West to put all of the pressure onto the KR Sport in front of him, so that he can just run away and take an easy third position. Also, the 314 of Charles Green for Guy Cunnington Racing will keep 6th position. And again, all of these drivers have had to be so switched on for the entire race so far. They've not been able to put a foot wrong in the slightest. Down the inside, though, goes the 376 of Caudle. The 315 of Pearson Bullock Carter will get the pair of them, caught them napping, too focused on each other, and the 315 goes through to take what will be 6th position. Yeah, nice move there. Great work from the 315 there. Pearson Bullock Carter, good move on him. Nice overtake, so well done. Really, really exciting stuff, and we're talking there about scrapping for places that are like 6, 7 and 8. Once again, doesn't matter where you're running in a kart race, especially in senior Rotax like this, there's action and overtakes to be had. You've got to fight for every place wherever you are in the field. Penultimate lap of the race, in fact actually third to final lap of the race. Louis Weaver under a lot of pressure from the number 8 of Graham. Fight for third. Meanwhile, Cian Geraghty only 3 tenths off the back of Jack Lilly up in front. The 2 Strawberry Racing Tony karts will be doing battle, hopefully very shortly, into the tail end of this race. Cian Geraghty not got time on his side if he wants to make the move for the lead and, well, change his fortunes this weekend so far at Kimbolton. It's only been a 5th and a 7th already. It would be a new best result of the weekend. He wants a little bit more than that. Currently following, though, the fight for third. You can see the blue and the green getting overtaken by the Chaos Sport of Graham, who gets the up and under there 3 wide, heading on to the penultimate lap of the race. Louis Weaver gets the exit that he needs, but Jack West now trying to get involved. Also here, Pearson Bullock Carter, and you've got Lorenzo Cordell for Zip Factory team. Gets the up and under, will get the drive in towards the Willows, and that has been, well, the main move that people have been making. Nicely done there from the 376, who is now firmly, well, concretely established into this fight for third. Yeah, and look at this fight for third. Look at it. Louis Weaver he can literally physically feel Joshua Graham just tapping his bumper in the rear as we see the 375 come to a stop lower down the order. Miles Roby is out of this one then for MLC Motorsport. But yeah, Louis Weaver under so much pressure from Graham and then West, and then behind them, Lorenzo Cordell getting that move done on Pearson Bullock Carter as they come by on the final lap then now. What will happen into this one? Watch this coming into Stowe. Well played from Weaver, just runs a nice line there. Nobody's going to get an up and under done, are they? No, so he's got himself through the Willows nicely then, still in the position where he went into it. He'll be hoping to tick off just every corner he possibly can. A bit of a frenzy. I think Lorenzo Cordell and Pearson Bullock Carter have settled their fortunes for 6th. There's the fight for the lead, though, through the final couple of corners. Look at Cian Geraghty. He's all over the rear end of Jack Lilly. And there's the 399 who puts his foot to the floor for the final time. He's held off the pressure, but Cian Geraghty will give him a run all the way to the line. Nice. Less than a 10th when we cross the timing beam. Brilliant stuff from Jack Lilly there to hold on, but a valiant effort from Cian Geraghty. The fight for third, though, still yet to be decided. And it's Louis Weaver that will take it from Joshua Graham and Jack West, your top 5. What a race that was in senior Rotax. And again, some of the most experienced, some of the most established drivers in karting, showcasing that, over the last 12 minutes of racing. That was brilliant. That was really, really exciting stuff in the closing stages, that one there. And I like that move from Cian Geraghty, just really putting the hammer down on Jack Lilly there, and the difference between first and second, 0.092, less than a tenth of a second, 9/100ths. Brilliant job from Cian Geraghty, like we say, off the back of a very good result in the Radical Cup UK at Brands Hatch just a weekend ago, leaving that as the championship leader. His first full season, of course, in cars, taking the switch. Initially was going to go single seaters, then went, of course, into the Radicals, and gave a very good battle to Jack Lilly all the way to the line. In the end, the 2 Tony karts separated by less than a tenth of a second. Lilly from Geraghty, Louis Weaver 9 seconds back off the 2 leaders. That says all you need to know about the battle and the frenzy that it was for third position. Joshua Graham, Jack West, your top 5 from Lorenzo Cordell. Pearson Bullock Carter making some moves from Charles Green in P8. Deacon Russell and James Kell, your top 10 after 16 laps of racing. Dylan Morton, Charlie Holm, Matt McGilvray from Jamie Burt and Nathan Traverse, your top 15, with Oliver Smith, Ollie Goodyear, Ethan Critchley, Will Archer, the 361, only 19th for him. He'll be bitterly disappointed with Caitlin Seabrook completing the top 20. And yeah, the 361 has it all to play for the final later on. Janis Auskas from Williams, Lee and Miles Roby, the 24th and final car to be classified, but of course a couple of laps down suffered a problem with just a few to go. Probably on around about lap 14 it was, the 375 was stopped for MLC Motorsport. Jack Lilly, though, what a drive that was, and again held his composure, did the job that he needed to do. But Cian Geraghty, give him another lap and that could have been a very, very feisty fight. Yeah, absolutely could have been, and it certainly teased it out well, doesn't it, for our super final coming up a little bit later on this afternoon. What time is that one then? So where are we? Gates closed. Race start 15:51 for that super final in the seniors this afternoon. Things are teed up nicely. Hey, look at the weather here. Look at the wind. Those flags are
absolutely flapping hard, aren't they? So we've got a crosswind on the circuit here. And, you know, don't forget we're on the site of an old US Air Force base from World War II. So, yeah, it's pretty flat. It's pretty exposed here. You're going to get crosswinds. You're going to get all kinds going on.
We are pretty much in the middle of nowhere.
We are.
In Kimbolton. Our phone's desperately trying to find some service. Senior Rotax, of course, delivering the heat in Super Heat B. Let's head to some more Senior Rotax action with Heat A coming up next. Off the back of a fierce fight in Super Heat B, it's time for some more Senior Rotax action in Super Heat A. Looking forward to this one, of course. A lot of points on the line for these Super Heats, and of course the all-important fight for the international trophy ticket to each of our championship leaders. Macaulay Bishop, though, the man in form, starts P1 from Harry Freeman, of course the final winner from Wilton Mill alongside him on the front row. Matty Hingley from P3 with Freddie Lloyd completing row number 2 in a very star-studded front 2 rows of the grid. That'll be feisty towards the opening corner. Behind that, of course, will be the likes of Hugh Moulton, Leon Hasty, previous champion of the UKC, starting 6th from Harrison Whitcomb, and Victor Hansen completing the 4. Then comes Freddie Werlock. Louis Merica completes the top 10 with Jack Metters and Rhys Bailey in P12. Joseph Mills from Finley Buck, from George Holm and Charlie King, halfway point in the field for the 16th. Then comes Zaki Hussein, Taylor England, Marcus King, and Ollie Miller in P19 and P20. Kieran Ives from Archie Hugan. Comes Kate Broadbent and Molly Griffiths, the 24th driver, and the final driver, Alexander Cole, all to do from the very lonely 13th row of the field. They'll roll their way on to their formation laps, and well, all eyes really now on Macaulay Bishop. He's gone 2 from 2 so far this weekend, off the back of victories in the BNL over in Europe. Narrowly missing out on a podium in the Euro Trophy, but it was a very intense senior final, to put it bluntly. The likes of Jeremy Roivers, Teresa Babichkova all fighting away. If you haven't watched it, I do implore you to go and do it. Macaulay Bishop narrowly missing out on that occasion, and also, of course, the incident back at Wilton Mill between himself and Matty Hingley that spelled ends to each of their winning hopes right at the tail end of Wilton Mill. Still managed to bag a podium, though, did Macaulay Bishop, and we'll be looking to go 3 from 3 across the 2 heats and the Super Heat here at Kimbolton.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting one. We'll see what Macaulay can do. Matty Hingley just behind him there, then, as you say, and Harry Freeman. So Macaulay actually got a win and a win. Matty got a win and a 5th. And Harry Freeman got himself a 2nd and a 2nd. I was just looking down. Alexander Cull is running at the very back of this one, starting from the back, but he was doing well in qualifying yesterday. And what happened to me? He got 4th in Heat 1 and then didn't finish Heat 2. So I'm not sure what happened to him yesterday, but we shall see. But anyway, so yeah, 2nd of these 2 Senior Rotax heats then this morning here in Kimbolton. You can see where we're at. It's just farmland all around, so you get a lot of kind of we are in the middle of nowhere, as Zach says. You get a lot of weather, you get a lot of wind here, so that will start to affect the karts. So a lot of rubber went down on the circuit yesterday, though, so it should still be fairly grippy. It was a scorchingly hot day yesterday, and we had some really quick lap times. But as you can see here, the drivers doing everything they can to put some heat into the tyres on this formation lap before they come around again. Get them as sticky as they can, get as much grip as they can. What will be interesting then is that opening first corner. We have obviously a rolling start, and then it's into that first right-hander that is Stowe. If you're on that left-hand side, it's going to be quite tricky coming into that first corner. So let's see what happens. It was clean last time. Macaulay leading it out.
Macaulay Bishop then to the right-hand side. Of course, Harry Freeman gets a better launch, but stuck on the outside of the front row. Will be desperately trying to hang on to as many positions as he can. A huge crash in the background as one of the karts flips off the tyre barrier there. That's the 343 of Rhys Bailey for Craft Motorsport. Started this race P10 and will be down and out of it at the first drop of the flag. Also some issues for the 381 coming through what was... that's Hugh Moulton coming through the Willows, and already out of this race you can see Rhys Bailey. That is a disappointing start to the race. The front 5 got through fairly cleanly, and as you can see, Macaulay Bishop now leads, well, still leads from pole. Defensive goes, though, the 363. Indeed it is. A good start so far for Harrison Whitcomb from P8 now up to P2. So good for those in the sort of the lower part of the top 10 to make some huge ground in the first lap.
Yeah, obviously that incident there just opened the door for Harrison Whittaker, perhaps. He's just jumped up 6 places into second on the first lap, and he's going to be thinking, this is great news. As we can see, what was that? That was the 381 there, wasn't it, with the Nassau panel just flying up. Hugh Moulton of Whilton Mill making his way into the pits to get that sorted. I think he can come in and get that fixed down and go out again, but he's obviously going to be way off the pace.
Yeah, he can get it fixed, he can get it sorted, but it's unlikely unless there's a red flag, and that's sort of what they're banking on, right? With still 9 minutes left to go, they're banking on a full course yellow or a red flag to bunch the field back up to give you that second opportunity. You have to be in it to win it, but I think it's going to be parked, unfortunately, for Moulton. The number 5 of Matty Hingley goes back through and into second position, so overtaking Harrison Whittaker, and now getting eyes on Macaulay Bishop, who is going to be a tough nut to crack and will be very tough to chase down in this race, already with the fastest lap and settling himself into the nice rhythm. A new lid, of course, for Macaulay Bishop, usually very distinct with his all-white helmet. Now he's got a lovely design in his downhill racing machine, and well, in top form off the back of 2025, winning the World Championships and making it look easy, to quote the guy, and in 2026 looking just as good, if not even better. Currently leading Superheat A for Senior Rotax, Matty Hindley from Harrison Whittaker. Then comes Hanson Werlock. Harry Freeman drops from the outside front row of the grid. He was as low as P7 on the opening lap. Right now the 378 KR Sport kart running 6th place with 7.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, exciting racing where Whittaker then now into third. Just Hingley got ahead of him, didn't he? Now he's going to have to chase him down. I think it was the 330 kart number, or in 330, Victor Hansen, Zip Factory team. I like the way he went into Stowe there. He was kind of almost drifting it into that first right-hander. He had a bit of space. Let's see what he does next time by. It was a nice little move. I liked it. Whether it was fast, I'm not sure. But look at this. Matty Hingley got himself into second, but Whittaker's not letting him go. There is a battle on for second as they cross the timing beam. The gap between those two then, well, it's nothing, isn't it? It's a 1/10 of a second. Yeah,
Macaulay Bishop, I mean, starting from pole position, such a huge advantage. Of course, you get the inside run to Stowe corner. Turn number 1 is down the inside, goes the 378 of Harry Freeman, finds the space to the chicane, and will, well, have that move pretty easily. Nice textbook manoeuvre there on Victor Hansen, up to 4th now for KR Sport, and now has eyes on the 2 in front of him of Whittaker and Matty Hingley, of course, who was leading the final for the best part of the entire race at Wilton Mill, working really nicely with Macaulay Bishop. And then as soon as they decided their alliance was over, they came to blows, locked horns, and that was when then Harry Freeman could work his way through and take victory just a few weeks ago at Wilton Mill. Issues there for the 326, tumbling down. That's Marcus King for Guy Cunnington Racing, has had a bit of a problem and is now down and out of this race. Yet another casualty, and still over half the race to go.
Exciting stuff, over half the race to go, and the battle is on for second. Macaulay Bishop then, the gap back from first to second, 1.7 seconds, so he's got some clear air, and a driver of his calibre is not going to let that one go away. So I think we can safely say, barring a mechanical, Macaulay's off and away and won it. So we'll probably keep our eyes then on the battle for second, third and fourth. At the moment, it's the kart number 5 of Matty Hingley who is winning that one in terms of second. But behind him, Whittaker of Racing Perfection just runs wide, loses a place to Harry Freeman into turn 1 then. So now Freeman ahead of Whittaker.
Yeah, Harry Freeman has been slowly crafting his way through this field. He didn't get the launch, and again, you're almost destined to on the outside front row of the grid, because you're basically a drag race. Even if Freeman got a good launch, he was never going to get a kart's width ahead of Macaulay Bishop to take the inside. So he was, yeah, like I say, you're forced to go around the outside, and by doing so, you just lose out to that train of karts. You're lucky if you make it through cleanly. If there's any contact, that sweeps wide and almost collects you. He kept his head though. He dropped back to as low as P7. He's now into third with eyes on second. It's just taken him half the race to get back into it, and has just meant that Macaulay Bishop has had very little contest at the front end of this field, currently running 1.9 seconds clear of the pack. We'll keep an eye on Harry Freeman. Also, we've got the 331. That's Finley Buck, who showcased some very good pace over 2025. A couple of podiums and top 3s in the heats and stuff for the 331. He was looking very, very good indeed. Now on the back of George Holm for TT Motorsport. That's the fight for 8th position we caught a glimpse of there. They've got a bit of a gap up to Jarek Metters, who's locked on this small train that we've got spanning back from Matty Hingley. Then comes Harry Freeman, Harrison Whittaker. I don't think it's going to be too long until we see the KR Sport kart on the rear end of the number 5 of Matty Hingley.
Yeah, I think that KR Sport Kart is running quickly, and like you say, he's going to chase down Matty Hingley. So the battle will be for second. Meanwhile, out in front, Macaulay Bishop is off doing his own thing. Just looking down the order then, like you say, Finley Buck just taking up another place there, moving from 9th to 8th. George Hulme from TT Motorsport in 9th. Shout out for Craft Motorsport driver Zaki Hussein, running in 10th right now. Zaki been with us from the start, hasn't always managed to do every season in UKC, but when he does get a good kart underneath him, he's got some skills. So good to see you racing with us this weekend, Zaki and family. Right, back to the action though. 312 there. I just saw. I'm not sure who that is. 312 just gesticulating to the kart ahead of him there to get off the way down the road. That is George Hulme. Just kind of as Zaki Hussein overtakes him then. So George down to 10th, Zaki up to 9th.
Yeah, just speaking of Zaki Hussein making some good moves, and well, there he goes, demonstrating one. There you go.
Universe.
Yeah, the 383 also through. That's Leon Hasty, who has been so quick. Of course, took the step up in the seniors last year, impressed at its home rounds when we took to luck, all in what was a dramatic weekend, to say the least. We had some interesting luck with the weather over 2025. I think we had 3 rounds that were almost identical in terms of on and off rain. Larkhall being one of them. Leon Hasty naturally running at the front end of that one, and also making some waves, being one of the biggest gainers in the Euro Trophy at Wackersdorf last weekend, and looking to do exactly the same thing here in the UKC. Currently a net down 3 positions for Leon Hasty, though. He didn't get the best of starts and is looking to recover from that. Time of the essence, though. Less than 3 minutes to go in this race. Macaulay Bishop from Matty Hingley, still from Harry Freeman, who's not driven onto the back of Matty Hingley as I maybe initially thought. There's been a bit of a problem as well for the 312 of George Hulme, who I think we just saw there, spun round at the second chicane.
Yeah, that might have been George just getting spun there, but like you say, yeah, Harry Freeman isn't really quite up on Matty Hingley in the way that we thought, but 2:25 on the clock on this one as we just get eyes on a Lenny Messenger Motorsport kart there. Who was that? Was that 77? Ollie Miller, 377 maybe, moving up 3 spaces. So well done to you, sir. As we're just picking up the action then in the midfield here, who are we looking at? 383.
It's Leon Hasty.
Leon Hasty, there he is. So midfield, running in 9th, Zaki Hussein behind him. Craft Motorsport colours then, the sort of like the blue, the black and the orange.
Good is Leon Hasty. Zaki Hussein as well was impressive at Wilton Mill. Let's not forget. Down the inside though goes the 371. That's Freddie Lloyd fighting away with the likes of Kieran Ives and Charlie King just in front of him. Just a handful of laps left to go in the second Senior Max Super Heat A. Macaulay Bishop now 1.7 seconds clear of Matty Hingley, who, to be fair, to their credit, have been able to match, if not actually best, Macaulay Bishop. They're all running in the 40.7s the entirety of the top 3, although Macaulay Bishop's outright pace of 40.559, and that's the fastest lap currently as things stand. So too for Harry Freeman. He's also running in the 40.5s at a personal best. There is the number 6 of Macaulay Bishop, like we say, reigning world champion, well, we'll be liking to go for the UKC Championship in 2026. He's definitely putting his eggs in the right basket if he wants to go and do that, and especially as well with the international trophy tickets being handed out to our championship leaders at the end of today, he's putting himself in a very good position to seal that ticket as well. Yeah, I think he is. He's had experience of winning just about everything, hasn't he, Macaulay? So he'll probably get himself that Euro trophy ticket maybe this weekend, or might well do, we'll see. But no stranger to the European and world stage, Macaulay Bishop, so winning tickets and winning races is what he's all about. But behind him then, like you say, they're running quick. He's got a 40.59, and then Harry Freeman also in the 40.5s. Clocks it again, still stays at the fastest lap. Matty Hingley is a 40.7. So these boys are really going quick then in senior Rotax. Just getting a little bit look at the action on the bottom turn there, the 353, getting a overtake done. That's Jack Metters overtaking Freddie Worlock there. Nib Sport overtaking TT Motorsport, the battle for 6th. So interesting stuff wherever you look and watch it. This battle continues. He's got that overtake done. So Metters then leading Worlock, but Worlock chasing him down. Penultimate lap of the race currently. Of course, Macaulay Bishop will start the final lap of the race as he crosses the line for his final tour of Kimbolton this morning, and we'll be looking to go for the sweep here at the old airfield. Looking very quick is Macaulay Bishop, very consistent, and to be fair, again, to the credit of Matty Hingley and Harry Freeman, they've not been far off. It was just the start that let them down. If they were in the tow, very easily they could have been contesting with Macaulay Bishop. So all eyes on that final. Realistically, it's going to be a case of whether or not P3 can get a good start and challenge Macaulay Bishop in the early phases, because whoever's starting second, to put it bluntly, is hopeless on the opening lap. They're always going to drop back. However, here comes Harry Freeman, started on the outside of the front row, now trying to fire one back through to get where he started. Checker flag will fly though. Macaulay Bishop will take his third victory of the weekend here at Kimbolton, side by side across the line, less than a tenth between Matty Hingley and Harry Freeman. A good recovery from the Chaos Sport machine, but a nice drive indeed from the number 5.
Yeah, good little move there from Harry Freeman at the end, just letting Matty Hingley know that he was, you know, hadn't let him go. He was right behind him, and he was across the line within a fraction of a second of him. Maybe with a lap or two more, maybe he would have got him. Who knows? But doing everything he can just to lay down a marker ahead of the super final this afternoon, kicking off at about 10-4.
Yeah, all eyes on that super final later on this afternoon. Again, Macaulay Bishop will extend his lead in the championship by what will be a few points, by 5 points to be exact, ahead of Matty Hingley, because that's where they finished P1 and P2 on the road. Harry Freeman less than a tenth of a second back from Harrison Whitcomb. Victor Hansen, a quiet race for Zip Factory team to finish P5 from Jack Metters. Freddie Werlock, Finley Buck driving into the top 10 from Leon Hasty, who dropped back at the start but fought his way back into the top 10, just ahead of Freddie Lloyd, who completes it. Behind that, of course, a very tight and contentious battle. Charlie King, Kieran Ives, Archie Hogan, Louis Merica, who at points was under scrutiny from race control in terms of transponder issues and things, but still managing to finish at P14. Zaki Hussein in the late portion of that race finishes 15th from Joseph Mills, Ollie Miller, Molly Griffiths, Kate Broadbent and George Holm with a late problem for the 312, seeing him out of contention. Taylor England, Marcus King, who was the first of our main retirements, finishes 22nd from Hugh Moulton, and Reese Bale, who didn't even get it past the first braking point of the lap. There you can see the marshal just fixing the repercussions of that spin, unfortunately for Reese Bale, who just got it. I don't know if there was contact or if he got tagged from someone, but nonetheless he was down and out before the flag had really even had a chance to drop.
Yeah, exactly. These starts are going to be interesting, aren't they? You've got to keep it clean into turn one. If you don't, it can all go wrong for you very, very quickly indeed. And like you say, Zach, good news if you're starting on pole, but you know, positions like 1, 3, 5, 7. But if you're on the other side, 2, 4, 6, it's quite tricky, isn't it? I don't know whether I'd really want to be starting in second here.
No, absolutely not. I mean, of course, it's better than last, definitely, but yeah. It's still just suboptimal in that sense, of course. And well, we've got more races to come and more people to start from second to try and test their luck from the outside of the front row of the field. Senior Max done and dusted. We'll see these guys back out for the repechage. Next up, though, it's the first of our Money Max Super Heats. Mini but mighty, a very contentious championship in Mini Inter. Of course, he's Austin Oman, that driver right there, the number 6 for Sam Pollitt Racing, leading the championship by only 3 points, a 5th and a 1st so far for the number 6. Look out though for the likes of Sebastian Behrman through this field, so far 1st and 2nd in each of his respective heats. We'll see as to who's going to be on the grid for Super Heat B. It's Oscar Kenny that will start from pole position alongside championship leader Austin Oman. Logan Rolfe for KR Sport alongside Jackson Hilton on row 2. With Jack Fulbright-Harmer and Flynn Grantham on row 3. Noah Wilco, Dean Singh Pahal, reigning British champion and vice champion of the UKC, starts 8th from Hugo McCluskey, and Teddy Murphy completing the top 10. James DeVries from Will Eden in P12. With Rian Townsend, Eddie Duncan, Serene Gallagher and Chloe McGill, the front 16 karts in Mini Inter Super Heat B. A very lonely 9th row of the grid as well for Hayden Wardale. Makes it a 17 kart Mini Inter grid. Again, like I say, Austin Oman in top form. Always go back, of course, to the Euro Trophy where these British drivers go and represent themselves, I say on a European stage, more so a world stage. Over 36 nations represented each round for the Euro Trophy. Austin Oman always fighting at the sharp end. Same to Logan Rolfe, same to Sebastian Behrman, all drivers that we're going to see over the course of this weekend. Logan Rolfe in particular, starting this race from P3, such a good racer, right? He's quick, but he knows how to make those moves, and that's so important at such a young age, especially in what is a very competitive Mini Inter field.
Yeah, absolutely. The faster that you can learn the moves at this age, the better for you, for sure. And you know, just sort of, I would imagine, kind of like 1/10 better racecraft from you compared to the driver next to you is going to equal 100% better results. Do you know what I mean? You know, the quicker you can get into it at this young age, the better it's going to be for you. Dean Singh Pahal's dad there then. He's starting back down in 8th. What's been going on with him this weekend then? Where's Dean? I can't quite see him. There he is. He had a 2nd in Heat 1, and then a 22nd in Heat 2. So that's why he's starting back in 8th. But yeah, I spoke to his dad before the heats yesterday, and he was happy that he was running quick. Whereas Austin Oman, who's starting on the front there with his dad, kart number 6, he had a 5th and a 1st in his heats yesterday. So confidence is high in that camp. I had a little chat as well with Sebastian Behrman yesterday. He's a really nice young lad to chat to. Cousin of Ollie Behrman, but interesting, he doesn't get much help from Ollie apparently.
Oh really?
Ollie, no, I said to him, does your cousin give you much in the way of advice or ping you a little text now and again? He goes, well, we've sort of got a family WhatsApp chat, but he's often quite busy.
Understandably.
So, understandably busy, but nonetheless, without the guidance of his cousin, he still managed a 1st and a 2nd in his heats yesterday, so let's see what he can do. And Max Abrahart, is Max in this one or is he in the next one?
He's in the next one,
He's in the next one, isn't he? But he won round 1, but the best he could do in his heats was a 7th and a 4th. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see what happens with him in the heat that's coming up after this. Of course, 2 mini heats, mini super heats, mini Inter super heats today, so they're fighting for their places. And 32 grid spots available here at Kimbolton, not the usual 34.
Of course, Kimbolton, especially for these younger drivers, right, it's for a lot of them probably a very new circuit. It's not a circuit you typically see at sort of this level. I think it's the first time the UKC has been here, if memory serves me correctly, the 2nd time that we've been here. So for a lot of these drivers, I mean, the last time we were here, they were probably in nappies still, so they definitely have not driven this circuit. The older drivers, maybe they have, and they've maybe done a couple of test days here, but for a lot of these guys, this is going to be a brand new circuit, a brand new experience, and again, it's already tight in this field, and as it always is in the slightly slower karts of mini Inters, because very much a smaller margin for contention. So, tenths of a second matter so much in these mini Inter fields, and a newer circuit for a lot of these drivers as well. It just bunches everyone back up once again. There you can see our 2 leaders, though, the 148 of Oscar Kenny alongside Austin Oman. Will the cursed P2 strike again? Yeah, we'll find out. But I was just glancing down as well. Oscar Kenny wasn't with us in round 1, but he's joined us for round 2. He got a 3rd and a 1st in his 2 heats, which is why he's running at the front of this one. I must confess, I'm not familiar with Oscar Kenny, so best of luck to you, sir. Let's see what you can do. Representing Hunter Motorsport on the front row of the grid, will put foot to the floor, the green flag will fly, and we will go racing. Oscar Kenny getting squeezed to the inside by Austin Oman, the Sam Pollock Racing Machine getting his elbows out early. Logan Rolfe trying to follow him through, but Austin Oman, oh my goodness me, around the outside of the opening corner. Brilliantly done there, as Logan Rolfe would try and jostle with the Hunter Motorsport Machine of Oscar Kenny through the willows for the first time, but Austin Oman strikes down the narrative that you can't win a race from P2. Well, that was a good, bold move from him. Must have guns of steel to hang onto the steering wheel and run it round the outside like he did. But he's not stayed there, has he? Because, as you can see, he's dropped back to 2nd right now. So in front of him, then Oscar Kenny's got it back. So the battle is on. Great move from Austin Oman, though. Yeah, brilliant. I think maybe just because, again, the top speed of these mini Inters. Around the outside again. Oh my goodness me, what another move. Bold and ambitious from Austin Oman, this opening lap for him, as I think we're going to be... we've got a yellow flag. Yeah, we're going to be going again. So this is actually the race start. We're going to go foot to the floor once again. So it was a false start initially, so that's why Austin Oman dropped back into the pack. And again, he's been able to hold firm around the outside. He's only dropped to 3rd position, so Oscar Kenny will still be leading this race. Austin Oman in 3rd position. Bit of a confusing start to mini Inters. Of course, Austin Oman gutted that he didn't get to keep that lead that he so desperately tried to get off the initial restart. I think we might as well. We're going to go for a 3rd attempt, are we, as well? I think we're going for a restart. I did. Yeah. Here we go. I saw the full start flag, the green with the yellow cross on it there, but wow, it was quite exciting, wasn't it? Kept us on our toes. Let's do that again. It did. And for real this time, please, lads. That would be great. Austin Oman on the right-hand side, Oscar Kenny on the left. We've just seen what could have been. Austin Oman, though, he's just pulled off that brilliant move. He's now got to do it again. I think just do it again. Yeah, we'll have to see. I think because of the lower top end of the mini Inters, it just means that you of course, have a bit more of a chance around the outside compared to the juniors and the seniors and stuff. I think it's definitely more possible to have that agility around the outside, and also they're narrower, so they occupy less space. Nonetheless, let's put foot to the floor and go racing for Mini Inter. Austin Oman not as aggressively to squeeze Oscar Kenny until they cross the line, then brings it all the way to the right-hand side of the circuit. This time we'll try and go around the outside. There's contact, though. A couple of cuts off the 177 of Teddy Murphy and Hugo McCluskey collecting each other, and there's contact to the front. Oscar Kenny gets fired off. Austin Oman finds his way through. A bent nose cone there for the 148. Through into the lead goes the 132 of Logan Rolfe.
Wow, so Logan Rolfe is the benefactor there, and then we see Flynn Grantham of Thule Motorsport 106 pushing his car off the circuit as well. I'll be honest, Zach, I was glancing at the timing screen here, and then I look up, and the next thing I see, it's all kicked off, it's all gone on. So can anyone explain to us what just happened?
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't think even the drivers could either. Austin Oman quick to make some moves back down the inside. I think that was Jackson Hilton he's fighting with. In fact, it's the likes of Jack Fulbert-Karma. Austin Oman just find a way through. Logan Rolfe stuck on the outside of two karters. I think that is Hilton and Dean Singh Pahal, the reigning British champion, of course, starting down in P8 for this race. Hasn't waited for a second invitation to get towards the front end of the field. The step up into Mini Inter proving fruitful for Dean Singh Pahal. He's right now on the back of his DHR teammate of Jackson Hilton.
Wow, so it's all gone on. So Austin Oman down in 6th. And up front then, Logan Rolfe of KR Sport with the fastest lap of 45.77. Behind him then, Hilton, Singh Pahal and Wilco. This is really, really exciting stuff for these Mini Inters. We've just watched two really good senior Rotax races, and now here we are with Mini Inter then delivering the business. Hilton, Singh Pahal, Rolfe then are your top 3. Oman up to 4th already after dropping down. Now all eyes then Austin Oman, 44.3 is the fastest car out on track. He's in 4th place. Let's see him climb up the order and get himself back out in front.
We'll have to wait and see. Of course, a pretty intense battle. There you can see the repercussions of said battle. Oscar Kenny, who has been looking very good so far this weekend, a 3rd and a 1st, and well, now unfortunately a DNF for the 148. We'll have it all to do in the super final a bit later on this afternoon. Less than 8 minutes to go though, plus the lap, as the 118 of Chloe McGill will fire one down the inside of the 3rd to final corner. Logan Rolfe desperately trying to cling on for 2nd position. Meanwhile, Jackson Hilton establishes a bit of a foothold at the front of the field. Dean Singh Pahal goes through. Austin Oman will make it 3 wide towards the opening corner. There's contact. Goodness me. Fired off, and quick reactions from Logan Rolfe to hang on to the car and rejoin. That was a remarkably quick reaction there to decide to go left-hand down from Logan Rolfe to have the space to rejoin and not get collected into the tyre barrier. 3 wide, despite how narrow these minis are, is never going to work to turn 1.
Yeah, it was never going to work. Austin Oman obviously just hustling and driving, trying to get up the inside. The other car, I don't think, really realised he was there and just turned in as normal, and then they were wheel to wheel. And fair play, like you say, to Logan Rolfe for just surviving that one. Kart's up in the air. So, wow, wow, wow. This is perhaps the most action-packed Super Heat that we've seen this morning.
It's looking good, definitely. Dean Singh Pahal, as a result of that contact, drops all the way down to P11. Logan Rolfe at P13. So they're still in this race and still opportunities to get into the top 10. Austin Oman, arguably maybe the instigator of that, making it 3 wide. The stewards will definitely look at that, but he's actually still running at the front end of the field. Tips his way through and up into 3rd position. So regardless of what the stewards decide, Austin Oman is going to be looking for a good result on the circuit. Pahal and Rolfe, though, both got the work to do into the final 6.5 minutes of this race.
Yeah, they absolutely have. He was, he was charging. He was coming up the inside, and like I say, there he is there now, just getting another overtake done. Number 6, Austin Oman. I don't know whether he was doing anything wrong, really. He was just trying to get the overtake done. The kart in front of him pulled him, and there he was. So coming up from behind, up the inside, I don't know. But Chloe McGill then up to 4th a second or two ago, a lap or two ago. She was down in about like 13th or 14th or something. She's now up to 4th. So Chloe McGill then now going to start putting some pressure on. Can she get herself in the top 3 for this one? It'd be nice to see.
She's been running very well, was doing so over 2025 as well. Chloe McGill, now for Sam Pollock Racing. I believe she was racing for KR Sport last year, I think so, in 2025. So taking that switch over to Sam Pollock Racing, and currently doing very well indeed. Ahead of Noah Wilco, Rian Townsend just at the back end of this train. In fact, firing it on down the inside goes the 120 of Townsend, so we'll find his way into the top 5. 5.5 minutes left to go. It's Jackson Hilton that leads 1.7 seconds clear of Austin Oman. who's, well, quietly worked his way. I say quietly, definitely has not been quiet. He's been taking the loud approach in this race, up to second from Fulbrook Karma, McGill, Townsend, your top 5. Then comes Wilco, Duncan, De Vroo, Eden, and Dean Singh Pahal back into P10. Logan Rolfe, though, motivated as ever. Fastest lap of the race, charging through with the 1-2-3 with the fastest lap of the race as well.
That's going to be really interesting, isn't it? Logan Rolfe just clocking a 43.8, fastest lap. He's down in 11th. Don't forget, he was running in the front 3 of this one until the incidents that we've seen. How many positions can he climb up through the pack with, you know, 4 minutes, 40 seconds left on the clock, which we'll find out. Good luck to you, Logan, for KL Sport. Let's see what you can do. The next overtake he's got to get done is Dean Singh Pahal. So, you know, he's got a difficult driver as the next overtake, as we see one there getting done. So that's the 177. Teddy Murphy making a move on Hugo McCluskey. Well done, Teddy Murphy of Sam Pollitt Racing. Strong move, so a nice overtake.
He was quickly undone by the 114, though, who got the up and under towards the Willows. Following there, the 118, that's Chloe McGill in the orange, white and blue Sam Pollitt Racing, trying to chase after a teammate, of course, of Austin Oman, who's running in second. Jack Fulbrook Karma in third for MLC Motorsport. Currently running quite well, 4 minutes plus the lap still to go. Hilton from Oman, Fulbrook Karma, your top 3. And look at that runaway lead that we've got from Jackson Hilton. So many people today, we've seen it across the category, settled in fighting for second, that the leader, at least in the early phases, are able to bridge a bit of a gap. And, well, have the majority of the race pretty stress-free. Austin Oman, though, running about a second, a lap quicker than Jackson Hilton. I just don't think he's got enough time in order to reel that gap in too much. I think Jackson Hilton's, his only job now is to keep it on the circuit, keep the pace decent enough to hang on to victory.
Yeah, I think Jackson Hilton will be able to do that. You can see the gap back there to Austin Oman. 1.5 seconds. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Austin's going to be chasing down. He's not going to settle for it, is he? As we see, is that Chloe McGill coming under pressure there, just a little bit further back. But yeah, crossing the start-finish line once again. Jackson Hilton then, now the gap back 1.2. It's 1.5, it's now 1.2, so Austin Oman. Oh, as we see a kart just get a little tap and spin there. What was that, the 123? Oh, was that the 132 of Logan Rolfe? Didn't quite see, moved a bit too quick for my aging eyes, I have to say. There's that.
No, Logan Rolfe is all good there. You can see him on the back end of, that'll be the likes of, I think, Will Eden. Something hanging off. Oh no, it's all good. I thought a tube was something hanging off his overalls there. It wasn't. It was just something feeding into the engine. Logan Rolfe, all good, no problem, back into the top 10. And again, we say that he has to battle with Dean Singh Pahal. I don't think he should. I think he should be working with the 123 to carve his way through the field. That's exactly what they're doing. Another position ticked off for the pair of them, up into 7th and 8th respectively. You have to say, despite the contact, still a remarkable result for the pair of them. Now in towards turn number 1, of course, under a bit of pressure is the 107. So that's Gallagher fighting with De Vroo and Teddy Murphy all getting involved. The 177 of Teddy Murphy was the main beneficiary of that move, but side by side towards the next chicane already, Teddy Murphy under pressure.
Wow, so exciting. I was about to shout out Soren Gallagher for getting a great little overtake done, and then, like you say, she kind of lost that position. So good battle going on between those guys. James Devereux, Soren Gallagher, Teddy Murphy, Hugo McCluskey, and ahead of them is Will Eden then, who just drops down from 8th to 9th. So yeah, that sort of midfield pack, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th positions, all making moves, trying to get up through the pack. So well done to all of you guys. Singh Pahal, as we just glanced at the timing screens, they're now up to 6th on this one. And Logan Rolfe up to 8th, still clocking fastest laps with a 43.87. On-screen action here, though, that's the 108 being chased down by whoever we've got there. 194, Jack Fulbrook Karma. Strawberry Racing under pressure from MLC. Look at this, they are bumper to bumper running through there. Super exciting stuff. So come on then, Eddie Duncan, you've got to get yourself, just keep your head in the game, because Fulbrook Karma is behind you there. 108 being chased by 194. 194 gets it done up the inside, but will it come back? Will it switch straight back? Will Strawberry Racing take the place back? I don't think they will. MLC at the moment then running down into Stowe. Let's see what happens. Just a slight change in the camera shot there. Now the close-up. But yeah, look, they're still battling. They're still battering. 108 gets it back from 194. So Strawberry taking the advantage back from MLC Motorsport.
I absolutely love the mini Inters. These
So
guys,
good.
they're so good.
Yeah.
They're mini, but they're mighty. And then we dubbed the micros, was it Magnificent last? I can't remember
Think
what
so.
Kieran Mogg
Yeah.
told us, but yeah, something like that. We got the mighty minis and the Magnificent micros. And again, they're the youngest drivers, and they give us such good
It's the
racing.
best.
It's great. Because the karts are small, because they're slightly slower at the top end, you've got more overtakes. It's like the karting equivalent of like an MX-5, I guess.
Yeah.
Right, in terms of the slipstream and the race that you get, and it's so good. I love it. Jackson Hilton, though, the gap between himself and Austin Oman, 7/10 of a second. It's very quickly come down. I don't think that Austin Oman is going to have the time to seal the deal unless he really gets the hurry on. This is the penultimate lap of the race now. But Austin Oman, in terms of raw pace, unbelievably quick in this race. He's, like I say, slashed that gap by over half. He's running 0.2 of a second quicker than the Dan Holland racing machine of Jackson Hilton in front. So looking very good for Austin Oman so far this weekend. A penalty, though, coming in for Will Eden, the 164. 5 seconds added to his race time, currently running 8th.
Yeah, that's not going to be good for him. So 8th, we'll see him drop down the order. But yeah, full credit to Austin Oman. Dropped down, didn't he? And then now he's fought his way back up. And as you say, that gap, what, 3 laps ago was a second and a half, and now it's just 0.7 of a second between Hilton and Oman. Chloe McGill has managed to get herself up to 3rd, and she's staying there at the moment. So well done, Chloe. Well done, Sam Pollitt Racing. It's a Sam Pollitt Racing 2 and 3 at the moment, with Dan Holland racing out in front. So yeah, really exciting stuff from these mini Inters. Just picking up some midfield action here on the on-screen pictures. They all seem to have a little bit of breathing space between each of these karts. This is out in front though. Here we go. Dan Holland racing them. Jackson Hilton being chased down by Austin Oman. The clock's gone to 0, so it'll be last lap next time by when they cross the timing beam. Or are we on last lap? We're on last, aren't we? Of course we are. Check it now.
Check flag flies. Jackson Hilton will hang on for victory versus Austin Oman. Nicely done from DHR. Austin Oman, though, a fiery race from the youngster for Sam Pollitt Racing, finishes within 7/10 of the race lead. A brilliant display put on by the pair of them. Chloe McGill, your top 3. We'll run you through the full results in just a moment, but another thriller in Mini Inter.
It's really exciting, really, really exciting. It all goes on, doesn't it? And they get themselves bumped and hustled and knocked down, but then they make their way up. But we must just give sort of commiseration and shout out to Oscar Kenny, who's ended up down in 16th. And don't forget, he was, you know, he started on 2nd, didn't he, on the grid, or 1st on the grid?
Pole, yeah, Pole. He was leading, and I think it was contact with Austin Oman or someone else involved through the sweeping section just after Willows. Nonetheless, Jackson Hilton was the beneficiary for DHR, would then keep his composure and hang on from the very charging number 6 of Austin Oman. Chloe McGill, though, a new season best result in P3 in the pre-final, bringing home some great points for Sam Pollitt Racing. Eddie Duncan from Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, your top 5, and recovery drive so far this season. P6 and P7 for Dean Singh Pahal and for Logan Rolfe. Contact dropping through the back end of the top 15 and then firing back through well inside the top 10. Will Eden, 5-second penalty in 8th. Then comes Noah Wilco and James DeVreux, your top 10 drivers after what was 13 laps of racing in Mini Inter Super Heat B. And you have to say again, so many good drives, so many good stories in this Mini Inter field.
Yep, so many, and we've got it all to come once again. We've got the second one of those up in a moment or two. So, yeah, we've been treated to some excitement there, haven't we? And as we kind of look at the overall championship standings right now, up next in this next one will be the man who was leading after round 1, Max Abrahart.
And Sebastian Behrman as well, P2 and P3 in the championship. All to come then in Mini Inter Super Heat A, coming up next. Looking forward to this one. Mini Inter Super Heat A, of course, a big story in the form of Maximilian Abrahart and Sebastian Behrman sharing the grid for this one. As always, again, the championship leaders after round 2. Last year, it was a ticket into the Euro Trophy. This year, it's a ticket into the International Trophy, where, of course, tickets can be run to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals hosted in Portimao at the back end of this year. I think just at the beginning of December or the late part of November. The event that each of these young drivers, aspiring racing drivers, want to win, want to go and do it. For some of them, they already have gone and ticked off that achievement. For some of them, they are still chasing the dream. And of course, this is the time to prove yourself. Sebastian Behrman, though, in a good position to maybe take the championship lead. Will start this run from pole position. James Roots alongside him with Otis Cleary and Maximilian Abrahart, our round 1 winner, starting this race from P4. Riley Blakemore, Lewis Herbertson on row 3 with Rudra Golkanaf and Arthur Farrow keeping each other company on the 4th row of the grid, both of whom in Kart Republic chassis. William Moore from Riders Young, Finley Beals from Charlie Page completing row 6. With Isaac Garth, Seiki Komatsu from Edison Burrows and Teddy Roberts in P16. think potentially, oh, there we go, 2 more. Jack Brown, Carter Jackson, 17th and 18th to round off the second Mini Inter Superheat grid. And, well, 9 rows ahead of us. A big Mini Inter field. Again, we usually only have the one Superheat, the one race for them in the morning. This weekend, of course, we get the privilege of having them split, and of course then the the very high stakes repechage to hang on to your spot into the final later on as well. There you can see a very relaxed 151 there, getting himself quietly warmed up for the race ahead of him. And well, that's probably the best way to keep your composure, is just sit there, you know, twiddle your feet and be ready to go.
Yeah, James Roots wasn't with us in round 1, but joins us for round 2, looking very calm and relaxed. Came second in Heat 1 and third in Heat 2, so a little bit like Oscar Kenny. Didn't join us for round 1, but then he's turned up, and he's turned up all guns blazing. So, yeah, nice and casual for James Roots out on front. Shout out to Oscar Cleary, who's sitting in third. Good driver, good support from his dad, Roger, there on the grid. I saw just sorting him out there, getting the tyre pressures right and keeping his lad calm. He's in third, so that's a good position to be in, isn't it? That second place spot. Maybe not the best position going into turn 1, but perhaps third is the place where you want to be, if not pole position, of course.
That does help, actually.
Yeah.
Starting first is a good place to start. Yeah, on the outside of the front row, we did see from Austin Oman, though, it's not impossible to hang on to it, especially, you know, in the minis, and I'm sure we're going to see it again in the micros. It's not impossible to keep that momentum around the outside, because, again, you're not having to, well, the karts take up less space, so you can sort of squeeze the gap more and have a better run around the outside. You're also topping out at less speed. A good showing from the outside front row of the grid, but all eyes, of course, to Sebastian Behrman. He doesn't need the help, does he?
He doesn't. No. And when the flag flew green then to signal them to come off the dummy grid and out onto the track, Seb Behrman just flew at it. He was straight out on it, so he's obviously got the bit between his teeth. He'll be gripping the steering wheel hard and really wanted to show us what he can do. So yeah, exciting stuff. So let's see what happens then. Should be a bit of rubber going down the circuit now after what we had, about 5-6 races already today. 1, 2,
this is our 6th now, I think.
This is our 6th, isn't it? So yeah. So the track should be sort of getting a little bit stickier. It's still not very warm out there, though. It's still quite a chilly kind of overcast day here in the farmers' fields of Kimbolton. It's absolutely dead flat everywhere you look around here. In every direction, it's just green fields like that either side. So here you go, great little shot there. You can see the background of where we're at here in Kimbolton, in Northamptonshire, just sort of near Huntingdon. If you're watching a Summer in the World right now, that's where we are. Super circuit, lovely circuit. Would be nice if they could get more racing done here to support this great club. Hunt's Kart Racing Club have been here, I think, since 1958 or 59 or something. So big history of racing here, but they're not always able to do the racing. 1 race a month is all they're allowed. We're off those, Zach. Here we go.
Here we go. Foot to the floor. Sebastian Behrman will lead them from pole position for Sam Pollitt Racing. Takes the inside line through turn number 1. James Roots will try and do the deed around the outside. The 151 jumps over the curb. There's contact through the background, but for the most part, actually all through cleanly. The 151 of Dan Holland Racing. James Roots just getting caught out slightly there, running a bit wide, and that's going to cost him in the first part of this race. You can see dropping right back to about 7th or 8th position. So far, so good, though, for the race leaders. Not, though, Sebastian Behrman. He's dropped back into 2nd position. I think that's actually the Coles Racing at 113, and Maximilian Abrahart that might have been able to get the jump. Will confirm as they come through. In fact, it's the 168, Riley Blakemore for Tooley Motorsport, that takes the lead.
Wow, well done, Riley. Good work, sir. Keeping your head while it's all going on around you. Got yourself out on the lead. Let's see now what he can do. You've got Sebastian Behrman right behind you, though, so he's going to be pushing you hard, and behind you, sir, you've got Max Abrahart of Coles Racing. So yeah, there's some big names at the front straight away. There was a little bit of bump and hustle in the mid-pack into turn 1, wasn't it, on that first turn, but they all seem to have made it through cleanly. Changing the order. Oh, here we go. Number 10 then, Seb Behrman gets himself back out in front then, overtaking Tooley Motorsport man. That was Riley Blakemore. So 168 also under pressure from 113, Max Abrahart. What's happened? He's gone from 1st to 3rd in 3 corners.
Yeah, it's not looking good, unfortunately, for Sebastian Behrman. He's not had the best of launches in the world. Maximilian Abrahart, though, with a great one, as Sebastian Behrman actually now has been able to work his way quietly up into the lead. Now representing Sam Pollitt Racing ahead of Max Abrahart. Then comes Blakemore, Otis Cleary, James Roots, who's dropped back to 5th. Like I say, tried ambitiously to go to the outside, but I think was just caught a little bit too much. Jumped over the curb. That hampered his run in towards Willows, and then as a result dropped back into the pack. But right now recovering and into 5th. So Sebastian Behrmann recovering off not the best of starts, but now under a lot of pressure from the Coles Racing, of course, of Maximilian Eberhardt, who's looking to go 2 from 2 in terms of rounds and final victories. He took it at Wilton Mill. He currently runs 2nd place in the championship. There's only 3 points off Austin Oman in that fight as well, coming into the pre-finals this morning. Currently, as it stands, in 2nd. That gap of 3 points will maintain. If he can get through and finish in front of Sebastian Behrmann, he will be our new championship leader.
Yeah, already doing some mental gymnastics this morning, Zach. Some mathematical gymnastics. Well, you're very good at the maths, so you're all right at this. But yeah, look at this out in front. They're close, aren't they? Look at the run we've got right now then. So it is, as you can see there, Behrmann and Eberhardt and Blakemore out in front right now doing the business for us. Give us the close racing that we enjoy. And the 168 of Riley Blakemore, he was leading, wasn't he? But he's dropped down to 3rd. Can he stay there? There's your leader, though, number 10, Sebastian Behrmann. Behind him, Maximilian Eberhardt, cart number 131. There's a 151 in the mix there as well. That's James Roots of Dan Holland Racing, who's also got the fastest lap right now. Gets a move done up the inside, runs it up the inside then of Riley Blakemore, puts himself in 3rd. Yeah, the timing ladder will change now to show Roots ahead of Blakemore. Cleary currently running in 5th. There's another Dan Holland Racing car. No, that's Otis Cleary just trying to get a move done up the inside there.
James Roots, very quick on the European stage, took the victory on the circuit at Cremona for the first round of the Euro Trophy. Was demoted, though, off of the podium after a post-race 3-second penalty, promoted the likes of Joshua Cook to the top step. Logan Rolfe then took to 2nd, and Charlie Page actually worked his way up in a 3rd for his, maiden Euro Trophy podium. Charlie Page, speaking of him, currently runs 11th, the 133, on the back of William Moore to get himself into the top 10. A bit of a mistake there from Maximilian Eberhardt. Is going to open the door for James Roots to fire one down the inside of the final corner at Kimbolton corner. Goes through into 2nd, and then you just saw there Maximilian Eberhardt getting on the power a bit too early, running a bit wide, dipping half a wheel off of the curb, dropped down, ruined his exit speed, and also then had a twitch of oversteer as well. He then had to bring it back to the left, open up the final corner. James Roots straight down the inside, did not hesitate for a second, and is now knocking on the door of the race leader of Sebastian Behrmann.
Yeah, and just before that played out, what I saw was Max Eberhardt, because he knew Roots was behind him, hustling him. Max Eberhardt just sort of tapped his helmet and gesticulated forwards as if to say to Roots, don't fight for me, let's get up on the leader. Well, obviously, while he was concentrating on doing that to himself, James Roots thought, well, no, I'm not worried about you, mate. I'm going to get down the road. I'm off and away. And then 2 corners later, boom, he'd overtaken him. So, yeah, James Roots, he's ruthless. He's out there. He wants to win. He's not here to play games or work with anybody else. He just wants to get up and on down the road and into the lead.
Yeah, it's always best gesturing when you're the driver in front to work together, because obviously as much as you want to work with people, and that sort of that racecraft is important, you almost have half a mind to be the one actually doing the heavy lifting yourself, because you don't want to then drive onto the back of the race leader in 3rd and then say work with James Roots to get him onto the back of the race leader. James Roots goes through, overtakes Sebastian Behrmann, and then runs off with it. If I was Maximilian Eberhardt, it's almost like I want to be the one in 2nd. I want to arrive first on Sebastian Behrmann. However, down the inside goes James Roots straight away, finds the space. Maximilian Eberhardt will try and go with him. Sebastian Behrmann will tuck in a 2nd. We've got 3 carts nose to tail with just under 5 minutes left to go in Mini Inter Superheat A. It's Roots from Behrmann, now Max Eberhardt, the top 3, all of whom have a shot at the UKC title in 2026, all of whom are unbelievably quick. And, well, the future is in very good hands indeed if this is the next generation. Roots now still from Behrmann in 2nd position, but Maximilian Eberhardt has been able to tip his way up, through and ahead for Coles Racing.
Yeah, good move from the 113 there on the number 10 of Seb Behrmann there. But James Roots has turned up this weekend, obviously, just with a job to do, and he's setting out his stall, and he's here to do it in Mini Inter. So really exciting stuff. Well done to you, James, in Dan Holland Racing, leading this one, but not running away with it. Got himself in 1st, and behind him, Max Eberhardt, the gap back, just a 1/10 of a second. Look at this, up the inside there. Number 10, Seb Behrmann, has a look, has a go. Will it stick? No, 113's not going to let him go. So the battle is on between Eberhardt and Behrmann right now. They're dueling it out. But as it stands right now, it is Seb Behrmann who's just got the upper hand at this point in the lap. It will probably change. Otis Cleary then up to 4th, pushing on the pair of them. He's going to have eyes on 3rd.
Yeah, James Roots now, though, has been able to establish a very nice foothold, and based on his pace so far this race, is a foothold that I wouldn't want him to have if I was the likes of Maximilian Eberhardt and Sebastian Behrmann. Your best hope in a field this tight is to tuck in, sit in the slipstream and go again. The minute you then start fighting for second, third or fourth is then when you start losing touch of the lead. It's something that we've seen all morning long, and right now Maximilian Eberhardt needs to, I think, just settle down a little bit. I understand, like I was saying, that he doesn't want to be the one trailing in the racecraft exchange. He wants to be the one leading that fight for the lead, but ultimately right now tripping up over Sebastian Behrmann is going to do no one any favours if they want to get after James Roots, because his pace is scarily dominant so far in this race.
Yeah, it really is. A shout out as well, we're just picking up in the mid pack here the KR Sport Racing Machine of 158, Lewis Herbertson getting overtakes done, currently running in 7th, just got past the 135 of Rudra Gokulfnath. And he's now got his eyes on Arthur Farrow, so eyes on kart 158. He's on the charge. Good work, Lewis. Look at this though, more overtakes here. Number 10 Seb Behrmann then on the 151, so he's now our race leader. Phenomenal. What's happened to James Roots? So James Roots just lost his mind for a minute. He's going backwards, isn't he?
Yeah, he's dropped back to 3rd. Maximilian Eberhardt found one to the inside of the Willows, and again, it's always difficult to go around the outside. He's now under a lot of pressure from Otis Cleary, his DHR teammate. They've got to sort of tuck in and work together to get onto the back of the top 2 of now Behrmann and Eberhardt 1 and 2. 2 minutes plus the lap still to go, probably going to be maybe 3 laps at the line, maybe 4, depends as to sort of when they cross with how many seconds. I think we got 13 in Superheat B, so in Superheat A we've now completed 11, so yeah, 3 laps to go. Sebastian Behrmann from Eberhardt, from Roots, Otis Cleary, then comes Riley Blakemore, your top 5. We're following the top 4 currently because those are the ones in the conversation for the lead. Maximilian Eberhardt though has got, well, only 1 kart in front of him. That means he's got really no one else to work with. He's going to be gunning, you can imagine, after the back of Sebastian Behrmann to find his way through and back into the race lead that's changed hands so many times over the last 9 minutes.
Yeah, it really has. I'm not quite entirely sure what was going on with James Roots in those moments, just like on the last lap, where he went from 1st to where he is right now in 3rd and finds himself under pressure from his teammate Otis Cleary behind him. Did he have a little mechanical? Was he just sort of fiddling with something on the car? I'm not sure, but he seemed to go backwards pretty quickly for me. So he's going to fight back now, but out in front, there we are then, Sebastian Behrmann holding off Coles Racing, Max Eberhardt. Look at Behrmann leaning into the corners, just kind of like trying to just, I don't know, it's how it's working for him. Look at this up the inside though, look, Max Eberhardt has a look. Yes, has a look, there we go, and gets it done. So now it's the 113 of Eberhardt from Behrmann, from Roots, from Cleary. Exciting stuff in mini inters. These 4, you wouldn't want to call it. You wouldn't want to call it. Got 40 seconds plus a lap left to go. I think any one of them could get it, Zach.
Yeah, it could go any which way. Sebastian Behrmann half a mind to defend from James Roots behind, who could well see the gap open up into the final corner. Sebastian Behrmann, bit of a twitch on turning. I think maybe hit a slight bit of a bump, sent him wide. That allows James Roots to get underneath. What a shot that is there through the tyre barrier. Down the inside though, Sebastian Behrmann desperately trying to hang on for 2nd position with just what will be 2 laps left to go. This is the penultimate lap of the race as the 2 THR teammates will clash horns as well. A point forward from James Roots. He wants to win this race. Otis Cleary wants to find his way into the top 3. Maximilian Eberhardt found his way through, is now looking to hang on from Sebastian Behrmann, who is still on the back of him. This still can be changed with a lap and a half to go. That
was so exciting while that action was going on there, just into that turn 1. Cleary sort of found himself a little bit closer to the Roots than he was moments earlier, and he thought he was going to get an overtake done, but they've settled again now, and they're back in that similar race order, similar gaps between the 4 of them as they cross that start-finish line. It is Eberhardt from Behrmann, from Roots, from Cleary then into turn 1. Look at this up the inside. We've got 10 fighting it out then with the 113, and 113 comes out the better at the other side of Stowe. So now it is Max Eberhardt leading with a gap back to number 10. Look at James Roots though, having a look up the inside as they go into the far reaches of the circuit. Super exciting stuff here at Kimbolton.
Sebastian Behrmann needs a good exit off of that. He didn't want to fall back into the pack because that would have almost signed, sealed and delivered his chances of winning this race. He's currently in 2nd, 2 corners left to run. Maximilian Eberhardt looks to be unchallenged, and maybe the space opens up into the final corner. Sebastian Behrmann giving it a go, but Maximilian Eberhardt will defend it. Up underneath goes James Roots. It's a drag race between the pair of them to the line. The checker flag will fly 3 wide. Whoa. In the drag race. Otis Cleary trying to get involved, but it's victory for Eberhardt in Mini Inter Superheat A. Sebastian Behrmann in 2nd, James Roots, Otis Cleary separated the 3 of them by what is that, 58 thousandths of a second, just over half a tenth between the 3 of them. Incredible stuff, and again, could have gone any which way. What a display from Mini Inters.
That was so good. Really, really good racing. Thank you to all of the young drivers who were involved in that one. We really enjoyed it. And yeah, 4th place man Otis Cleary just pulling up on the rear wheels of James Roots in that drag race to the line. But in the finish, Abrahart of Coles Racing got the better of Sebastian Bernard.
He did indeed. James Roots would complete the top 3 with Otis Cleary and Riley Breakmore, your top 5. Half a second covering the top 5. Arthur Farrow, Lewis Herbertson, Roger Golkina from Charlie Page, the 133 workings were up to 9th from Ryder Ziong, who completes the top 10. A bit of a way off, about 3.5 seconds off the rest of the pack. But that was because I think he was a bit preoccupied with the likes of William Moore, Finley Beals, Isaac Garth and Edison Burrows. Seiki Komatsu also, who received a 3-second time penalty for the race start, having 2 wheels over the tram lines. Teddy Roberts, Jack Brown and Carter Jackson, all of our drivers who started the race also finished it, and within 16.1 seconds of each other, less than a second per kart out on circuit. Kimbolton delivering the action in Mini Inter, and well, still a couple more categories to look forward to. 2 more super heats before we go to the repechage. Mini Inter, like I say, just been so good, and we get to continue that with the micros.
Yeah, Mike.
Just 1 point in it at the top end of the magnificent Micromax field. It's Lenny Barton and Sebastian Crawford, 216 to 215. Get this, James Prakash, 214. Talk about the potential ticket to the Le Mans Trophy. These guys, well, yeah, 2 points separating the top 3 is incredible. Behind that, Arthur Bowers, Arlo Gamble, 184, 182. So close in this Micromax field. There you can see the Strawberry Racing Lenny Barton, who will be taking to the Micromax Superheat. You've then also got the likes of James Prakash, who will be looking to work forward as well. It's once again similar to the Mini Inters, the micros, slightly slower karts, slightly well, more inexperienced drivers. These are some of the drivers who are taking their very first step on the ladder, a very long and grueling journey to the top in karting, but they always give us some brilliant racing. Sebastian Crawford and Lenny Barton share row 1 with James Prakash and Albert Farrow on row number 2. Behind that, it's Wraith Owen, Arlo Gamble completing row 3 from Benjamin Silva and Kai Suri, who share row number 4 on that race towards turn 1. Asher Gupta, Arthur Bowers, Arthur Rhodes, and Caden Hanley, P9 through to P12. Then comes Rudy Raptap, Singh Shekhawat and Bobby Slater in 14th. Will Wainwright from Ralph Ewer in 15th and 16th position. Austin Gao, Anson Gao, I should say, Jensen Kelly and Hugo Senna will be needing to channel some of his namesake from 19th on the grid to fight his way forwards, all to do from P19 in the Micromax Superheat. And of course, a very star-studded front row of the field. Lenny Barton on the outside front row, but as we know in these smaller karts, definitely possible to do something from P2.
Yeah, it definitely is. And we've got eyes on Seb Crawford there. Shout out to Seb. I did a little social media interview with him yesterday. I couldn't get my words out. I kept on fluffing my questions and my words. And Seb was laughing at me. He's laughing at me. So not only is he good in the kart, but he's also very good at his social media. And he's a good driver as well, of course. He's come second in both of his heats this weekend. He was unfortunate at round 1. He thought there should have been a restart in the final. Ended up with a 5-second penalty. So he kind of, you know, won it on the road, didn't he, by I think 3 seconds and ended up going back 5 seconds. So, yeah, just a little bit of a kind of strange one for him at round 1, but he's certainly quick enough and he's certainly got the pace and he's got the character as well. If you don't follow Seb already, please do on social media. He's great. Kart number 42 there, and we're looking at there from Sam Pollitt Racing. Who's that one?
Albert Farrow, that's
Albie Farrow. So yeah, good luck to you, Albie Farrow. And shout out as well, I saw his name there, Anson Gao from Lenny Messenger Motorsport. I was chatting to Anson's dad this morning. He's a little bit further back down the order, but not even yet completed his first full year of karting. He's sort of had a bit of a go up in Scotland, so he's kind of coming to the end of almost his first year in April right now, but certainly competing in the UKC is a big step up for Anson of Lenny Messenger Motorsport. So best of luck to you and you and your dad. So good luck. Sam Pollitt Racing colours there of kart number 44. J.M. Prakash, don't forget. He was leading the championship coming into this one, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, he was, I think, perhaps. Or was he? I forget. But anyway, he was second in that final, wasn't he? Second in the final at the end of round 1. And got himself a third yesterday in Heat 2. So yeah, there's some quick names in this one, some quick drivers. We're going to be in for another exciting one with the magnificent micros, Zach.
Indeed, that's what we've dubbed them. We're going to get that trademark next time. No, it's yeah, like I say, the future is in very, very good hands with these guys. A nice little wave there
82.
from the 82. That's Arthur Rhodes. Yeah, there you go. So, and they're from the 21 as well, from Will Wainwright back end, and the 46. So we started a train. Here we go.
That's
lovely stuff. Starting the trend, and none from Hugo Senna there, who, as you can see, aptly liveried and aptly coloured there on the. Will be starting from what will be P19 in this grid, and all to do going forwards from the very last position. It's definitely a circuit though where you can overtake, especially in the first couple of laps. We've seen some drives. You know, the very first race of the day in Junior Max, we had a driver make up 21 places in the first lap alone. So it is definitely doable throughout the entire field. And of course, for the Micromaxes, they haven't got to worry about making it to the final. They just have to worry about where they're going to start.
Yeah, and shout out to Caden Hanley, number 69, giving us the double waved loves there. So good luck to you. Coming up, what is then the side of the field here, cut number 42. And then just ahead, 47 is Lenny Barton. So good luck to all of you then in this one. We'll see what happens. Just waiting patiently at the start. 47 then, going to be running it, which is Lenny Barton sitting on the front row of the grid then with that man Sebastian Crawford. A little bit of a pause here, not quite sure what we're waiting for. I thought we'd probably be out shortly. We're a little bit behind on the schedule after that medical incident earlier in the day, so this one was set to go off at 12 on the nose, and we're at 12:05, so I'm sure we'll be going as soon as we can, but it's all calm and relaxed out on the front row of the grid there. Lenny Barton of Strawberry Racing just waiting, getting the last little nuggets of wisdom from his mechanics sitting on the rear wheel there. Just got to keep them calm, keep them cool, get them ready to go. Paul and Harry Heath out the window I can see right now, our clerks of the course. Ultimately all down to them when we can start and when we can go. So thumbs up I can see from Paul Heath, so we can expect the start marshal, I think, at the top of the dummy grid to wave that green flag in a moment. Look at that, yeah, come on. Let's go, Seb. Visor down, business time. How professional do these drivers look, Zach?
I know, it's incredible.
This nuts?
And then they walk around the paddock. I remember seeing Logan roll for my flight back from Vackersdorf the other day. And he's just a kid. Like he was just like chatting to everyone and saying hello to everyone, and like being so interested in what the flight attendants are doing. Like it's so interesting to see them be such monsters on the circuit, so mature and so well driven. And then you speak to them or you see them out in the wild, if you like, and they're just kids. It's remarkable. They go home, they'll play their Fortnite or whatever the kids do these days. I'm now 20, so I can't relate to them anymore. It's so good to see, but you're right, they do look so professional there. The way they stance themselves on social media, the way they respond to interviews and stuff, it's incredible. And like I say, I've said it 3 times already, the future is in very good hands. We did have a bit of an off for the 47. That was Lenny Barton, who should start this race second. Was off the road. There you can see a bit of a gap. He can carve his way through the field and still start second, but he's got to get there quite quickly by the time they start gridding up. Thankfully, he has got the second formation lap in order to do that. Sebastian Crawford, though, for Origin Motorsport, will be looking to secure from pole position. He is looking so good so far this weekend. He's taken 2 second positions. He'll be looking to take his first trip to P1 so far this weekend, and what a better time to do it than the Superheat.
Yeah. What happened to Lenny Barton there, 47? I
just had an off.
Didn't see it. Just had a bit of an off, did he? Just overly aggressively warming up the tyres.
Potentially, yeah.
So he's now got to get himself back up there, but does he... I mean, Seb Crawford is like rolling them round, leading the way. Does Seb have to slow down to get him up there? Or can he just go?
I don't think he's that fussed. He's like, if you've messed up from second, that's not my problem, I guess, is sort of his mentality. When they bunch up, though, potentially we could see the 47 come through.
They're all looking back for him, so presumably he'll get a pass coming up.
I can see him
coming up.
I think he's settled into where he ever settled. There he is, the 47 of Lenny Barton. I think he's just sort of accepted his fate. So the 42 of Albert Ferro will have to leave the space.
You can see the other drivers like looking back as if to say, well, where is he?
Yeah, what's going on? They were told, I think, are they shuffling? They're through wide? He's getting invited there from the 44 of J.M. Prakash to sort of get on with it. I think a bit of confusion going on, but they were told...
Well, I think Seb is obviously thinking, hang on, I've got to wait and let him up, but Prakash is saying, no, forget it, mate, let's go.
Just get on with it, yeah. Foot to the floor. Will we go racing? First time we're asking. We will do indeed. lead for the Micromaxes. Of course, down in towards turn 1, Sebastian Crawford gets it stopped. However, the 44 does not, spinning around at the apex, and everyone does a good job there to avoid him. Inter Repêchage getting it all sorts of locked up there. Side by side now in the fight for the lead is jumping over the chicane a couple of cuts. The 42, though, of Albert Farrow will be the one to be the beneficiary. He had an open bit of track in front of him off the get-go and now leads this race.
Yeah, that was a real shame for Seb Crawford there. He kind of, he was probably a little bit confused in his helmet what was going on, whether he should be waiting for the 47 Lenny Barton or not, so he wasn't fully focused on the start. Went into turn 1, locked up the brakes a bit. Prakash ran into the back of him and spun. Meanwhile, it all went on elsewhere, didn't it? And suddenly now he finds himself back in about 4th or 5th and out in front. And as you see, when they cross the start-finish line for the first time by, it will be Albie Farrow who leads this one from Arlo Gamble of Dan Holland Racing. Wraith Owen then in 4th, and Kai Suri of Sam Pollitt Racing finds himself in 4th. Can Kai hang on to that one as the 69 runs wide there? Caden Hanley of RCE running a little bit wide into turn 1, lower down the order.
Fight for the lead, though, still on the 42 from the 72 from the 31. Farrow from Gamble from Owen. This is looking very good indeed. They fly formation through the chicanes as they all try and jostle their own little bit of track space, bunching back up to make it 5 carts at the front. And you're right, I think Crawford just a bit... I guess like a deer in headlights right off the start. He didn't know what to do. He wanted to do the right thing.
Yeah.
And then in doing so was just confused. His head wasn't thinking about the start, he was thinking about whether or not he'd done it right.
Yeah, I think that's what happened.
And then it's just, yeah, it gets caught out. Obviously the tap from behind from the 44 of Jen Prakash, you know, locking up and going into him doesn't help in the slightest. But yeah, the psychological aspect definitely playing a factor. Arlo Gamble down the inside, and also the 31 of Wraith Owen forcing Albert Farrow wide there. The 42 will get demoted from P1 down to P3, but still firmly in the battle. It's now Arlo Gamble that leads this race. 5-1 back down the inside almost straight away is the 42. Can't quite make that one stick, so Wraith Owen will keep second as we've got a couple of issues further down the field. Was that be Bobby Slater?
I think I saw 99. Was that Arthur Bowers?
Arthur Bowers then, yeah.
Bowers then just tapping the steering wheel. He's out of it. KR Sport then making a move up the inside there, or trying to, of Albie Farrow of Dan Holland Racing, as our front 4 now settle into it. Running a little bit wide then. Seb Crawford in 4th, but trying to make moves on 3rd. They're coming sort of 3 wide round the final corner then as they rejoin the Hind Straight. So now, yeah, Gamble, Owen, Farrow and Crawford. Arlo Gamble out in front, although no, he's not, is he? He's just dropped back to 2nd in that moment there, perhaps. We'll have to see. Yeah, he's just dropped back to 2nd, hasn't he? So then now Crawford still in 4th. Arlo Gamble pointing down the road, but again, Arlo, don't worry about telling what other people what to do. You just lost a place there. You took your hands off the steering wheel.
Yeah, it doesn't take much of a lapse of concentration to fall back, of course. You know, they do want to work together, but it's difficult, especially at the Micromax level. Not all of them are going to have that memo, as 2 of them goes running off the road there through the right-hander. That is at the back end of the circuit through down Weldon corner. Very easy to extend the track limits on the exit as well. Well, 2 of them taking that to the extreme off the back end of that double apex right-hander. It's now Wraith Owen that leads from Farrow, Gamble, and the 2 that we saw lose a couple of places, I think Archie Gupta and Kai Suri, who dropped down some places through down Weldon corner. Up and underneath for the 22 of Shekawat. The driver will make his way up from 10th and now into 9th, fighting with Kai Suri. There's Sebastian Crawford, the number 8 Origin Motorsport. You can see the orange and the white on the back end of Arlo Gamble, trying to give him a bit of a tap and sort of motivate him forwards to get him onto the rear end of Albert Farrow and Wraith Owen, who right now has got a very nice lead in this race. He's being chased down, though, still by the 42 Sam Pollitt Racing of Albert Farrow. Now in towards the final corner, down the inside, Sebastian Crawford spots the gap, and following him through, Lenny Barton has arrived on the scene with a slightly wonky rear bumper.
Yeah, so 47, Lenny Barton, who should have been starting in, what, pole?
Second.
No, 2nd, wasn't it? 2nd, and he dropped back, so he's now fought his way back up after that mistake on the outlap going to the grid, but he's now back in the mix, and understandably he's obviously quick because he's starting on the front row of the grid. He's now fighting to get back in the game, but we can see 31 under pressure here then from 42. This is our leader, Mr. Owen, being chased down by Mr. Farrow. So exciting stuff out in the front then, as we can see Sam Pollitt Racing then chasing down the car in front of the Thule Motorsport number 31. This is close, this is good stuff. Seb Crawford then started on the front row of the grid, but now currently in 3rd. Here he is then, just got his head back in the game, fighting off Lenny Barton behind him then, 47. Watch Barton on Crawford. Barton runs wide here, tucks in. What will happen as they come down to turn 1 into Stowe? Let's have a look then. They're all jockeying for positions. Crawford up the inside maybe. Goes from 3rd to 2nd, does he? Can he make it stick? Looks like he can.
Nicely done there from the number 8. He just, well, I mean, didn't commit fully to go into the inside, but just very nicely followed through the 42, and now will go for the move for the lead himself, losing a bit of momentum. He's also got Raith Owen for company just over his shoulder. Also coming in, we have got a couple of penalties for the race start. It is a 3-second penalty for both Pharaoh and for Gamble, having 2 wheels over the tram lines at the get-go. So in their haste maybe to squeeze over to the right-hand side, they didn't quite take the start of the race before they did that. Down the inside goes Sebastian Crawford. He will retake the lead on circuit. Lenny Barton also getting racy side by side on the exit with the likes of Arlo Gamble and also Raith Owen, as they'll do battle towards turn number 1 once again. Albert Pharaoh trying to go to the outside, of course, carrying that penalty. Really needs to just be getting a move on in this race rather than fighting for position. Down the inside through the willows, will go once, will go twice, but can't get the exit that he needs. Here comes Raith Owen as well. Back down the inside, Lenny Barton will assume the bump drive. It's like NASCAR out here in the Micromaxes.
That was so good. Lenny Barton finds himself almost trying to thread the needle between those two. Goes from 4th to 3rd, gets the overtake done, so getting himself past there. Kart number 42. So out in front though, Seb Crawford, brilliant stuff. Back out in the lead then. Behind him then at the moment is the Chaos, or is the Thule Motorsport machine of Raith Owen. Meanwhile, further back in the pack, we've got some Lenny Messenger Motorsport action there in the form of kart number 46. That's Anson Gal there, being chased down by Gupta, Arshi Gupta, with the fastest lap of 47.6 at the moment as it stands.
Around the outside goes the 31. That's Raith Owen battling desperately for 2nd position. Gave it a good go. It's actually going to continue through the chicane side by side with Lenny Barton. Elbows out stuff in Micromax. Goodness me. Raith Owen will hang on to that very aggressively. That was on the limit and not a centimetre over it. Just over their shoulder as well, they've got the 42 of Albert Pharaoh, again carrying that penalty. So all of this battling is actually, again, they're fighting for on-track position unless they sort of plan to appeal it, I suppose, but I'm not entirely sure as to how that's going to be argued in race control. If your wheels are over the tram lines, your wheels are almost over the tram line. So battling this hard now is just reading more and more people into that 3-second margin and ultimately going to drop them lower down the field by the time we get to the checkered flag.
Yeah, absolutely. But look, the benefactor of everything that's going on in the pack right now is Seb Crawford, because he crosses the timing beam at the start-finish line there, and we can see a gap of 1.5 seconds back to Raith Owen right now in that chase group. Lenny Barton then now leading that chase group, number 47, just ahead then of the 31 of Owen. And behind them you've got Pharaoh and Gupta. Gupta clocking that fastest lap still with the 47.6. This is exciting stuff, Zach. Really good. Look, they're bumper to bumper. The question is, can Lenny Barton get himself far enough down the road? Yeah, look at that. The very aggressive tap of the helmet and the point forward. It was almost like, it was like a battle cry. Yeah. He kind of left his finger forward as if to say, charge!
Watching too many, what is it, gladiators?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, nice. At least they're cultured. That's the best way to be. Leading the battle charge, if you like, but not many people getting the memo. I don't think in terms of the message he was trying to have. It's like, yeah, cool, you want to work together. I also just kind of want to get onto it. Just by pointing tapping your helmet and pointing forward doesn't necessarily mean everyone else is going to follow that order. They might also just start thinking about their own race. Lenny Barton, though, what a drive it has been. Of course, a redemption for the outlap, and again the confusion at the start settled in. I think it was P16 he started this race. Net, obviously, after falling back on the outlap. He's now carved his way all the way up into 2nd, showcasing his pace, and right now will be keeping himself very nicely in the fight for what will be 2nd in the championship. As a result, Lenny Barton will drop what will be 5 points, so the gap between himself and Sebastian Crawford will be 4 in the fight for the championship lead heading into the super final. Side by side between multiple karts as Kai Suri will tip one through on the inside of Benjamin Silva. The Sana Racing Machine drops back down into 8th place.
Well, look at that excitement then lower down the order. Well done, Kai Suri, getting an overtake down there. Good to see, sir. Albie Pharaoh is up to 3rd in amongst all of that for Sam Pollitt Racing. There he is, kart number 42, so well done to you, sir. There we are then, 31 then currently now, actually just overtaking him once again. So it's, so look at that. So Raith Owen just takes that place back from Albie Pharaoh. So the battle is on here between Owen and Pharaoh right now, and they're fighting it out for what is 3rd place currently. Ahead of them, Lenny Barton in some clean air then for Strawberry Racing. In 2nd, where he started on the grid, but not where he started on the road when the lights went out or when the flags flew. Out in front, though, Seb Crawford now finds himself with the enviable gap of 2.4 seconds, leading this one, and should bring it home with, well, last lap next time by as the clock clicks 0.
Indeed so, penultimate lap of the race. Sebastian Crawford leading by some healthy margin, 2.5 seconds clear of Lenny Barton. Then comes Raith Owen, Albert Ferrer, who we're following there from Arlo Gamble, Archie Gupta, Kai Suri, Benjamin Silva from Jay Prakash. He's fought his way up after locking up the rear brakes in towards turn of 1, collecting a couple of cuts with him as well, and dropping to plumb last. He's fought back to P9, and again, in his championship hopes, it's moments like this that define those contenders. Then rounding up the top 10 onto the final lap comes Arthur Rhodes. Final lap of the race, then Lenny Barton for Strawberry Racing will be in second. Raith Owen there in third. I think they're pretty secure in terms of not going to be too many dramas on this final lap. However, the fight between the likes of Albert Ferrer and Arlo Gamble, both of whom, by the way, who are carrying that 3-second penalty, still fighting tooth and nail for 4th and 5th on the road.
Yeah, that penalty will sort itself out once they cross the start-finish line, the timings adjust. But we're on the final lap here then, and we get a good clear look then at Seb Crawford, who started on pole but then dropped back after the first turn. Sort of confusion, but then has fought his way back and had a pretty comfortable race out in front ever since. So obviously quick this weekend and showing it once again. Well done, Seb. Crossing the start-finish line then, taking the checkered flag.
Nicely done there from Sebastian Crawford, and very happy about it indeed. He's now got to do the work, of course, in the super final later on for Micromax, but yeah, a nice victory nonetheless for the number 8, Lenny Barton, Raith Owen. The top 3 will run you through the full results in just a couple of moments' time. Not bad at all for our penultimate superheat of the day, and Micromax still living up to the name. Quite magnificent.
Magnificent. Really, really good stuff. Lovely racing. Nice camera shot. There's that man 46, Hanson Gal. Well done to you. Hugo Senna then bringing it home. Great name, great livery on the car and on the van that you see parked in the paddock throughout. So yeah, well done to all of those magnificent micros. And the way the order's running, we're going from the youngest drivers here to the oldest, because it's 177 up next, and that's going to be exciting.
It is indeed. So let's run you through the results first. Sebastian Crawford takes victory from Lenny Barton, 2.8 seconds adrift, the 47, but confusion at the start. The Strawberry Racing Machine did well to recover to second. Raith Owen in P3 from Albert Ferrer and Arlo Gamble, both of whom carrying a 3-second time penalty, 4th and 5th on the road. Archie Gupta, Kai Suri, Benjamin Silva from Jay Prakash, and Arthur Rhodes, your top 10. The 44, of course, a good recovery after a not so good start, locking the rear brakes heading into turn of 1. Caden Hanley, Will Rainwright from Jensen Kelly, Anson Gao, Rudy Rapchap Singh, Shekhawat from Hugo Senna, who gained 3 places from last to 16th, Ralph Ewer from Bobby Slater, and Arthur Bowers, who suffered a couple of problems but still was able to take to the checkered flag and finish the race, coming home in P19. Not at all a bad showing for the Micromax, and like I said, our penultimate superheat of the day done and dusted. Will go from the youngest to the oldest to set some of our grids before we head to the repêchages this afternoon, the lunch break, and then of course into the final. Next up though, the final superheat of round number 2 of the RMC UKC. It's time for 177s. Carrying with them some of the most experience in the paddock. Rotax 177 about to take to the start of their super heat to set their grid for the super final a bit later on. Obviously, that is not the starting grid for the 177s. Looking forward to this one, though. Of course, they always give us a bit of a battle as, well, to be expected. I remember some of the most exciting racing in 2025 took place in the Rotax 177 category. The likes of Jamie Zyra getting up and over the curbs at Lark Hall in the rain-soaked weekend that we had last year. Here is the grid for the Rotax 177s. It's championship leader Taylor Bellini that will start alongside James Lingard on the front row, Nathan Schaefer and Tom Pryor on row number 2. Harrison Crook, Reg Hayward from Samuel Cornwell and Rob Ellis, your front 4 rows of the grid for Rotax 177. Joshua Gollin from Ryan Taylor Truman, Josh Howard and Brandon Donahue on the Experience chassis in 12th. Adriel Ungwa from Jake Davis, David Mitchell and Finley Cross, 15th and 16th position on the 8th row of the grid. Then comes Elliot Kennedy from Lewis Judd, Matt Lear, Lucas Glover, 19th and 20th, sharing the 10th row of the grid with Sean Rudge, Rob Simpson and Dennis Tristiak in P23. Bit of a mouthful, that one. Of course, if we do butcher your name, which is quite likely, let us know, and we'll do our best to sort it out. Nonetheless, the drivers making their way around on the formation lap in what is still a very overcast day here at Kimbolton, very windy. But of course, has definitely not impacted the racing quality that we get. And again, with these drivers carrying so much experience with them, we expect fireworks from the 177s.
Yeah, I think we're going to get it. We'll see what's going to happen. Harrison Crook did incredibly well, didn't he, at round 1. Had a 5-second penalty in the final, so even though he won on the road, he dropped back to 2nd. Best he can manage so far this weekend is a 5th and a 6th in his heats. So all eyes really are on that man, Taylor Bellini, who's come out all guns blazing then. Kart number 427 on pole because he won both of his heats at first and first. Was 3rd at round 1 at the end of the weekend. But eyes on him then in first then. 427, here we go, we're off and racing, Zach.
Foot to the floor for 10 minutes plus the lap down the inside. Of course, Taylor Bellini will try and hold the race lead. Around the outside, though, Nathan Schaefer will try and give it a good go. Will get forced 2 wheels beyond the curb in towards the Willows, and that's going to allow the 3rd place man, of course, I think actually of the 429 of Nathan Schaefer, to immediately work his way through and up in a 2nd position. It was James Lingard that was caught out on the outside of the front row through the first half of the lap. It's looking very, very good indeed for the 427, and our championship leader, let's not forget, looking to book his ticket to the International Trophy.
Yeah, that's what this weekend's all about, isn't it? As we see karts in the background there, just running wide, kicking up the dust and dirt as they go off the track here. But out in front, keeping it smoothly on the tarmac then, just carrying a nice racing line, hugging the left-hander before sweeping it round onto the hind straight is the man that's leading at the moment. Taylor Bellini. Behind him, though, it's Nathan Schaefer, the privateer, and James Lingard also there running in 3rd right now. Bellini, Schaefer, Lingard then are your 1, 2, 3. Stretching out a little bit behind them. And just trying to have a look where Harrison Crook is. He's down in 7th as it appears right now, so he needs to really get some work done this weekend if he wants to get up there and challenge for the leaders on this one.
Not a long race at all, only 10 minutes plus the lap. For these guys, it will be it'll be 16 laps. It will work out as, unless there's, full course yellows or anything like that. Let's touch wood that doesn't happen. Down the inside again through the final corner, it's been the spot of some pretty good overtaking opportunities. Sam Cornwell at one of them, he's dropped down to P6 and was trying to recover ahead of Joshua Gollin, but to no avail on that one. Taylor Bellini, though, still under a bit of pressure. The 429 and Nathan Schaefer setting the fastest lap of the race and bridging the gap down to just 0.3 of a second. So we talk about, whether or not the poleman can be challenged. It's whether or not the 3rd place driver, especially in these bigger categories, can get the launch, follow them through the opening corner uncontested, and then start applying some of that pressure. There you can see the privateer of Nathan Schaefer trying to chase after Taylor Bellini. Like I say, last time they broke the beam, it was only 0.3 of a second. They are close, but not close enough really to see too much going on. Down the inside and lifting the inside rear wheel there, the 437 of Reg Hayward.
Yeah, great move from Reg Hayward there, nicely done. So the battles are on, aren't in that sort of area for 4th, 5th and 6th as we come into turn 1 and we see another overtake then down there from the 406, which is that man Sam Cornwell. So yeah, out in front, like 1st, 2nd, 3rd, have a little bit of clear air between the karts, but then when you're looking back at 4th, 5th and 6th, it's like they're kind of all bunched up a little bit more. It's a little bit closer. You can see it on the screen right now. It's that battle that we can see right there where the close racing and the close action is right now.
It is indeed. They're all in such nice train. It's very uniform in the 177s. This is where we're going to see, a bit more meticulous driving, right? Racecraft thinking 2 steps ahead of them because, they know what they need to do. They know how disastrous it can be. And of course, their 177, that of course relates to the minimum weight of the category to even things out a little bit as well. They know if they go down the inside, it's a bit harder to keep that momentum going up on the exit. So they really do have to be so careful with each of their moves, making sure they get it stopped, making sure the engine doesn't bog. They can get the run on the exits, especially at a circuit like Kimbolton, where the moves are made on corner exit.
Yeah, absolutely. Once you set that kart in one direction, you're carrying quite a lot of weight to get on the brakes to get it stopped if it's going in the wrong direction. So the smoothest line is always going to be the fastest line, and as you can see here, they're all nicely on that racing line, bumper to bumper. Not quite as much jockeying for positions and changing of positions as we saw in the micros in the last one, but there will be some overtakes coming. The fastest lap right now clocked is a 41.3 from Tom Pryor. He's currently sitting in 4th. But the front 3 ahead of him, Lingard, Schaefer, and then Bellini out in front, seem to be untroubled. They're not really sort of duking for positions too much at the moment.
Not at all. Bellini versus Schaefer, that's 0.4 of a gap between them. Slightly quicker in favour of Bellini last time through by literally less than 0.5 of a second, a 41.412 compared to a 4.65. Bellini versus Schaefer. Lingard setting a 0.5. Tom Pryor, though, fastest lap of the race with a 0.3. Down the inside, speaking of Tom Pryor, he's up now into 3rd position, chasing after now. Nathan Schaefer gets through on the Tony car of James Lingard, and now has eyes to very much go forwards in the 4:13. Still just over half this race to go, though, 5.5 minutes plus the lap. Bellini from Chafer, now Pryor, who, like I say, has been setting the timesheets ablaze. Has he got the consistencies to get after the top two, especially if they're not battling too much? It seems that Nathan Chafer, though, the last couple of laps by about a tenth or just under a tenth of a second, dropping off the back of Bellini, whose consistency definitely playing into his hands quite nicely, gives the advantage to a hard charger like Tom Pryor.
Yeah, and Tom Pryor was really enjoying shout out to that little overtake he did. It was a nice little sort of smooth drift before the overtake that seemed to slot him past James Lingard there. Lingard hasn't let him go as Harrison Crook just moves up from 6th to 5th behind them. Crook maybe doesn't quite have the pace this weekend that he had last time. Maybe not, we'll see. Still got the super final to go, but we kind of expect Harrison Crook to be pushing a little bit close to the front than he is right now, currently in 5th, but maybe he's on the charge. Taylor Bellini, meanwhile, out in front, has just clocked the fastest lap now with a 41.2. So well done to you, Taylor. Super exciting stuff here then as the 4:06 just swings by through on our camera shot. That's Sam Cornwall of MLC Motorsport chasing down Josh Gollin of Racing Perfection.
4.5 minutes plus the lap still to go. Bellini setting the pace and bridging the gap now to 0.7 of a second from Nathan Chafer. Taylor Bellini looking to go 3 from 3 so far this weekend. Down the inside goes Samuel Cornwell. That's fighting away with the likes of Joshua Gollin. He does get that move done and dusted. He'll work his way into 6th position in the 4:04. Maybe a couple of errors on his part as he drops down into 7th place now with, like I say, just under half this race still to go. You've also got Reg Hayward involved in that battle in the 4:37, already not a stranger to making some moves and making some headway in this 177 superheat towards the final couple of corners where moves absolutely can be made. A quick flick to the left and then desperately darting it over to the left to open up this final corner where the exit is so important, then leaves you susceptible to a move down the inside. And that's one of the things about Kimbolton that is so good. The layout really does encourage those hard sends.
Yeah, it absolutely does, and we're seeing plenty of hard sends already here this morning in the Super Heats ahead of the Super Finals this afternoon. So we're certainly teeing ourselves up for some exciting racing this afternoon then, as we're just watching what's going on there with the 4:06 of MLC Motorsport being chased down by Josh Gollin. This is really hard, fast racing. The 4:04 of Josh Gollin behind him has got Reg Hayward of Coles racing the 4:37. They're fighting out for 7th, 8th and 9th, or rather 6th, 7th and 8th. Ahead of them the action's going on, but Tom Pryor hasn't managed to shake off James Lingard yet. So James Lingard still on the back of Tom Pryor. Look, we can see it here. James Lingard in the white helmet there then, just chasing down Tom Pryor. Tom Pryor did brilliantly in the early stages of this one, but he hasn't been able to get off and away down the road in the way perhaps he would have liked. Lingard's not letting him go. Lingard's been around kart racing for many, many years now and has been racing with us in UKC in this 177 Masters category effectively for the last couple of seasons and shown us why he's as good as he is. Because even though at the moment he's running in 4th, he's got his eyes on the top 3. He's not going to give up till he gets there.
Yeah, he's just using Tom Pryor again, noticed his pace and is now trying to utilise that to his advantage. He's very happy to sit in the slipstream, especially on a very windy day like today. Happy to sit there, happy to give him a bit of a push along, but maybe not for very long because he looks to the inside now, tries to take the top 3 spot. Down the outside though goes the 413, dips 2 wheels beyond the curb there, but always going to happen on the exit of turn number 1. It was a very ambitious attempt there from Tom Pryor to keep 3rd. James Lingard through, up now, takes that top 3.
Yeah, Tom Pryor sort of held on, didn't he? Thought, no, I'm just going to go wheel to wheel, side by side with you there. But it was always going to mean that he was running on the widest part of the turn. There's nowhere for him to go apart from just off onto the dust and dirt outside of the curbstones there. But he's now back in 4th then, and behind him we've got Harrison Crook, the 4:02, who's running in 5th. So can Lingard now up to 3rd start to push on to the rear of Chafer and Bellini? Maybe, maybe not. The gaps back are quite substantial, I think, but we'll see. Picking up action here then with Coles Racing's number 437, Reg Hayward, fending off Josh Gollin, the 4:04, and ahead of Reg is that man, number 4:06, Sam Cornwall of MLC Motorsport, who's holding the pair of them at bay. Really exciting racing as they make their way through that chicane on the far side of the circuit, then coming into Derrick's, then up to the Dan Weldon corner at the top end of the field.
Look at that gap that already Bellini's been able to, 1.3 seconds over Nathan Chafer, and that's done purely on pace, right? That's not been as a result of Chafer battling, because he hasn't. It's not been as a result of a lap 1 incident, because there wasn't one. Chafer followed him straight through on the inside, and the gap in the opening 2 laps was 0.3, and Bellini has done all of that graft all by himself. His fast lap of the race, a 41.2, the only driver to be inside the point twos, a good half a tenth quicker than anyone else's personal best alone. James Lingard and Tom Pryor both a 41.41 for the pair of them, a 4.13 for Lingard, a 4.17 for Tom Pryor. 30 seconds plus the lap though still to go. This could well be the penultimate, maybe anti-penultimate lap, third to final lap. All depends as to whether or not when Taylor Bellini crosses the line. I think next time through will be the penultimate lap, and well, he's got 1.3 second advantage to hang on to. It's looking so good for the 427 to get that ticket to Le Mans.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? I think that's that might be the way it's going. That battle that we were talking about a lap or two ago between Lingard and Pryor, it continues. Lingard hasn't been able to pull away from Pryor. Pryor hasn't let him go. As you said there, they're both clocking in the sort of 41, so a 41.4 and a 41.3, so just a tenth of a second between the pair of them on their best laps right now. Picking up some action here with Coles Racing then, Ford 37 and Reg Hayward still fighting off. Look, there we are then, that's what we're talking about there. Tom Pryor and James Lingard still close behind the pair of them. Then you've got Harrison Crook, the 402. He's got to get that kart quicker by the time he gets to the super finals if he's got any chance of trying to get something out of this weekend. And Nathan Chafer's just been in second throughout all of this, hasn't he? Put himself in second, has kind of stayed there, hasn't been able to really make up any ground on Taylor Bellini, and it's sort of been going on behind him with the action that we're seeing here. Now Harrison Crook then on the back of Tom Pryor coming into the chicane section there through Derricks. Will Harrison Crook get a move done before the closing stages? This one he might do. He's going to have a look up the inside then. Just getting the door closed by Tom Pryor. Ahead of them, James Lingard with a little bit of clear air now. But Harrison Crook just having another little look. But out in front, the 427. We're on the final lap. Checkered flag. There we go.
Beautifully done from Taylor Bellini to take victory in the Rotax 177 Superheat here at Kimbolton. He extends his margin at the top of the championship. Nathan Chafer quite raced to second place. Will be pretty chuffed with that, I'm sure, despite the fact that he didn't quite have the pace to contest for the lead. All to play for still, though, in the super final later on this afternoon. James Lingard, your top three, running through the full results in just a couple of moments. But an interesting point you raised about Harrison Crook there, you know, on track was race winner at Wilton Mill, was remarkably quick and has been basically his entire karting career. Something isn't clicking, though, for him to be 3 seconds off the lead and only finishing fifth in this race.
No, absolutely. It's obviously maybe the kart's not set up for Kimbolton how he'd like. Maybe he hasn't been able to find the sort of like the special little super fast fairy dust or whatever he needs to sprinkle over it this weekend. But it's kind of like a different driver this weekend to what we saw at round one.
Let's run you through the results. Taylor Bellini from Nathan Chafer, James Lingard 1, 2 and 3 across the line. Tom Pryor, who showed some early bouts of pace, falls to fourth ahead of Harrison Crook, who completes the top 5. Samuel Cornwell, Reg Hayward, Joshua Gollan, David Mitchell and Sean Rudge, your top 10 after what was 16 laps of racing in 177s. Ryan Traylor-Truman from Jake Davis, Adriel Ungwa, who showed some great pace at Wilton Mill, only 13th in the Superheat this weekend. Rob Simpson, Josh Howard from Finley Cross, Elliot Kennedy, Louis Judd from Matt Lear and Lucas Glover, your top 20. I don't think we had any DNFs from that race. I'll hold my horses on that one because I think we did have two. We did. Dennis Tresiak from Braden Donahue and Rob Ellis, two of those that did not complete the race, did not see the checker flag on the lead lap, and that was their premature end. So we started with 23, we finished with 21. Not bad going at all. Well, we've gone through all of our categories once. We now get to go through juniors, seniors and minis once again. The last chance qualifiers. First up, though, we'll be heading to junior for their repêchage. The repêchage is the last opportunity for these drivers to get their seat, get their spot on the grid for the super final later on this afternoon. Otherwise, their weekend ends a little bit prematurely, unfortunately for them. There are only 34 grid slots for the super final, and right now the top 4 in this repêchage will get themselves the back 4 slots of the grid. And as we saw in Wilton Mill, just because you get your ticket into the final as a result of the repêchage, just because you start far back does not necessarily mean you cannot fight your way forward. I believe last time out it was Luke Holmes-Ballack who won the repêchage and climbed his way inside the top 10 through, well, just incredible driving overall, in all honesty, from him. And well, we'll see if history can repeat itself in that regard in terms of the repechage. Like I say, you don't want your weekend to end early, so these drivers will all be fighting for that all-important top 4 spot come the end of this race.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with this one. This is exciting. It is all to play for as they get themselves rolling out then onto the warm-up formation lap, and then we're off and racing. Kart just getting a little spun sideways there coming out. Super exciting then as they roll their way off and away, or you can see them in the far side of the circuit. Ryan White then starting this one, that junior Rotax Repêchage.
We'll be joined by Thomas Jackson on the front row. Karting Championship from Barnaby Grubb on row number 2. Those are your front 4. They'll be looking to stay that way, to stay on the grid for the super final. Austin Mayhew, Ollie Thompson desperately close on row 3 from Joshua Griffin and Sam Collar, who was made up to, I think it was 18 places in the end in the pre-final earlier on. We'll start this one from 8th position. He'll be looking to do at least 4 to stay on in the weekend. Coley Lipitrell, Devon Taylor, your top 10. Daniel Minto, Jensen Walker, P11 and P12 from row 6. John Richardson, JJ Lowe, Jacob Aston, Jacob Jack, all Jacobs on the 8th row of the grid, and rounding out your top 16. Behind that, of course, we'll have a few more drivers. Joshua Jeston, Hayden Adams, Tobias Johns and Harry Ratcliffe for Kart Republic starts this one in 20th position. And again, a very hard charge needed to finish inside the top 4. Adam Juadatis, Jake Graffiti, Edward Munns and Josh Cormack in P23 and P24 respectively. The Sam Pollitt Racing Machine, again, a lot of work to do. Ryoma Komatsu, Molly Myers and Samir Paul, Peter Lee 25th all the way through to 28th. Max Douthwaite from Clark Naylor and Harry Watson, Daniel Wissenauskas sharing the 16th row of the grid, with Ian Campbell, a very lonely 17th row of the grid, in 33rd. For a lot of these drivers, for the vast majority of these drivers, their weekend about to end. They'll put foot to the floor. They'll go racing for 8 minutes plus the lap, and a good start from Ryan White at the front end of the field will lead them into the opening couple of corners. I think we'll go for another start, false start potentially at the initial get-go, as it's saying on the timer screen. But as though the drivers are still racing, we'll be looking, of course, for the top 4 in this race that will be looking to get their spot, and we have gone for a full start, so we'll be going again. Only 8 minutes for the repechage. You've not got a lot of time to make those moves into the top 4.
No, you haven't. We are going for a restart here, but I'm not sure whether all the drivers have quite realised that yet. We saw the green flag with the yellow cross on it, signifying that we're going to go again. Ryan White got himself a good start off the front row of the grid there and off and away. Now we've realised, now we're going to have a little reset and a go again. But you'd fully expect Ryan White to be charging in this one and using this repechage, last chance to qualify, to book his place into that super final this afternoon. Has kind of done well through the lower ranks of karting, stepping up to the juniors. Found it a little bit of a jump, I think it's fair to say, but you'd expect Ryan White to be getting into the super final after this one. But this is, you know, this is go big or go home time. Say it every time, Zach, but yeah, go big or go home as they're off.
Quite literally, this could be the end of your weekend, or it could maybe be the blessing in disguise that you need. Around the outside, trying Thomas Jackson to get the jump and work his way up into the lead of the race, but mainly just limiting damage. The 297 of Jake Graffiti spins round, and that is effectively his weekend done and dusted. Down the inside, though, the 216, Thomas Jackson fighting away with Ryan White. He's been able to hang on from 3rd position. He's now actually climbed his way all the way up into the lead of the race for Craft Motorsports. So it's the 216 that will lead the Hunter Motorsport 274 of Ryan White, but again, the all-important top 4, that is the cut-off point. So right now, if you are the 276 of Austin Mayhew, well, maybe you're not exactly in the clear just yet. The opening lap in the books, 7 minutes plus the lap still to run, and it's looking good for Thomas Jackson, Ryan White, Kometa and Mayhew, who currently are the top 4, but down the inside goes Barnaby Grubb. He's going to be looking to find his way through and up into that transfer spot, in towards the Willow. Yeah, well done Barnaby Grubb, just getting that move done there into Stowe. Making it stick, but out in front the battle is on between Jackson and White, and we can expect them to be trading places for the duration of this one. 6 minutes 50 plus the lap to go, so yeah, they're going to be duking it out, aren't they? 276 there, that's Mayhew fighting with the 292 of Kometa, and behind them the 272 of Barnaby Grubb. So yeah, these positions, the 3rd, 4th, 5th place positions there, you're going to see fighting to get themselves up to the front there. Meanwhile, out in front, as we get another lap done, Thomas Jackson still leads Ryan White. So it's going to be a battle out in the front for the 1 and 2, but then the battle's going to be on for the 3 and 4 as well. 6 minutes plus the lap, 6 minutes 20 seconds plus the lap Thomas Jackson, P1, Ryan White, P2, then comes Barnaby Grubb and Karthik Kumeta. They'll be, at the moment, starting P30 to P34 on the grid, which again doesn't sound like a lot, but at the very least they are on the grid. We've seen some comeback drivers in the past, literally at Wilton Mill, the winner of the Repêchage carved his way all the way through to finish inside the top 10, if memory serves you correctly. So again, just because you're scraping through doesn't necessarily mean there is not a decent result still on the cards, and ultimately you don't want your weekend to end early. The top two though breaking away, and a very nice approach being taken by Ryan White here, which is P30, P31. I'm at the back of the grid anyway, I just want to make sure I'm on it.
Yeah, maybe that's what he's doing. Of course, it's all championship points, isn't it? So points make prizes come the end of the season. So Ryan White just settling in behind Thomas Jackson there. Oh, as we see a 226, that's a Dan Holland Racing car. Who's that one there? Just being wheeled off the track. That is, who is that? I didn't see that. It was 226, was it?
That's Molly Misen.
Molly Misen. Oh man. Commiserations for Molly. I don't know quite what happened there. We just saw the marshal just dragging the car off the circuit as they cross the start-finish line once again. Thomas Jackson from Ryan White leading this one, and Barnaby Grubb now up to third with the fastest lap of a 42.079. So well done to Barnaby, clocking the quick lap times on his way to hopefully make it through to the super final this afternoon. Out in front though, Jackson from White linking it up through Derek's corner there then before heading themselves off and away up to the far end of the field round the Dan Weldon corner. Quite some distance from where we're sat right now, although we can see it from our commentary position.
Yeah, a lot of speed being carried around Kimbolton. It's a very narrow circuit, especially the start-finish straight. Very, very narrow. You can barely get the tram lines in. Not a lot of margin for error in the slightest, which is crazy because we're in the middle of the field. You thought you maybe have quite a lot of space, similar to like a Thruxton or something, but not the case in the slightest. Very narrow, very technical. The curbs are punishing, the track limits are punishing. Look on the exit next time we go through of down Weldon, the curb drop-off that you have. So the edge of the curb, and then sort of where the dirt has been dug up by drivers exceeding track limits, and now gotten to the point that if you dip just a wheel over that a little bit too far, a millimetre over, you dig into that and it can very easily ruin your exit. You'll see the drivers get perilously close to the edge, and it is very much a cliff edge drop off, and obviously the more people that do it, the worse it then perpetuates over the course of the weekend. So something these drivers do have to be so careful about. Kimbolton, absolutely full of its challenges.
It certainly is, and the challenge out in front at the moment is Ryan White trying to get past Thomas Jackson. Ryan just sitting there on the rear bumper of Thomas Jackson. They're in a 1-2 position where they're kind of slipstreaming, or Ryan White is slipstreaming Thomas Jackson. Behind them, though, is Barnaby Grubb in third. Karthik Kumeta is in fourth, but Josh Griffin then, right now, for Lenny Messenger Motorsport, clocking the fastest lap. Well done, Josh. 41.8 as it currently stands right now.
3 minutes plus the lap still to go. Thomas Jackson from Ryan White, Barnaby Grubb, and again, once you're inside that top four, it just becomes a bit of a boring race because you know you're safe. You just want to stay there, you don't want to risk it, you don't want to throw it away. However, the fight for fourth gets very busy indeed. There's Barnaby Grubb, the 272 from the 292 of Kumeta, and then comes Joshua Griffin, who can see his transfer spot right in front of him. There's not much in it at all. For the rest of the field, though, it's, well, let's go out with a bang. Let's try and have as much fun as we possibly can. Joshua Griffin, though, down the inside of Kumeta, will find his way through up into the all-important fourth place that he needs in the black and orange LMM Motorsport machine, the 275, now chasing after Barnaby Grubb. At this point, once you're inside the transfer spot, each extra position inside the top four is just a higher grid position for the super final. But ultimately, the most important thing is getting yourself onto that dummy grid for the super final.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see Josh Griffin is on a charge, like you said, number 275 from Lenny Messenger Motorsport. The birthday man, Lenny, doing the business, giving Josh the coaching that he needs to put himself with every possible chance of getting into that super final here this afternoon. Not running on LMM colours, but he's got the Carlos Sainz kart there in the black, the red and the yellow. Chasing down the 272 of Barnaby Grubb. Will we see Griffin get past Grubb as Griffin just wags a finger forward to say, come on, get down the road, let's go, 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 go. So that's what he's thinking there. Griffin is a man on a charge inside that race suit and race helmet there. Crossing the line, here we go, see them now. Look again, look, they're gesticulating with each other, just tapping fingers. Griffin's gonna have a go. He's gonna have a little look up the inside. He's gonna try and get past Barnaby Grubb. Great action here then. We've got Grubb holding off Griffin, but they're kind of working together at the same time as well. And behind the pair of them is Ganetta, who did have the fastest lap a while ago, but that seems to have gone right now. That's dropped all the way back to Jacob Jack, also from Lenny Messenger Motorsport, the fastest lap right now. So Lenny's got those karts well tuned, 41.76 then. The fastest lap from Jacob Jack, way back down the order. This is really, really exciting stuff. Still continuing though with those three in that order there, Grubb, Griffin and Ganetta, while out front we've got Jackson and White holding their positions exactly where they were. Jay, oh look at this, Griffin has a look up the inside, and loses a position as he tries to muscle his way past Barnaby Grubb.
Yeah, I mean, that was very aggressive to the inside from Griffin there. Barnaby Grubb got it sort of all sorts of sideways, left and right, trying to catch the kart as he had to react. Of course, he was already on the brakes, then had to turn out of the corner. In doing so, the kart's already loaded up and the rear brakes are going. You then try and add some lateral load to that. They then lock up, which then snaps them, which means you then need to correct the other way. It just becomes a whole sort of a seesaw affair. He was able to hang on to it, though, very impressively. Just an aggressive move there that allowed the 292 of Ganetta to be the beneficiary of it and work their way back through into third position. You've then got Barnaby Grubb, the final spot in the transfer, and this has come packaged together very nicely for John Richardson, for Rob Hanscom Motorsport, who of course is right there in the mix. Only needs 2 places out of the 3 in front of him in order to get that ticket into the super final. Penultimate lap of the race, it's coming down to the wire to see who finishes inside the top 4.
Yeah, it's going to be one of these guys, and you know, with moments to go in this race and with the adrenaline pumping that it clearly is, you're going to see some aggressive moves. You're going to see some bold moves in the next few corners. All eyes on this then. Ganetta leading from Grubb, from Griffin, and then behind him Richardson. But eyes on Griffin as they go into the Stowe corner for the last time by then, because we're on the final lap. Look, too wide going into it. Griffin's going to have a look up the inside. Can't get it done. Ganetta then still out in front right now, holding off Barnaby Grubb. This is really, really good stuff. Griffin drops back. He's lost the space. Richardson gets by him.
And again, for these drivers, they're going to be driving as if it is for a win, because they are fighting to stay in the weekend. They are fighting to stay in the competition here at Kimbolton. And right now, Joshua Griffin can see that right in front of him. He can see Barnaby Grubb right in front of him. John Richardson also getting involved, the 224 up to 5th position. He needs one more spot. Now the final lap of the race, of course, Thomas Jackson will be our race winner. The checker flag will fly at the front. Of course, he's closely followed by Ryan White. The 2 of those will book their seat. Who's going to be the rest of them, though? Ganetta and Grubb, 3rd and 4th. Just over a 1/10 of a second back is Richardson. A bit of an issue, I think, on the final corner for Griffin. He's tumbled down the order.
Yeah.
It's one of those, though, do or die. He had to go for that, because it's either his weekend ends now, as it is, by finishing 26th, or it ends by not going for it. I think he was better off just giving it a go, trying his absolute best to find a way through into the top 4. Ultimately didn't pay off, but at the very least he can hold his head up high and say at least he tried.
He went out fighting there, because going into that final corner, we saw him sort of, you know, I saw him pull wide. He wasn't hugging the inside line. It looked like he was going to run round the outside of the final corner. And is that his kart there, just getting
Potentially so, yeah.
Did he actually put it into the tyres then somewhere, just at the top of that screen there? Can just see a marshal with what looks like a red and yellow kart. Might well be. Where is he? In the... yeah, he's down there. So, yeah, I don't think he crossed the line. I think that's his kart. I hope he's okay.
Let's run you through the results. Nonetheless, Thomas Jackson takes victory in the repechage from Ryan White. Karthik Ganetta and Barnaby Grubb, the top 4, will make up the 4 back positions of the super final later on this afternoon. John Richardson just narrowly missing out in continuing his weekend. Minto from Walker, Luputrell, who's very uncharacteristically in the repechage, let alone not making it through. Devin Taylor and Jacob Aston, your top 10 in the repechage. Ollie Thompson, Josh Cormack, Adam Juadatis from Sam Collar, who had such an impressive superheat earlier on today, only 14th in the repechage. Harry Radcliffe, Tobias Johns, Jacob Jack, Jake Rafferty from Hidden Adams, and Joshua Jestin, your top 20. We can say goodbye to, well, 16 of the names that I've just read out. Samir Paul, Edward Munns, JJ Lowe, Harry Watson, Clark Naylor, Joshua Griffin, Austin Mayhew, Ryuma Komatsu and Molly Meisen, all other names that we can also be saying goodbye to for round number 2 of the RMC Ultimate Karting Championship here at Kimbolton. The top 4, Jackson, White, Ganetta and Grubb, all find themselves on the grid for this afternoon's super final. That's our first of 3 repechages done. We have one more before the lunch break. Of course, Senior Rotax, which should be just as intense, coming up next. The final race before the lunch break then, and it's the Senior Rotax Repêchage. If you are now just joining us, it's the last chance qualifier for some of the lowest ranked drivers to fight for their seat on the super final later on this afternoon. The top 4 will get that opportunity to fight from the back of the grid in the super final for round number 2 of the RMC Ultimate Karting Championship. Pleased to have your company, myself, Zach Sweeney, Kev Harris, alongside me in the commentary box for the final time today. Actually, going to be saying goodbye to you after lunch.
Yeah, so this is my last one before I then scoot off over to like the scrutineering area where we have the winners backdrop, the matrix board, to grab those winners interviews when they first get out the cart. But a nice close-up shot of Zaki Hussein there, a driver who I've known for many years, and his mum and dad who've supported him through UKC. Finds himself in the repêchage this one, trying to get into that super final then for Senior Rotax. So good luck to you, Zaki. But yeah, so on your own this afternoon, which is something you do admirably, I may say, Zach. You do very, very well, as then I scoot off and go and get ready for those winners' interviews, which isn't always the easiest thing to do, so I'm kind of down there in scrutineering. You don't get eyes on all of the circuits, so sometimes they come into that scrutiny area and something's happened and I just haven't been able to see it. I do kind of have the iPad running with the live pictures on it, but then that doesn't always play out because sometimes that's a little, the internet is a little bit behind real time when you're standing trackside here. So anyway, we're both keeping a lot of balls in the air, doing our best for our viewers who are watching us all around the world right now.
Yeah, pleasure to have all of your company as well, ladies and gentlemen. And keep your comments coming in the YouTube chat, by the way. We can see them, we do read them. Zaki Hussein will start the repêchage from pole position. Rhys Bailey, who suffered early doors in the superheat, definitely has the pace to compete at the sharp end. George Holm, who suffered a late incident in the superheat, starts 3rd, alongside Ethan Critchley on row number 2. 1, 2, 3, and 4, they'll be looking to stay that way come the end of this race. Miles Roby, Ollie Goodyear from Ollie Miller. Then comes Kieran Ives, whose granddad, David, is celebrating his birthday today, and what a present it would be for the 17-year-old to see his grandson take to the super final this afternoon. Taylor England, Caitlin Seabrook, your top 10 from Archie Hogan and Marcus King in P12. Front 6 rows of the grid. These are the drivers that are most realistically going to be able to make the waves to get inside the top 4. Jonas Januskas from Cape Broadbent, row 7. Mac McGilvray and Molly Griffiths, 15th and 16th position. A lot of work to do to make it through. Harvey Williams, Jacob Lee, Alexander Cole, the 19th and final driver to start the Senior Rotax Repêchage. And again, all eyes on the all-important top 4. If you're P1, if you're P2, you're going to be looking to stay that way, settle into a rhythm, and, well, get away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need to do. Get yourself out in front and away from the rest of the field, because behind you, in these repêchage last chance qualifier shootouts, it is all going to be going on, as we just saw in the one previous to that, in that junior Rotax race. So yeah, it is. It's go big or go home. It's all or nothing right now for these drivers. So if you can find yourself in a position where you can get out into the lead and off and away, it's the best place to be. You don't want to get stuck in some sort of dogfight back in 3rd, 4th or 5th, because, well, it may end in tears, as we just saw for Josh Griffin there at the closing stages of that last one. He must have just sort of put it around that final corner and then gone into the tyre wall. Front end of the dummy grid then, the green flag flies, and we'll see them roll out onto the circuit then. Little Guy Cunnington team crew of about 4 drivers there, all sharing a couple of rows of the grid back. Caitlin Seabrook in amongst with that lot there. That whole sort of area of Marcus King, Archie Hogan, Caitlin Seabrook, Taylor England and Kieran Ives occupying 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th. So they'll be fighting out, and Ethan Critchley from Guy Cunnington up in 4th. But on the front row of the grid, it's 2 Craft Motorsport drivers, in the form of Zaki Hussein and Rhys Bailey, who are going to be leading us out. Green flag's flying, sun's starting to come out for them as well, so hopefully the sun will be shining on the first few in this one, and they'll be booking their spot in this afternoon's super final. First time we've seen sunny pictures like this here this morning, in contrast to yesterday when it was sunshine all day long and super hot. The track was really sticky yesterday.
Of course, all of that rubber's still going to be there. We've had no rain to wash it away, so the track going to be looking very, very quick. And to be fair, the cool conditions, easier to keep the tyres in check in terms of temperature. You can see the marble build-up there on the outside of the corners. Also just adds to the fact that being on the outside is so tricky because of that marble build-up. You don't want to be stuck out there losing grip and dipping a wheel onto the grass. You can see rolling their way up then. Zaki Hussein the 392. Craft Motorsport 1 and 2 actually in this repechage, with Rhys Bailey to his left-hand side. They'll roll their way up to the grid. 8 minutes plus the lap to decide who gets their final spots into the super final this afternoon. Green flag waves and we go racing. Good start from Rhys Bailey to the outside of the first corner. I think we have gone for a full start once again. Nonetheless, it was a great start for Rhys Bailey if it was true. They'll run their way through the opening couple of corners. They are still racing, treating as if is the case. Defensive though, Zaki Hussein trying to keep the 312 at bay. I think we have got confirmation from race control that it was a full start, so we'll confirm that as soon as we can. I think they are going to start bunching back up once again. Initially though, it was a good start from Rhys Bailey.
Yeah, full start we go again. But yeah, Rhys Bailey got himself a super start there, didn't he? See what happens this time.
Getting the directions from the marshals there, being like, guys, sort it out. Come on, you're seniors. You should know how to start a race. Keep yourself in the tram lines and put your foot down and go. We'll see what we can do. Zaki Hussein on the right-hand side. It'll be the left-hand side of your screen as they roll towards turn 1. Foot to the floor, green flag flies, and we go racing for the senior Rotax Repechage. Good launch from Zaki Hussein, but an even better one from Rhys Bailey, who swings around the outside of his teammate there, giving him the opportunity to hang on. George Holm as well, getting the jump from 3rd place on the grid. The 312 already through, and they one of the Dan Hollands, the 395. That's Jacob Lee, well, in the barriers, nose first at the opening corner, and that is his weekend as good as done. He's got the next 7.5 minutes to enjoy the circuit should he want it.
Going to be absolutely spitting feathers, so cross with himself that he's ended it in that way. But out in front, what a great start that was from Rhys Bailey, getting the best of Zaki Hussein, and behind him there George Hulme as well of TT Motorsport, splitting the two. So they'll cross the start finish line for the first time by then, and we'll see the timing ladder populate itself as there we go. Hussein actually has dropped back down to 4th, as we can see, with Miles Roby then of MLC up to 3rd. So Zaki really didn't have the best of starts, did he?
Not at all. He's dropped back to 4th. I mean, initially I thought maybe it was a strategical Craft Motorsport thing. Back him up from pole position to allow Bailey to go around the outside of you so that you both can then be 1st and 2nd and get yourself into the super final. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the sort of message that he was given, but maybe the plan didn't quite go the way that he wanted it to. George Holm in 2nd. He had a couple of issues at the back end of his superheat down the inside. Zaki Hussein, though, will take what will be 3rd position back off him. Up and underneath, though, the 312. This is the fight for 3rd and 4th. So if you're Ethan Critchley, if you're Ollie Goodyear, you're looking at this and, well, licking your lips, hoping to try your best to get involved. Outside line for Zaki Hussein will tuck back underneath. The 337 of Ethan Critchley will try and find his way back through and does so, clutching now to stay inside the top 4.
Yeah, Zaki Hussein just running a kind of interesting line there. He got an overtake done, but then run wide on the next one, so he sort of gave a place back. And now he's under pressure from the 337, Ethan Critchley, Guy Cunnington Racing Colours, chasing down Zaki Hussein in this one right now. And that's kind of, we're talking about positions 4th or 5th, 6th and 7th, because ahead of them, the business end of the race, well, it's all about Rhys Bailey, Miles Roby, isn't it, at the top of this one right now as they cross the start-finish line. And George Hulme up to 3rd. So that's where we're at right now. You can see a Lenny Messenger Motorsport kart there of the 377. So that's Ollie Miller in the mix there, currently running in 7th right now.
Under investigation, Rhys Bailey, by the way, for the race start. It did look very, very good. As a start, I don't know, mate. I'm not going to make an opinion on it. I don't think... I think Race Control probably going to make the better one. They've got the replay, they've got the information. We'll see if it was a jump start, if he had his wheels in the tram line. Those are going to be the things that Race Control are looking for. It was a very good jump, though, relative to Zaki Hussein, who now runs at 4th position. The pole sitter desperately trying to stay in that transfer zone. 5 minutes plus the lap still to go, so plenty of this race remaining, just over half of it. Drifting and backing the car in there was Ollie Miller. Just getting it sideways and, well, using all of the rotation possible on the rear brakes to get the kart stopped and turned in for the opening corner at Stoke. The 392 of Zaki Hussein trying to get through on George Holm, because that's the safety buffer that he needs. If you finish in 4th, it's not quite comfortable when you've got 3 karts right behind you.
No, it really isn't. So he's definitely under pressure then, as we can pick up that action now fully on screen. Out in front, though, Bailey from Roby, Hulme, Hussein then. 392, eyes on him, holding off the Guy Cunnington kart of Ethan Critchley right now. And behind them, we've got Ollie Miller. And that man, Ethan Critchley, is going quicker than anybody else on the circuit with a 41.039. Hussein just finding himself wheel to wheel, getting an did he get overtake done? No. Ethan Critchley going with him, look, constantly looking over his shoulder there, just realising that he's still there and he's not losing him. And Critchley just sitting there, so comfortable, so confident, thinking, well, I'm going to take you in a lap or two, mate, or a corner or two. He knows he can overtake him, or at least that's what I'm sure he'll be thinking.
Also as well, just to be under very little pressure from those behind, he's just given him a bit of a tap to say, right, I'm in fourth now, I can live with that. Yeah. I don't want to drop back. There's a huge sense to the inside. Ollie Miller loves to back the car up into the corners, got it a bit too sideways into the penultimate one, drops down to 7th position, promotes Ollie Goodyear through. There's the side-by-side action. Ethan Critchley down the inside of Zaki Hussein will take 3rd position, but again, their priority shouldn't be each other. It should be getting away from everyone else. 3rd and 4th. They know they're going to make it. Again, 33rd, 34th. Doesn't really make that big of a difference if you're risking not even being on the grid at all.
Yeah, absolutely. They just want to concentrate on getting into that super final, I think. So hopefully now that will settle for those two drivers. But behind them, the next racer, Ollie Goodyear, the privateer, he's up a couple of spaces, currently running 5th. So he's going to keep his eyes on the pair of them and try and get there. And then behind him, George Hume of TT Motorsport has dropped down 3 places. Don't forget, he was up in the mix, wasn't he, just a while back? So what will George do in the closing stages of this one with just under 3 minutes plus a lap on the clock?
5-second penalty, by the way, for Rhys Bailey coming in for a jump start. The stewards deeming it to be the case. And, well, 5 seconds currently would put him at P7, just in front of Taylor England, who's got 5.1 seconds trailing the 343. So Rhys Bailey, well, basically, I don't think he's going to be able to pull out a 5-second gap to the top 4. To be fair, he's got 3.2, so he needs 1.8 seconds in 2.5 minutes plus a lap. If they battle more, it might be doable. It's going to be remarkably difficult, though. He needs to get on with it now. Thankfully, he's not under any pressure. However, if he does know he's got a penalty already, I'm not entirely sure as to how informative the gantry is on the run to the line. His teammate, I'm sure, his mechanics, you know, the guys on the spanners will probably be telling him, you've got a penalty, get a move on. The Craft Motorsport guys typically are very good at that in terms of signaling to their drivers. He's got a 5-second penalty. He does need to get a move on, and right now needs, like I say, 1.6 seconds to Zaki Hussein in order to well, tip his way through and at the very least finish P4 in this race.
Yeah, he's got a lot to do, really, isn't he? He's kind of, can he do it? Not sure, might be able to, but I don't think so. He's going to have to go really quite quickly. You would think he knows, but if he doesn't know, then he might start to cruise. But you would think he would have seen, you know, the digital timing board of somebody on the pit wall or in the outside of the circuit, giving him some kind of signal to get off the way down the road. But it's quite a, 5 seconds is quite a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a big hindrance. Look into the gap to Ollie Goodyear, because obviously Rhys Bailey needs to outperform Ollie Goodyear by 5 seconds in this race. In order to finish 4th still. The gap between them, 3.7 seconds. So that's the key story that we're watching on in this race. Basically, Rhys Bailey's race against time. Last time through a 41.1 for Rhys Bailey, a 41.2 for Ollie Goodyear. So at the moment, Ollie Goodyear is in a very good position to nab himself a top 4 transfer slot by virtue of Rhys Bailey's 5-second penalty. The gap has grown to 3.8, but there's not enough time to only be taking 1/10 of a second a lap out of your rival.
Yeah, I don't think so. We're kind of in the closing stage of this one. It might be too little, too late for him. We'll see what happens there as we're watching 337 of Ethan Critchley, the Guy Cunnington Racing colours, looking great in the sunshine here, doing a good job of holding that position of 3rd right now. Zaki Hussein has held on to 4th after sort of battling at the front end. Seems to have held on to 4th right now. Good camera pictures of him running through the final corner before sweeping around on the hind straight and then into the bottom end and Stowe, which is effectively turn number 1. So there we are then looking at 337, 392. Critchley and Hussein chasing them down, but they seem settled in those positions right now, the pair of them. Behind Hussein, it's Ollie Goodyear, the privateer. Little gap back then, the gap between those two. Just about 0.2 of a second, 0.2 of a second. Can Goodyear get up on Hussein? Maybe, maybe not sure. But out in front, Rhys Bailey from Craft Motorsport and Miles Roby in second, both looking comfortable. Craft Motorsport and MLC then in the 1 and 2.
Very good indeed. Final lap of the race, the gap back to P5 for Rhys Bailey, 3.8 seconds. He needs 1.2 seconds on 1 lap. It's not looking good for the 343, who's definitely got more pace to show this weekend, but not going to get the opportunity to do that. The 372, though, of Ollie Goodyear getting involved with Zaki Hussein could be the saving grace that Rhys Bailey needs in order to stay in this race. I don't think it's going to be enough And Ollie Goodyear doesn't even need to find a way through on Zaki Hussein. He probably doesn't even know that right now he will take 4th place by virtue of the 5-second penalty for the jump start of Rhys Bailey, whose start was, well, yeah, too good to be true. Race control deemed it 3 corners left to go for these drivers. Rhys Bailey will see the checker flag first. He will take victory on circuit in the repêchage, but it won't see him into the final. 5 seconds will drop him down to 5th. Miles Roby will then take victory. Critchley, Hussein and Goodyear will be the 4 that take the final 4 spots in the final this afternoon. Rhys Bailey, of course, going to be devastated, but he gave it his all, and he can at the least hold his head up high that he won the race on circuit by a good margin, 1.9 seconds from Miles Roby.
Yeah, and shout out as well, just in the closing stages there, to Archie Hogan of Guy Cunnington Racing, the only driver to dip below 41 seconds with the fastest lap of 40.976. So well done to Guy Cunnington and Archie Hogan behind the wheel of car 325, clocking the fastest lap.
Nicely done indeed. We're running through the full results in just a moment. That, of course, is our final race before the lunch break. We've got our 5 finals and, of course, the mini repêchage still to come after lunch break. But Rhys Bailey on circuit taking victory in the senior Rotax repêchage. Of course, a 5-second penalty will drop him outside of the top 4. So everyone you see from Matt McGilvery up will be promoted a position. So Miles Roby will take victory, Ethan Critchley in 2nd, Zaki Hussein 3rd, Ollie Goodyear will be tipped up into the top 4 and will work his way into the super final. George Holm will finish 5th, Rhys Bailey will finish 6th. Matt McGilvery in 7th from Kieran Ives, of course in P8, Ollie Miller, Archie Hogan rounding out the top 10. Behind that, Taylor England, Molly Griffiths, Jonas Janusauskas from Caitlin Seabrook, Kate Broadbent, Marcus King, Harvey Williams and Jacob Lee, who we saw nose first in the barrier on the opening lap, got himself back going again, but a very lonely race at the back end of the field. Kev, of course, will be saying goodbye to you in terms of the commentary box. We won't be saying goodbye to you in terms of today, because you're going to be doing the interviews and you're going to be busy on your feet down in Parc Ferme. But this morning has given us a lot of thrills, a lot of spills, and sets us up very nicely for this afternoon.
Yeah, it really does. And of course, that mini Inter Repêchage is still to come, and the micros and the minis really entertained us, didn't they? So after lunch, mini Inters in their Repêchage will be fighting out. But yeah, a lot of excitement to look forward to. Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax Super Finals, they're set to be good. And yeah, I'll be down there in that winner's enclosure, just ready to have a little quick chat with them when they get out the carts.
Ladies and gentlemen, your company has been very greatly appreciated. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Kevin Harris alongside me in the commentary box, bringing you live coverage of the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship. Round number 2 here at Kimbolton. The championship leaders of each of our 5 categories will get themselves a ticket to the Rotax Max International Trophy at Le Mans in about a month's time, where they potentially have an opportunity to win themselves a ticket to the Grand Finals in Portimao. So a lot at stake here in Kimbolton. We're going to step aside for a quick lunch break. We'll be back in about half an hour or so for the mini repêchage before our 5 super finals this afternoon.
Yesterday night, I could barely sleep. I was just thinking, what would happen today?
Only champions make it this far. Their sacrifice, hard work, worth it.
It's been a struggle this whole year. I mean, the beginning of the year, I worked so hard.
A lot of championships to try to, get here, and it's been a lot. You look at everybody like, oh man, that's cool. Like, where did they get their ticket from? Everybody has to win to be here, and that's super, super special.
Just being here is already a success.
Take time to soak it in. Bahrain. Savor it.
Enjoy it. That's the most important thing to do at the World Finals.
All the activities that they make, so many things that come, like drift shows, F1 paddock, and so on.
Find your limits. Push them, but don't exceed them. They can make or break you.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of nerves, really. There's a lot on the line.
Everybody here is used to be in the front row.
Champions all together. Now you must prove why you are number one.
Every kid's dream in karting is to win that event.
When the start goes and you hit it off and you're overtaking somebody, but nothing gets the adrenaline up and pumping like driving a race.
When you see that green flag go, you've got to know you're ready for it.
This is it. 36 remain. One race, one chance, one moment to make history.
Feels proud, man. Bahrain, man, they've been driving for podiums for a long, long time, and it feels great to finally give back and give a podium to Bahrain. Fucking unreal. The one thing I wanted to win my whole life, my whole career. I just went out and done it like that, made it look easy.
I'm over the moon. Last year I came second. It haunted me all year, so I'm happy to be here again and win it this time.
Hello and welcome to a very hot and sunny Kimbolton, the home of Hunt's Kart Racing Club. You join us then for round 2 of the Rotax RMC Ultimate Karting Championship, where this weekend is particularly important because at the end of the weekend, come Sunday night, it's not just the usual weekend trophies that are up for grabs. The championship leaders in each class will also win themselves their entry ticket to the Rotax International Trophy event to be held at Le Mans in July. And that was firmly on the minds of many of the drivers when we caught up with them ahead of round 1 at Wilton Mill last month. And it maybe explains why we had such close and action-packed racing from the off that weekend.
This is the Rotax RMC Ultimate Karting Championship. It's 2026 and we're at Wilton Mill.
Well, we certainly started in style, didn't we, at Wilton Mill back in April, and we can expect racing that is just as hard fought here at Kimbolton this weekend, where having nerves of steel and fighting for your very existence is in the DNA of this venue. In World War II, this was the site of the United States Army Air Force Base where bombers would have been taking off and landing at high speed, with certainly a lot more than pride at stake for the pilots and crews that climbed into the cockpit back then. Pilots of a different kind, though, in the modern day, but holding your nerve and being triumphant at high speed, well, it's still the name of the game, isn't it? So let's take a look at the circuit they'll all be taking on. So here we are then on the start-finish line at Kimbolton, and with the rolling start, the karts will have rolled all the way through here under the timing gantry for the first time down what is the Hines Straight, named after the family, of course, who founded Zipkart and the great Martin Hines, who would have raced many times here back in the day. A sweeping long straight then into the first right-hander that is Stowe. So this is Stowe, the first right-hander after the start. There's a big curb on the inside, and they're all going to be bunched here on that first lap. So you've got to keep it clean through here. And then as the track sweeps round, we're off into the chicane that is the Willows. So this is the Willows section then, and it's a chicane where you can probably attack this left-hander quite aggressively and get yourself a good line to the next short sprint, which is the Umitsu Straight. On that first lap, though, you can expect a lot of action through here, and you really have, as with Stowe over there, got to keep it clean. So after the Umitsu Straight then, we're into Derek's Corner, named after the man that gave so much this circuit in his lifetime. But what you really get up this end of the circuit is a sense of just how pan-flat this place is. Being a former Air Force base and a runway, it obviously has to be like that. But it means that if you get the line right, you're going to keep all of that speed and carry it through the vast reaches of this fantastic circuit. So here we are then up at the down Weldon corner, and as you can see, all the teams out are doing their track walk this morning, which is great, and the coaches are telling the drivers exactly what they've got to do up here. It's a double apex right-hander, but as you can see from the racing line, the rubber that's gone down, it's a big sweep, so you'll probably hug a little bit close on the first corner, but then, or the first section of the corner, but then as you exit, you'll have come quite wide, getting ready then for the last part of the lap. So we're nearly at the end of the lap, and you've just had that hard, almost 90 left, which is Kestrel corner, down the laser straight then, and here we are then at the final right-hander, which is almost the hairpin, the Kimbolton corner, before sweeping around back onto the Hines Straight and over the start-finish line for hopefully what is a super quick lap. The fastest senior Rotax drivers this weekend will probably be clocking them in the low 40s. Well, it really is a great circuit here at Kimbolton, and one that lends itself to some very fast, close racing. And speaking of close, that's exactly what it is at the top of those championship tables. And don't forget, it's those championship leaders at the end of this weekend who will be booking their spot at that international trophy event at Le Mans. So let's see who's in the running after round 1. So here we are then, just 22 points splitting the top 5, but it's your top 3 who are in with a shout. Sebastian Crawford from Origin Motorsport on 137. Lenny Barton with that win in the Super Final, but out in front on 144, it's J.M. Prakash. Moving on to Mini Inter then, and it's just as tight at the top, but your top 3, well, it's Sebastian Behrman on 127. He's got ground to make up on the leading 2. Austin Oman, former champion, on 145, but 5 points ahead of him, it's that young man from Coles Racing, Max Abrahart. Well, experience is the name of the game in 177, and this championship table is stacked with it. In third, it's James Lingard, but ahead of him, Taylor Bellini on 149. But that man, Harrison Crook from TH Corsa, he's running away with it on 154. Well, it's always hard fought, isn't it, in Junior Rotax? And the top of the table, that's what we're seeing. King Bernard on 141, Kai Clark on 150. But our former vice champion from Mini Inter, Charlie Wolfett from Dan Holland Racing, running away with it at the moment on 153. And lastly then, looking at Senior Rotax, it's Kian Geraghty on 136, sitting in third right now, making moves in cars as well as karts this season. Matty Hingley from Ultimate R on 142, but just 1 point ahead. It's that former champion, all-round winner, Macaulay Bishop on 143. So that's what it's looking like then at the top of the tables, where it's very much all to play for. And don't forget, come Sunday night, those championship leaders, well, they'll scoop those Le Mans tickets. So without further ado, let's head on up to the commentary box and go and join your commentator, Zach Sweeney.
Round number 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship has already given us thrills and spills, along with a lot of excitement along the way, and that's just from this morning's action. We still have 6 more races to go through post-lunch break, including the Mini Repêchage and each of our 5 finals this afternoon. My name is Zach Sweeney. We'll be talking you through all of the racing action here this afternoon. Kev Harris did join me this morning, but he's going to be down in Parc Fermé ready to do the winners' interviews for each of our final podium finishes. You join us here at Kimbolton, the Hunts Kart Racing Club, the 10th of May. It's a bit of a nicer day actually this afternoon around one of the more technical circuits that we'll be taken to in 2026. Just under a kilometre in length, 12 turns, a very minimal elevation change, but has been around for quite some time. Was utilised during the Second World War as an airfield for the US Air Force. Weather, like I say, has been pretty overcast. Blue skies starting to creep through, but the wind has been the main thing that, blowing each of the flags around the circuit. Definitely easy to tell that the wind definitely has been blowing a gale. Temperature as well, around about 13 degrees. So it's not been cold, but it's not exactly been warm either. It's been a nice weekend as an overall in terms of the weather, and a lot of the drivers, of course, out in Europe very recently. Wackersdorf last weekend in Bavaria was about 29 degrees every single day. The drivers, of course, making their way back into the UK and probably reminding themselves as to why maybe they go into Europe quite often. But of course, for the Ultimate Karting Championship, this is the place to be in terms of establishing yourself some of the world's best drivers on the grid. And of course, at the end of round number 2, each of our championship leaders will be getting themselves that ticket to the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy at Le Mans, where of course they have the opportunity to win the tickets to the grand finals, which will be hosted in Portimao later on this year. Pleasure to have your company, joining us either on the UKC channel or of course on the Alpha Live channel. Make sure of course to like, subscribe, turn the bell on for notifications, all that good stuff to stay up to date with all things karting. Of course, for the UKC, this is our second round of the championship. We'll be taking to, of course, the likes of Warden Law, to Rowrah, to Three Sisters, Dunkeswell, and then, of course, to Silverstone for the Rotax National Trophy on the 16th to the 18th of October. We've already ticked off Wilton Mill. That was a few weeks ago, just at the beginning of April. Kicked off the season in very good fashion indeed. Of course, the Mini Inter's the next race up for their repêchage. Just confirming things in terms of the grid as to who's going to be where. Of course, the repêchage, for those that are unfamiliar, the last chance qualifier, the final opportunity for the drivers to get their spot on the grid for the final for the categories that exceed the grid limit of the circuit. Here at Kimbolton, that's 34. 30 of them through the heats and the pre-final go straight through. They don't need to worry. Their grid positions are set from P31, of course, to P34. That's then when things get a bit complicated. This is then when we introduce the repêchage, the last chance qualifier for the top 4 in each of those races to assume the final 4 spots on the grid for the final, to be in it to win it. Of course, typically we only ever see juniors and seniors. This weekend we've got the privilege of having loads of mini entries as well, so we get a mini max repêchage also. And, well, as we always say, they are mini, but they are absolutely mighty. In terms of the overall picture in Mini Inter, of course, some of these drivers won't be taken to the Repêchage. In fact, I can almost guarantee they won't be at all. But at the front end of the field, Austin Oman, Maximilian Eberhardt, points have counted after the pre-final. They're matched on points, 248 each, heading into, into the final this afternoon. So whoever finishes in front of who will be taking the championship lead, and with it, of course, the ticket to the international trophy. Just getting confirmation, race due to start in about 16 minutes time at 52 minutes past 1 here in the afternoon in Kimbolton. Translate that to, of course, wherever you are around the world. 52 minutes past the hour in about 15 minutes time. Hopefully shouldn't be too much longer. You can see a beautiful day, relatively, for today's standards in terms of Kimbolton. A very challenging circuit, of course, here for round number 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship. Of course, partnering with the Rotax brand as an overall, taking that partnership to the next level, offering up the tickets to the grand finals to each of our championship winners. Let's have a look at some of the Rotax highlights of last year.
Yesterday night, I could barely sleep. I was thinking, what would happen today?
Only champions make it this far. Their sacrifice, hard work, worth it.
It's been a struggle this whole year. I mean, the beginning of the year, I worked so hard.
A lot of championships to try to, get here, and it's been a lot. You look at everybody like, oh man, that's cool. Like, where did they get their ticket from? Everybody has to win to be here, and that's super, super special.
Just being here is already a success.
Take time to soak it in. Bahrain. Savor it.
Enjoy it. That's the most important thing to do at the World Finals.
All the activities that they make, so many things that come, like drift shows, F1 paddock, and so on.
Find your limits. Push them, but don't exceed them. They can make or break you.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of nerves, really. There's a lot on the line.
Everybody here is used to be in the front row.
Champions all together. Now you must prove why you are #1.
Every kid's dream in karting is to win that event.
When the start goes and you hit it off and you're overtaking somebody, but nothing gets the adrenaline up and pumping like driving a race.
When you see that green flag go, you've got to know you're ready for it.
This is it. 36 remain. One race, one chance, one moment to make history.
Feels proud, man. Bahrain, man, they've been driving for podiums for a long time, and it feels great to finally give back and give a podium to Bahrain. Fucking unreal. The one thing I wanted to win my whole life, my whole career, and just when I've done it like that, made it look easy.
I'm over the moon. Last year I came second. It haunted me all year, so I'm happy to be here again and win it this time.
What an event the Grand Finals is, just gets bigger and better every single year, and Bahrain was absolutely no exception. Of course, it's the dream that all of these young karting drivers aspire to go and do. It's the one thing they want to go and win. It's where their ambitions lie before they then take this next step, the next logical step in their racing career, whether that's single-seaters or into tin tops. Ganetta, of course, a long-time partner with the UKC, providing that pathway, giving some of our championship protagonist championship winners the opportunity to test the Ganetta Junior car themselves. Again, a logical progression, getting themselves onto big circuits, getting them into that dynamic of car racing. Some of our alumni have gone into the Ganetta Junior Championship. Jacob Ashcroft, reigning European champion, reigning UKC champion in Junior Max, has gone into Ganetta Junior and has been doing pretty well the last couple of rounds. Of course, podiums, rookie podiums, and fighting at the sharp end of the field. Ganetta giving that opportunity to these young drivers and giving them that natural progression. Let's hear from Ganetta themselves, though, of course, the partners of the UKC. Big thanks to Ganetta for their support in the progression of young talent. Of course, the Ganetta Junior Championship, a place where drivers like Lando Norris have taken victory, have kickstarted their career, have got their name known at the front end of motorsport to propel themselves through their career. And a lot, like I say, of the UKC alumni have gone on through that progression and beyond. And the next generation could well be making their way through, paving the way through, and using Ganetta as the stepping stone. Of course, here at the UKC, you know, we've got some pretty nice kit. Of course, a new round of kit this year with the partnership of the Rotax Max Challenge, provided of course by Pureware. We've got ourselves some lovely t-shirts, hoodies, coats, you name it, we've got it. It's very, very good, very top quality. Let's hear from Pureware themselves as a partner of the UKC. providing us some very nice kit indeed, and I'm sure a lot of the teams around the paddock as well. Make sure you cop yours at Pureware. Big thank you to everyone for keeping us company. I know we've got a little bit of a wait until the Mini Inter Repêchage, their last chance qualifier ahead of the finals this afternoon. You join myself, Zach Sweeney, here at a very windy Kimbolton, but overall not too bad in terms of the racing action. It has been a very exciting second round of the 2026 season. Of course, there you can see the Rotax flag blowing a gale in the wind, which definitely is picking up here. I think we saw on the graphic about 7 miles an hour or something in that vein. Not, you know, disastrous, but definitely feelable from outside, and the flag's definitely getting a bit of a battering. Kimbolton, like I say, has been the venue of some brilliant racing. It's only the second time the UKC has been here in what is its now its 7th season of operation. Of course, kickstarting the championship back in 2020 and being the breeding ground of talent and the like all the way through, even attracting the likes of Steve Alvarez-Brown, Super GT, fighting in the UKC as well. Of course, some of the young talent as well, not just experienced talent like Super GT, but also the young talent taking that first step all the way up to the top. And like I say, the Rotax Max Grand Finals this year hosted in Portimao later on this year. Last year, of course, in Bahrain. It is the one thing that all of the drivers want to go and win. It's one of the biggest spectacles in grassroots motorsport, in karting as a sport overall. It's the one thing they all aspire to. It's the biggest ambition of each of these drivers. Let's take a look at some more highlights from the Grand Final.
Kart set into pre-grid now.
So, matey, we're walking out here for the umpteenth time, many, many years of pushing go-karts onto the track. I think we started this, I don't know, 20 years ago?
Yeah, probably something like this, yeah.
Someone put a couple of karts out there and said, that looks really cool. And then we thought, okay, we'll put a couple more out and just built and built and built. It takes a good year of setting up what we have now, from the people behind the scenes back at Rotax, and also the Shelley partners working together as one for this event.
Nice thing over here is we work all together.
Yeah, everyone helping one another and pushing each other. You will not believe what they have to do to line the karts up, and now they're using lasers to get everything perfect in place. So it's a huge effort, a monumental effort.
This is something we will be proud of.
I mean, it's in the heart, isn't it? Yeah. Absolute pleasure always.
Pleasure for us because you are here.
I mean, from your perspective, this is still impressive, isn't it, every time you see it?
Funny thing for me is, you know, that how many people are commenting, this must be fake.
Yeah.
That's for me the best, you know.
Yeah.
The people who are here, they see that it's real.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Those pictures are going around the globe. I think
immediately.
Everyone is excited, you know.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep them off the
track.
Off the track.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's one of the most iconic pictures you're going to get.
Yeah.
To see one of these go-karts that is on the grid at a 400, and then you get the raffle and you pull it out, that's your number of the kart. You walk down and select your go-kart. It's just such a spectacular situation. For the people coming here for the first time and seeing this is just out of this world.
Out of this world, definitely the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. The biggest prize in karting, and one that a lot of UKC drivers have already had the privilege of taking. Ladies and gentlemen, you join us here at Kimbolton for round number 2 at the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship, partnered of course with Rotax in 2026, to give each of our championship winners that ticket to the grand finals that will be taking place in Portimao at the end of this year. Speaking of tickets, of course, the top leader in each of our championship will be getting themselves a ticket to the International Trophy at Le Mans, another huge event in the world of karting, and again an opportunity for them to get some tickets to the grand finals later on this year as well if they are successful. But they do at the very least get themselves free entry should they top the championship of the UKC at the end of round number 2, which of course is this one. We are just moments away from getting our next race underway. The Mini Repêchage last chance qualifier, just waiting for some stewards reports and race control admin things to be all sorted. Then we can confirm the grid and get some karts out on circuit for the last chance qualifier for Minimax. After that, we'll then of course have our 5 finals across Micromax, 177, Minimax, Junior Max and Senior Max to end off the day. Predicted to be going green at 10 to 4 in the UK, 15:51. Of course, translate that to wherever you are around the world. Make sure you are tuning in. Definitely have seen we've got a bit of a global audience for the UKC, so great that we've got so many eyes on the stars of the future on the grids of today. Like I say, this race due to start about now, so just waiting for confirmation from everyone. And hopefully we'll see some Minimax drivers working their way around the just shy of a kilometre circuit here at Kimbolton. I think we're ready to go. It's time for the Minimax Repêchage. Karts on the dummy grid then and rolling their way out onto circuit. The top 4 will stay in this weekend's proceedings. The rest of them, well, we'll be saying goodbye to them for round number 2 of the UKC. Minimax has been brutal so far this weekend. Of course, the grid is confirmed. They're rolling their way around at the moment. From what I can see, it's Saiki Komatsu and Jack Brown that will share the front row. Of course, the all-important number is finishing inside the top 4. That's where you need to be to make it into the final later on this afternoon. Currently got a few cars there you can see rolling their way around. Only a couple of them are going to be the ones that we say goodbye to. I think we've got 5 karts out on circuit. As such, 4 of them will make their way through. Just on their formation lap now, you can see the 128 of Saiki Komatsu, Jack Brown, Teddy Roberts, Hayden Wardell and Carter Jackson, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Eight minutes plus the lap for the Minimax drivers. Komatsu for Pro Train, Jack Brown for GMS Kart Team, Strawberry Racing, Teddy Roberts, GMS Kart Team for Hayden Wardell, and Origin Motorsport for Carter Jackson. The other Mini drivers, of course, they've got their grid positions set. The complication just before this, the reason we had a little bit of time to fill, is by virtue, of course, of some judicial reports that had to come in, and some people being undecided in terms of some drivers' positions being undecided, and obviously those things have to be concretely confirmed before you host a repêchage, a last chance qualifier. So we'll be saying goodbye to one of these drivers. They'll put foot to the floor. They'll go racing for 8 minutes plus the lap. Saiki Komatsu on the left-hand side of your screen will go racing. The 149 of Teddy Roberts tries to dart through the middle, gets the jump, goes to the outside of turn number 1, has to hold off the 185 of Hayden Wardell as all 5 karts will negotiate their way through. You can pretty much bet that they're all going to stay line astern, nose to tail for the entirety of this race. So far, a good start, though, for Saiki Komatsu. The 128 leading quite nicely, a good back kart length clear of the 149 of Teddy Roberts, who at the moment is running 4th in this train, currently still good enough. Right now, if you're the 178 of Carter Jackson, you're wanting to get through. So the drivers stick themselves onto the second lap of racing. Saiki Komatsu leading from Hayden Wardell, then comes Jack Brown, Teddy Roberts and Carter Jackson. Moves to the inside there of the second chicane, so Komatsu under a bit of pressure from the 185 of Hayden Wardale, who takes the lead of the race. Heading through into what is turn number 5, gets it stopped. Nicely done indeed. Now in towards the penultimate corner, this fast flick to the left. Of course, you've got to keep it as far over to the left as you can to open up the final corner. Slight hairpin, widens up on the entry and widens up on the exit as well. It's a very long corner, but you need that exit on the run towards turn number 1. And that's where we've seen a lot of Sen, same too, down and towards the opening corner. Saiki Komatsu on the inside, holds third for now. Currently a GMS kart team 1 and 2. You can see the Lando Norris helmet of Jack Brown chasing after his teammate, trying to stay with him. Of course, the two of them wanting to get themselves actually into the final 8 of the run this afternoon. It's very borderline with the Mini Inters. A bit of a tap to pass there of the 149 and Teddy Roberts, getting a bit too late on the brakes. That's going to open the door to draw alongside Komatsu. A drag race between the two of them, but favouring the 128. They all tuck back into the slipstream, all 5 of them nose to tail. Carter Jackson could still have an opportunity in this race. There we can see we've got 5.5 minutes plus the lap still to go. Bit of a chop and change at the front end of the field. The two teammates go side by side. Jack Brown on the inside of his teammate around the outside. We're going to go 3 wide momentarily through the chicane. How have they kept that clean? Big beneficiary though is the 127. Jack Brown got the move done well in advance of the corner. Didn't bother with having to be stuck on the outside, anything like that. But a brilliant display for the Minis. Mini Max, Mini Field, mighty racing. These 5 karts giving us bucket loads of action. Carter Jackson on the inside of the 149 of Teddy Roberts. Another lap in the books. It's Brown from Wardale from Komatsu. Then comes Roberts and Jackson. Side by side through Willows. The 149 tries to muscle his way past, but absolutely not, says Komatsu. Back down the inside though, the run comes into the chicane, but aiming himself at the apex there very cleverly is Komatsu. Just positioning himself and his kart straight at the apex, so to close the gap and slam the door in the face of Teddy Roberts. The Tony kart now in the slipstream. A point forwards between the two DMS kart team drivers, just to say, right, let's try and get away from these guys. We've got 2 karts currently making up the rear end of the Mini Inter final. Let's not change that. On the back of his teammate though is Hayden Wardale. Side by side in the fight for third, so that's what the GMS karts are hoping for, is that they fight for third and the two of them can get away. Last half of this race, 4 minutes plus the lap still to go. Semi-defensive from Komatsu just to well, deter the move from Teddy Roberts, while also actually still having enough pace through the corner to stay on the back of Hayden Wardale. Carter Jackson doing his best to stay involved in this train. He's got the pace, but not quite close enough to really engage in many moves. I think he's waiting for his moment to strike. Like I say, it's very borderline in Minimax. I think we have something like 36 entries. Down the inside goes Komatsu, and only 34 of them can start the race later on this afternoon. So these drivers, of course, will be looking to make up the rear end of the Mini Inter final. The top 4 of them will be doing so side by side in the chase towards the second chicane. Teddy Roberts trying to open some sort of a gap going through down Weldon corner. That double apex right-hander goes on seemingly forever under a lot of lateral load. Inside opens up, not quite, but it does at the apex. So running a bit wide there does. That was Jack Brown who's dropped down. It is down to 4th now as the Tony Cup will find his way through. Komatsu goes for the lead to the inside of turn number 1. Around the outside goes Wardale. Loses a bit of momentum, bit of a tap to the front left as well, as Komatsu had to dart out of the way to avoid some contact. Teddy Roberts up to 3rd. Then comes Brown, then comes Jackson. 2.5 minutes plus the lap still to go. Some great racing on display again. There's been no breakaway. They've all been working together fairly well because they know how crucial it is that they stay all as one big pack. Particularly those sort of 3rd, 4th and 5th. The top 2 were similar to the GMS trying to get away, but to very little avail. Teddy Roberts much tidier on the exit than his competitors of the final corner, so he's able to put the foot down a bit more effectively. That gives him a good run in towards turn number 1. Komatsu sees it coming. He's going to go for the lead. Teddy Roberts going to try and follow him through, but having the agility on the outside there is the 185. He keeps his foot in around the outside of the willows. There's side-to-side contact between the two of them. Komatsu gets shoved off wide. So too does Hayden Wardell. So they assume 4th and 5th. Through goes Teddy Roberts to take the lead of the race. Jack Brown, Carter Jackson, who has just been biding his time in this race, waiting for it to come to him. It might come packaged nicely together. 1.5 minutes left to go. Carter Jackson in the black and white Origin Motorsport. The 127 now has got a good opportunity to go and win this race. Of course, the benefit to winning this race, of course, is that you get your spot on the grid, but also that you start a bit higher up than those in 2nd, 3rd or 4th. So from P31 to 34 is decided by this repechage by virtue of whether you finish 1st, 2nd, 3rd or 4th. Outside line gets taken there from Carter Jackson, trying to apply a bit of pressure to Jack Brown, but not really close enough, not really an opportunity there. But he is also trying to apply some pressure in front as to alleviate some of the pressure from behind. He's got to attack to defend, really, because that pressure mounting from behind. The GMS car of Hayden Wardell fires one down the inside of the final corner, gets it stopped. Carter Jackson, with all of his momentum completely ruined. Komatsu will go through. This is now the penultimate lap of the race, with 22 seconds plus the lap still to go. Komatsu down the inside of turn number 1. Carter Jackson will, well, flick it in around the outside and quite comfortably keep that position. Komatsu needs to keep his momentum. He's dropped back a couple of kart lengths, so he can't afford any more mistakes if he wants to stay inside the top 4, considering he was the pole sitter in this race and leading quite some of it. The dynamic of having only 5 karts on the field just adds to that unpredictability, especially now as the top 2 begin to break away. We've got 2 packs of 2, and then poor little Hayden Wardell stuck in the middle, trying to get onto the back of those in front of him, help his teammate out slightly if he can. Next lap through, the final lap of the race, final lap of the mini Inter Repêchage as well, to set the final grid for each of our 5 super finals coming up very shortly. Inside line taken by Carter Jackson, not taking any chances in terms of defense from Komatsu, defending kind of thin air, to be honest. Less than a kilometer to run here at Kimbolton, and Roberts has, well, kept his composure very nicely indeed. Up in front, he's calculated this race quite nicely. So too has Brown, and let it come to them. They didn't really do anything overly aggressive. It was Komatsu and Wardell that did that for them. Now through the final couple of corners, is there anything that Brown can do? Defensive goes Teddy Roberts to try and keep the lead of the race, but now it's going to be a drag race. The 127 gets his foot to the floor early enough. Checker flag flies in the mini Inter Repêchage. It's Teddy Roberts that will take victory. Brown, Wardell and Jackson will make up the rear ends of the mini Inter final field, and we'll say goodbye to Seiki Komatsu. So that is it then, the repechage done and dusted for Minimax, the last chance qualifier. And what, to be fair, actually a very decent race that it was. Granted, only 5 karts out on circuit, but it was Teddy Roberts that took victory from Jack Brown, Hayden Wardell and Carter Jackson. 1, 2, 3 and 4, they get their seats on the final. Seiki Komatsu, unfortunately from pole, finishes 5th, but it could have gone any which way. The entire field covered by just over a second. No one could have known really who was going to finish the top 4, and well, one of them we had to say goodbye to, and that unfortunately is going to be Komatsu, but a valiant effort nonetheless from the Protein driver. A valiant show for round number 2 here at Kimbolton. Still, of course, got plenty of the season left to run. Through 2026. We'll go to Warden Law next. Just over in a month's time, actually. We timed this very nicely indeed. 1 round every sort of 4 or 5 weeks or so. Warden Law next up in Sunderland. Rowrah, of course, the other side up north in the country, up in the Lake District. Then 3 Sisters staying up north in Wigan. Dunkeswell back down south on the 25th to the 27th of December. And then, of course, to Silverstone in Northamptonshire for the Rotax National Trophy. Well, again, we get to hand out some more of those juicy tickets to the grand finals. It was a pretty decent Rotax National Trophy at PFI last year. Of course, we get to debut Silverstone later on in the year as well. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, though. We've got round number 2 of the Ultimate Karting Championship here at Kimbolton. Next up, the first of our 5 super finals. It's time for Micromax. getting themselves ready to get gridded up for the first of our 5 finals this afternoon. Micromax takes to the grid for the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship, and what a grid that we've got ahead of us. The Magnificent Micros, as we've begin to dub them in 2026. The site of a brilliant battle last year as well. Of course, it was Benedictus Masiokas that took victory in 2025, Austin Oman the year before that, and Edward Haynes the year before that in 2023. Micromax, of course, the youngest drivers in the paddock, some of them on their very first step on a very long, tiresome journey to the top of motorsport. But of course, the Ultimate Karting Championship providing that pathway through the ranks, through micro, mini, junior, senior, then potentially that pathway into Ganetta Juniors, as a number of our alumni have done so. Also a couple of them, of course, racing in British Formula 4, in GB4 and beyond. Of course, Steve Owers-Brown, Super GT, now racing in Porsche Cup in the Nürburgring Landstrecke Series. He joined us in X30 a couple of years ago. Did Steve Brown, and well, he's doing all right. Let's put it that way. Of course, familiar face in the paddock, and always keen to support the young drivers' journeys as well. He's regularly tuning in to the streams. There we can see Sebastian Crawford, who will be taken to the start of this race from pole position ahead of Lenny Barton. We'll run you through the full grid in a few moments' time, just getting the drivers prep, everything confirmed and then good to go. But Sebastian Crawford, of course, the championship leader, 2 points between himself and Lenny Barton, by the way, and they've been trading wins basically all weekend. Sebastian Crawford, consistent as ever. For round number 2, he's taken second, and a win. Second in both of the heats, a win in the pre-final, taking himself 40 points. Lenny Barton's 37 for finishing in second. He also won, Lenny Barton, his second heat of the day yesterday with a P5 in heat number 1. James Prakash, not a million miles away on 244 points. The top 3 already beginning to build a bit of a foothold over the rest of the field, because in 4th position is Arlo Gamble. He picked himself up a 5-second penalty in the superheat earlier on today. But the fight for, of course, the championship leader after round number 2 comes to just 2 points, and with 5 points separating first and second in terms of how they're scored, it goes 45, 40, 35 for first, second and third. Then it goes 34, 33, 32, etc., all the way down to 1 point. But you are rewarded for winning. You get a 5-point differential between first and second. That's the most of any position, so you are rewarded for taking that extra edge. Of course, you get yourself a lovely trophy at the end of the weekend, which I'm sure is the main priority for a lot of these drivers, but in the grand scheme things of the championship, you are rewarded greatly in terms of a points difference for winning versus coming second. For Micromax, well, that's the difference between Sebastian Crawford and between Lenny Barton, who, by the way, share the front row in terms of whether or not they lead heading into the next part of the season. Bit of a wave there from the 33, that's Jensen Kelly. It's on the right-hand side, a bit of a thumbs up there from Caden Hanley as well in the 69. Of course, these Micromax, you can see those carts beautifully presented, the overalls and helmets, incredibly professional. And they are just kids. But they're kids with a dream, they're kids with ambition, they're kids with drive, and they'll drive towards those dreams. Just saw Bobby Slater at the back end of the field, the 27. You can see the Fusion Motorsport Kart Republic overalls. Of course, these guys gridding themselves up on the actual start-finish grid with the music, the ceremony, building the adrenaline, building the suspense, the anticipation, the most important race of their weekend. The drivers will be feeling that pressure. They're racing at one of the highest levels in the country, and to be honest, probably one of the highest levels of competition as a national championship in all of Europe. The vast majority, or the biggest representation of a nation in the Euro Trophy is the UK, taking up about 30-ish% of the total entries. Hugely competitive field in the UKC. And the most successful nation in Rotax karting, which I say is an objective truth. Maybe there is a little bit of subjectivity to it, but you know, the stats don't lie. And this is it. This is the moment. You can see, speaking with dads, speaking with mums, with mechanics, with everyone out there on the grid, getting themselves prepared. Again, feeling that adrenaline, feeling that pressure, that privilege to be on this grid, to be at the super final, to be racing at this level. And that pressure going to be driving them forward. They can either let it sort of, they can crumble underneath it, or they can use it as motivation. And at such a young age, again, they deal with it so maturely, so well. These drivers as young as 8 years old, up to about 11 before they then progress into the Inters, up to 13, or, well, usually they go up to juniors at about 12. They can stay in Inters till they're 13, then juniors, then seniors. There's Sebastian Crawford, though, visor already down. He's ready to go. There's Bobby Slater, the 27. Very nice helmet, actually, to be honest. I do quite like the colour scheme, quite like the design. Nice and simple, though, at the front. Strawberry Racing of Lenny Barton alongside Sebastian Crawford on that front row. And the music, again, just does such a good job as to, make you feel that tension, make you feel the nerves. Get you hyped up, get you shaking, get the adrenaline flowing, get yourself pumped up. Because the next 12 minutes plus a lap, it's make it or break it time. The last, 4 days worth of effort all culminates, all comes to the fray in this race. There's James Prakash, the 44, starts this race 5th. Didn't have the best of pre-finals in the superheat. He locked up the brakes, and I think in the end was only about 6th or 7th on the, at the checker flag. Locked up the brakes, went into the back of the lead kart, and from then on was trying to recover. He's done a decent job of it, and like I say, starts this race from P5. He finished P7 in the end in the superheat. All to play for, though, the inside 3rd row of the grid. Final discussions going on, the 82. Arthur Rhodes, bit of a wave to us as well, lovely to see. Getting the grid cleared, final fist bumps, final words of motivation, game plans. And who's going to come out on top in the Micromax final? Mechanics will clear the grid. This is it now, the drivers are all by themselves, they're all in their own heads. And again, it's such a young age. It's easy to put them on a pedestal and sort of make it seem like they've been doing this for years, but a lot of them haven't. This is maybe only their 2nd year of professional racing, of racing full stop. And they've had to learn quickly, but a lot of them surrounding themselves in environments where they can lean on that experience. They've got people behind them to give them that advice, and some of them already at such a high level mentally in terms of their racecraft. They'll roll their way onto their formation lap. We'll run you through the grid in a couple of moments' time. But all eyes really on Sebastian Crawford, on Lenny Barton, who, as you can see, share the front row of the grid. Raith Owen, Albert Farrow on row number 2. Behind that, James Prakash, Benjamin Silva on row 3. Kai Suri, who was making some moves in the superheat. Arlo Gamble, after a 5-second penalty in the superheat, will start 8th and will be looking to make some good progress on his parallel. Ashi Gupta, she starts P9 alongside Arthur Rhodes, who completes the top 10. Will Wright, Wainwright and Arthur Bowers in P11 and P12. Caden Hanley and Singao. Then comes Jensen Kelly, who gave us a bit of a wave on the grid. Ralph Ewer in P16, the halfway point for Micromax heat, in fact, with Bobby Slater and Hugo Senna 17th and 18th. Only 18 karts for the Micromaxes. I thought we had a full grid, we don't. 18 karts, so a lot to do from the back end of the field for the likes of Ralph Ewer in 16th, from Jensen Kelly in 15th, Hugo Senna and Bobby Slater especially 17th and 18th. But at the very least, they're on the grid. They've made it this far, and, well, they've learned lessons all the way through the weekend. But Sebastian Crawford, Lenny Barton, that front row, again, battling for the championship. And we've got to think as well, not only, tunnel vision ourselves down to round number 2, that maybe is the first hurdle in terms of getting the ticket to Le Mans and leading the championship after round number 2, but we also have to think about maximising the results and maybe minimising the damage for the wider championship narrative. We've got 6 rounds ahead of us, 4 to go after this one. So if you have had a bit of a knock, fair enough, you might be tempted to drive really aggressively to get yourself in front to try and top the championship after round 2, but equally you don't want to take too much risk that you risk throwing away the entire championship for the whole year. Nonetheless, 12 minutes plus the lap of racing to go in Micromax here at Kimbolton for round number 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship. Sebastian Crawford, Lenny Barton, your front row. Raith Owen and Albert Farrow, the row behind them. Foot to the floor, the green flag will fly, and we will go racing for the Micromax final. A good launch from Sebastian Crawford, the 47, of course, of Lenny Barton will try and dart into the middle, has to force his way through, and the 42, oh my goodness me, Albert Farrow jumping over the curb there on the exit. That's going to allow the likes of Raith Owen to find his way through and up in a second position, so not the cleanest of starts for a couple of drivers, particularly Lenny Barton, who did not get away well at all. Followed by the 17, Kai Shiri up from 7th now up into 3rd position. What a launch that was from the 17 Sam Pollitt Racing Machine, but right now though, it's the Origin Motorsport of Sebastian Crawford that will lead the 31 of Raith Owen. What a launch that was. Just in the background there, you can see the 44 of Jen Prakash. Down the inside goes the 17 of Shuri. Side by side in towards the final corner. That's going to open the door for the 44. So Shuri very quickly going from offense to defense and unsuccessfully as he drops down to 4th place. Opening lap in the books. It's Sebastian Crawford from Owen, from Prakash, from Shuri. Then comes Farrow, Gamble. Lenny Barton has dropped down to 7th. Skating his way through into turn number 1 as well, desperately trying to hang on to some position side by side with the 45 of Arshi Gupta. She finds her way up into contention for MLC Motorsport now into the chicane. Bit of a snap of oversteer as Jen Prakash will fight his way through into 2nd. Now his eyes on the race leader. Sebastian Crawford building an early lead so far in this race. You can see 47, 45. That is Lenny Barton versus Arshi Gupta. They're doing battle towards the penultimate corner. Same to the fight for 3rd. Kai Shuri on the back end of Jen Prakash. And also Raith Owen, the 17, looks to the right-hand side, wants to keep 3rd position, late on the brakes from the Sam Pollitt Racing kart as the 31 gets muscled wide off the circuit momentarily, dipping 2 wheels beyond the curb. That's where it gets bumpy and uneven. That's where you lose time. So demoted down a position is the 31 of Raith Owen after a lightning quick start. Kai Shuri still side by side with him. That's reeling in Albert Farrow. In the slipstream, the 3 karts fighting for the final place on the podium. Meanwhile, Jen Prakash, his eyes firmly focused on the race leader and currently as well championship leader of Sebastian Crawford, who didn't even finish on the podium last time out at Wilton Mill, but consistency through the season so far has kept him in the shout. There goes the 42 of Albert Farrow to the left-hand side of your screen in the white, orange and blue Sam Pollitt Racing colours. Through the willows, that fast right, then left, and then pretty much a slight kink to the right, but mainly straight. They're using the curb to rotate the car. Look over the shoulder, left and right for Albert Farrow. He's got Raith Owen for company, who tucks in behind, tries to give him a bit of a bump to close back onto the rear end of Kai Shuri, who, as it stands, assumes 3rd position in this race. Still 9 minutes to go. Leaning themselves all the way to the outside of the cut there to load up the outside tyres. Those are the ones that have to do the most work. Ideally, if you're lifting up the inside rear tyre, you're doing something right. Especially through this final corner, you can see just that rear end lifting up for the 31. Jen Prakash, the one with the fastest lap of the race, goes about a 10th quicker than Sebastian Crawford, just under a 10th quicker than Sebastian Crawford, brings that gap in within about half a second between the 8 and the 44. There's contact, the 69 and the 21 have come to blows. Caden Hanley and Wainwright driving each other off there. I mean, the 21 was basically just forcing the 69 wide, had spun him round. Thankfully, both able to continue on, albeit with a slightly bruised ego potentially, and also then losing positions as a result. Will confirm as to where they drop to. You can imagine it's going to be a couple of places at the very least. The 99, that's Arthur Bowers versus, that would have been Hugo Senna, who's made some moves forwards. Caden Hanley given a contact warning by race control, so deemed at fault actually for the contact with Wainwright. There is the 21, speaking of, trying to recover some ground. Caden Hanley, the 69 as a result, was dropped to 16th. Wainwright has dropped to 13th, so the 69 definitely worse off. As the 21 tries to fight around the outside of the 33. What a move that was there. Down the inside goes Albert Farrow. Contact with Kai Shuri and gets spun all the way around in the fight for the podium. Through the 2nd chicane, he's able to rejoin, but he's miles off. Gets involved as well. One of the other drivers getting caught up by his rejoin. So Albert Farrow goes from fighting for 3rd now all the way to the lower extremities of the top 10, and the fight is not done yet for Shuri. He's got a lucky escape, but now he's got Raith Owen for company. This is the fight for 3rd. Raith Owen through to 3rd position. Takes the podium away from Kai Shuri. the fight for the lead as well. Sebastian Crawford, you can just see a glimpse of it. Repêchage has caught him side by side as Kai Shuri will chuck one back down the inside. They bang wheels in towards the Willows. Sam Pollitt Racing currently keeping the podium. Defensive into the chicane, not taking any chances this time through Kai Shuri, but the double switch back could well be on for Wraith Owen. They'll draw it side by side towards down Waden corner, and nicely done there for the 31. This long right-hander, that was very well thought out, and there's the fight for the lead as well. Sebastian Crawford versus Jayan Prakash. Still 6.5 minutes to go in this race, and Shuri, tunnel vision now on the podium, because that's the best that he can get out of this race. He does not want to let Wraith Owen get away. Maybe realizing that his pace not as strong, but maybe he can race more aggressively to take that track position. Side by side in the fight for the lead as well. Sebastian Crawford under pressure from Jayan Prakash. Sam Pollitt Racing versus Origin Motorsport at the front end of the field. 6 minutes plus the lap to go, and a point forward there to sort of say, I'm not going to put some pressure on you, but I will if you force me. Sebastian Crawford not taking any chances, doesn't trust the 44. Meanwhile, I think Prakash's sort of priority is to not let these guys catch back up, but to be honest, I think they're a bit preoccupied. Lenny Barton through back into third position for the 47, so that battling from the likes of Kai Shuri and Wraith Owen have allowed him to recover after a woeful start to this race. Down the inside though, a bit wide from Lenny Barton, that's going to allow Gupta to go through to third. Kai Shuri down the inside. Oh my goodness me, it's almost personal, and it's come to blows. Lenny Barton spun round, a complete passenger in that incident. Wraith Owen sent wide by Kai Shuri. Wraith Owen sent into the side of Lenny Barton. The 72 of Arlo Gamble will be the main beneficiary of all of that, gets underneath all three of them. And a point forward. He's like, come on guys, they're going to battle. We want to be involved in that. We also want to get after Ashi Gupta and also Kai Shuri, because right now we're a long way off the podium. Settle down a little bit more now at the front. I say that as soon as the 31 pulls out to the left-hand side through the final corner to try and set up a bit of a move. Nose to tail, this is the fight for fifth. Arlo Gamble, the 72, Dan Holland Racing. Defensive from the 31 of Wraith Owen. Up and underneath from the 82 of, that's Arthur Rhodes, RCE. Previously, of course, the team of Dean Singh Bahal, who did a very successful job as part of their contingent last year. British champion, vice UKC Max champion as well, narrowly missing out to Benedictus Masiokas. Four minutes plus the lap, so into the closing stages of this race now. A bit wide there, so that's going to allow Rhodes to get underneath and maybe a bit of a drag race, but of course the straight is not straight. So being on the right-hand side for the first bit of it means you do cover quite a bit extra distance. Unless you've got a really good run, it's going to be hard to stay alongside by the time you get to the track straightening itself out. For you to be late on the brakes into turn number one. Down the inside goes Wraith Owen, the 31 gets it stopped through the chicane. Meanwhile, Arthur Rhodes on the back of Arlo Gamble. Up in front, 4 seconds clear of the pack, by the way. Sebastian Crawford and Jayan Prakash. The fight for the podium, Kai Shuri has calmed down a little bit with Ashi Gupta. So MLC and Sam Pollitt, probably in a couple of minutes' time, towards the latter stage of this race, will begin to battle. Maybe even now, potentially, as Ashi Gupta pulls to the left-hand side of your screen, the right-hand side of the circuit, but no way is Kai Shuri close enough to go for a move. Arlo Gamble, though, absolutely is. He's going to send one to the inside. That's going to open the door for Rhodes to go through in towards the Willows. Gets caught on the curb, though, so around the outside stays Wraith Owen. Will keep what is fifth position. So fifth going the way of Arlo Gamble, sixth going the way of Wraith Owen. And then the 82 of Rhodes still there in seventh. Bauer's not far off them either. Same to Hugo Senna, who's had a mighty race, actually, from 18th now into 9th. Up 9 places, biggest gainer of anyone. Ashi Gupta the biggest gainer inside the top 5. Up 6 places from 9th and up into 3rd place. Currently has the fastest lap of the race as well by quite some margin also. The gap at the front stretching once more, half a second between Crawford and Prakash. There you can see Hugo Senna in the very aptly liveried machine. Not close enough for a move yet. but he's got 4 cuts in front of him, and that's 4 positions that he can potentially nab if he plays his cards right. One minute and 45 on the clock plus the lap, so I think it's going to be 3 laps maybe at the line that we've got left. The 2 leaders have just crossed the line now with 1 minute and 36, so this actually might now be the 3rd to final lap. Inside line opens up for Wraith Owen, getting the squeeze from Arlo Gamble towards turn number 1. The up and under could be there from the DHR, but he can't do it because he's got an Arthur Rhodes on his inside. That's going to open the door as well and wedge it open. 99 of Arthur Bauer is also there. Hugo Senna also there, in towards the chicane. He's got a bit of space to break late on the outside, but not able to use it. Then comes Albert Farrow. Sample Racing 42 down in 10th place. Not been the most ideal turn of events for the 42 despite his pace. .44 seconds left on the clock as they cross the line, so this will be the penultimate lap of the race just. Blitzing their way through on the start-finish straight, and the 82, once again, this battle raging on. Arthur Rhodes on the outside this time. And will get himself up into 5th place, so ahead of Wraith Owen and into the top 5. Wraith Owen on the back of him. He's also over his shoulder got Arlo Gamble. He's got Bowers. He's also got Hugo Senna in the 88. Final lap of the race next time by. In fact, is it? I think we might actually stretch it to 1 more. So this now is the penultimate lap. They're going to stretch this to 17 laps, I think. Look at that flying formation. 5 carts fighting. There's contact. Rhodes gets sent wide slightly. That's going to open the door for Hugo Senna. Nips his way through. He's been biding his time. He's been playing it patiently. And Hugo Senna will take 2 places side by side. Wraith Owen down the inside of Arlo Gamble will find his way ahead of the 72, who tries to get the drive off of the chicane and towards this long double apex right-hander, but keeping it tidy, not close enough. Now comes the fight for the podium. Kai Suri has again been very patient. Last lap board now shown. They just made it for 1 more lap. Down the inside goes the 72, forcing the 31 wide onto the dirty part of the circuit, over onto the gravel as well, losing a lot of grip. Now comes the fight for the podium. Kai Suri done playing the patient game. He's got 1 more opportunity now, 1 more lap to find a way past RC Gupta. For MLC Motorsport, desperately trying to take their first podium of the season. Down the inside, Kai Suri is going to go for it. We know he's no stranger to being aggressive. He's proved it this race so far. Now wants to lift that trophy at the end of the weekend. Sebastian Crawford versus J.M. Prakash, though, what a battle that has been. But Sebastian Crawford, so consistent all weekend long. Kai Suri versus Archie Gupta. The fight for the podium comes down to the final corner. The space opens up on the inside, but the switchback is there. Contact on the rear end. Sebastian Crawford takes victory in Micromax here at Kimbolton, and with it the championship lead. J.M. Prakash finishes 2nd, and it's Kai Suri who will take the podium at the final corner. Archie Gupta desperately tried to get the switchback, was met with the rear bumper of the 17, and despite a brilliant effort, just fell short on this occasion. We'll run you through the full results in a couple of moments' time, but it's the number 8 of Sebastian Crawford from the 44 of J.M. Prakash and the 17 of Kai Suri. 1, 2, and 3 on the podium. No penalties through that race. A couple of contact warnings, but yeah, that's fine. We'll let them off. "17 laps of racing for Micromax. It was a long, grueling final one that Sebastian Crawford held his own, held his composure, and took victory from the charging J.M. Prakash in 2nd. Kai Suri completes the podium with a brilliant last lap dive on Archie Gupta, who finishes 4th. Arlo Gamble leads that intense train of chasing karts. Hugo Senna 18th to 6th. What a drive from the 88. Arthur Rhodes, Wraith Owen, Arthur Powers and Benjamin Silva the top 10 after our 17 laps of racing. Behind that, we've got Albert Farrow, Caden Handley, Ralph Ewer, we've got Jensen Kelly, Anson Gao, your top 15, Will Rainwright, who had a couple of problems through the race, Lenny Barton. Oh, what a final it could have been for the 47, loses up some crucial points with Bobby Slater completing the field. Lenny Barton, though, heartbreak for the Strawberry Racing Machine. Started this one outside front row of the grid, had an opportunity to lead the championship at the end of round number 2. But issues, a poor start and some bad luck, ultimately being his demise. Hopefully it won't be too much longer until we can head down to Kev for our first set of winners interviews for round number 2. Just waiting, of course, for the drivers to pull themselves into park firmly, get themselves composed and ready to be spoken to, I suppose. But what a drive from Sebastian Crawford again, such maturity, such consistency over those 17 laps. And fair enough, he didn't have too much physical pressure, he didn't have to do much overtaking or defending, but he did have to deal with a psychological burden of just being chased down, being hunted down by Jayant Prakash, and yet still keeping his consistency, still keeping his composure. And well, after 17 hard laps of racing, Sebastian Crawford, Jayant Prakash and Kai Surya down with Kev for our first set of podium interviews.
Well, Kai Surya, how about that, young man? This is your first top 3 finish and you're on the podium at the end of the weekend. Tell me how you're feeling.
I felt very proud of myself and it's been a tough weekend for me.
It's been a really tough weekend for you, but you obviously knew that you were fast and you had the pace because you made it through to the super final in a good position and you finished strongly. So you must have felt comfortable going into that super final. You did, yeah? Did you feel comfortable? And in those closing laps, you were running in 4th, but you finished 3rd. So were you thinking, I can make up a position here?
Yeah, I sort of, because sort of every corner she overshot it because she was getting paranoid because she was looking back.
Okay, mate, well done. Listen, huge congratulations, Kai. Who's made it possible? Who would you like to thank for your podium this weekend? Who's looked after you?
My mum and dad.
Anyone else with your team, your mechanic? Anyone else you'd like to thank?
My whole team have been supporting me the whole weekend.
They have indeed. Listen, Kai Surya, huge congratulations. 3rd at the end of round 2. We'll see you for podiums a little bit later on. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Jayant Prakash, teammate of Kai Surya from Sam Pollitt Racing. That was a tough race for you. You were chasing down Seb Crawford through all of that. You've ended up 2nd. Tell me how you're feeling.
At the start, I had a very good start. I got to the front to 2nd. My kart went off at the end. I tried my best and I finished 2nd.
You did try your best. I like that. It's a very good thing to reference there. But was there any point in that super final where you felt you could get past Seb and maybe take the win?
When he started defending, but then I made the wrong move and went to the outside when I should have followed him.
Listen, it's a very measured response from you after this race. I like it. You seem quite... You probably wanted 1st, but you seem quite happy with 2nd. So huge congratulations. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Sam Pollitt, my parents and my sister, HRS, and I'd also like to thank all my partners.
Brilliant. Listen, well said, Jayant Prakash. We'll see you for round 3, but also before that, podiums a little bit later on. Well done.
Thank you.
I'll just try and find Seb Crawford. Come on in, Seb. Here he is. Here's the man with the smile on his face. So, Seb, that feels a bit better than round 1, doesn't it?
Yeah, it feels a lot better.
Talk to me through your day today. You had obviously the super heat a little bit earlier on. You had to fight for that, but you put it on pole into the super final, and you know you got yourself out in front and stayed there. So you obviously must have been confident going into it this afternoon.
Yeah, I was confident because after the super heat we were really happy because we fell back a few positions and then made our way back up and extended our lead. So we were in a good mood for the final and we just pulled away and won.
Yeah, but sometimes when you're out in front like that, do you know what's going on behind you? Do you feel pressure leading a race like that for the duration?
Yeah, because when there was still 8 minutes left, I was under pressure, but I managed to get the gap bigger again. So when there's a big gap, you feel a lot less pressure than when they're right on your bumper.
You got yourself in a nice, calm headspace. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
I'd like to thank my mum, my sister, my Dad, my uncle, everybody at Origin and Ayrton at AM Race Engines.
Seb, huge congratulations. Well done, buddy. We will see you for the podiums a little bit later on. And also, you're leading the championship at the end of this, so you've just won yourself that Euro Trophy Le Mans ticket.
Yes.
Get in. See you for podiums a little bit later on. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
There he goes. Next super final up next. Let's go straight back to Zach.
Experience is the name of the game in the Rotax 177s. It's time for their super finals. Championship leader Taylor Bellini will lead Nathan Schaefer on the front row of the grid. James Lingard and Tom Pryor will make up row number 2. Harrison Crook, Reg Hayward, row 3 from Samuel Cornwell, and Joshua Gollin completing row 4. Braden Donahue will complete the top 10 from David Mitchell and Rob Ellis, who share row number 6. And that completes our field. It definitely does not. We've got upwards of 23 karts, all spanning all the way down to Dennis Trisiak, the 439 at the back end of the field. Likes of Samuel Cornwell inside the top 10, likes of Ryan Taylor Truman as well inside the top 10 also. But Taylor Bellini, our championship leader, looking to get himself that ticket to the international trophy at Le Mans. They're queuing themselves up into the, well, what will be 12 rows of 2, if I can do something. Yeah, 24 divided by 2, it's all good. 12 rows. Currently Taylor Bellini 3 rows on 3 wins on the bounce, all inside the top 3 through the season. Currently leads by what is 16 points from Harrison Crook in second position, 261 to 245. Harrison Crook struggling a little bit for pace in the superheat, has got it all to do from P7 on the grid for TH Corsa. They'll put foot to the floor and we'll go racing in the Rotax 177s. 12 minutes plus the lap side by side. Nathan Schaefer giving our race leader the squeeze around the outside. He takes the lead of the race, pinches Bellini on the apex. What a move that was from Nathan Schaefer. There's carnage in the background as well as they all negotiate their way through Willows for the opening time. What a launch that was from Tom Pryor as well. He's been able to be a beneficiary in all of that and find his way still in third position despite all of the calamity around him. The 429 Cali kart of Nathan Schaefer though. What a move. Pinching the pole sitter to the apex, forced him to concede and takes the lead. I'm sure Bellini not going to be overly happy with it, but he's got to get himself back into the right headspace and chase after him. He knows he's got the pace. He wants to keep that win streak alive. He wants to do the sweep here at Kimbolton. It's Schaefer from Bellini, from Pryor, Lingard and Gollin, your top 5. Side by side, a bit further back in the top 10 as well. Look at the likes of, that would have been Gollin, Taylor Truman as well. The 404 of Joshua Gollin, who was remarkably impressive this time last year as well. Currently runs inside the top 5 with Ryan Taylor Truman for company for TT Motorsport. All queued up behind Schaefer, who I'm pretty sure is probably going to start white lining it. I'll be honest, I don't think he is confident. Well, he's confident in his pace and his ability to defend, but I think he knows that maybe he's lacking slightly relative to Bellini. At least that was the case in the super heat. Starts to the inside through turn number 1, that being the 406. Making a move. Samuel Cornwell for MLC Motorsport down the inside of Joshua Howard and up into 8th position. But I think the minute Bellini is on the back of Schaefer, he's going to try and defend it for his life. He's fighting for a final victory after all. Getting busy at the back end of the top 10. The 406 of Samuel Cornwell making some moves. He got through on Joshua Howard. I think he's also trying to work his way even further forward. He's got a bit of a gap though to Harrison Crook in 7th, who's been able to keep his starting position. There's a good run though from the 427. The Cali kart of Schaefer running a bit wide, and that's going to force him to the inside through turn number 1. Doesn't want to take any chances, but even deeper to the inside. Finds the space, sells the dummy. Does Bellini also trying to follow him through? It's Tom Pryor. Can't quite seal the move, but back into the race lead goes Taylor Bellini. Gets the push from Schaefer towards the next chicane around the outside. Tom Pryor will try it. He'll get himself alongside. What a move that was. Very well calculated from the Cosmic. And is now on the back of the race lead. We've got 7 karts, nose to tail, all the way back to Harrison Crook, who's just set the fastest lap of the race. Here comes Nathan Schaefer back down the inside to, thought about going for the lead. Then mainly was just trying to keep second position, getting it back done on Bellini. So Pryor now leads in the Cosmic from Schaefer, who followed him through. Bellini has dropped back to the rear end of this train. He crosses the line in P7. Harrison Crook now to the outside of turn number 1. James Lingard in third. Bellini has dropped all the way off the back of this train, actually. He's nowhere even, well, he's not even in the shot. The rear end of this train is the 465. That's Ryan Taylor-Truman. You can see in the Sodi sort of overalls. The black, orange and white Sodi Kart overalls. And then he's also representing TT Motorsport. 8.5 minutes to go. It's Tom Pryor from Chafer, from Lingard. Then comes Gollan and Taylor-Truman. Harrison Crook about half a second off the back of that. Look out for the 427 of Bellini. Like I say, on 3 wins so far this weekend. Has definitely got the pace. Has been head and shoulders above the rest. Is down the inside the fight for third. Josh Gollan thinking about it on James Lingard. Mainly then in the end just to defend from the 402 of Crook. But the pace absolutely has been there for Bellini, but he's now emerged in 22nd position, so something absolutely has befallen the pole sitter to see him out of contention, and what a heartbreaking end to this weekend for him. It's also going to ruin his chances of leading the championship after round number 2. Harrison Crook now just needs to score, what, 15, 16 points. He's doing plenty with P5. It's 33 points and more than enough to be in the championship lead, provided James Lingard doesn't outscore him by 10. But with James Lingard only, well, 1 position ahead of him, that's not going to happen. Harrison Crook on the outside of turn number 1. Keeps 4th, chases after Lingard. Just over half this race left to go. What heartbreak, you have to say, from Taylor Bellini. His first race outside of the top 3 all season so far. Not entirely sure as to what happened to him, but he is down, he is out of this race. 2 laps down, and 23rd and last. That's the thing, is again, it's not complacency, it's not hubris, it's just the brutality of motorsport, is that you can be the quickest and the most consistent, the best racer on the field, and yet you get a little bit unlucky in the final, and that's it. That's all of that effort. Not wasted, because you've still picked up loads of championship points through the weekend, but it's a bittersweet ending. Samuel Cornwell down the inside of Ryan Taylor-Truman. Nice switch back through turn number 1. Gets it done by the time they reach 2 and 3. Now 4 and 5. This left-right chicane. And then towards the back end of the circuit. Double apex right-hander. And Whedon corner. Pryor bridging a bit of a gap, half a second clear of Nathan Chafer, who last time through did set his personal best and actually go quicker than Tom Pryor. The top 3, by the way, in this race, all privateers. Of course, plenty of experience in the world of karting, but showcasing that it is possible to do it without the backing of a big team. 466 there. Further back in the pack, that's Donoghue fighting away with Ero Ungwar and also Finley Cross. Josh Gollan with Harrison Crook about 8 tenths in front of him. Samuel Cornwell might want to give him the hurry on or go for the move himself to chase after the top 4. Which are now bunching behind Nathan Chafer. Tom Pryor is bridging a lovely little bit of a gap. Let's Tom across the line though. That being said, the gap has come down by another 1/10 of a second, so maybe they're playing at ball with Nathan Chafer down the inside though. Harrison Crook will find his way through and up onto the podium. So whatever problem the TH Corsa had with pace in the superheat, he sorted it out. He's found the extra margin that he needs. And if Chafer can close the gap to Pryor and ignite another battle at the front, Harrison Crook, don't count him out in the slightest. 1 on circuit at Wilton Mill, got given a penalty post-race, demoted him down to 2nd. But he won the pre-final, and he won the final on the road as well. Side by side on that run to the line, the longer distance going the way of Taylor-Truman, who's now got the inside for turn number 1. Also Samuel Cornwell trying to keep them all at bay. Tucking in behind is the 404 of Joshua Gollan. That's the red and white liveried machine. The Racing Perfection 404. Then behind that comes Josh Howard in the TH Corsa. Leading the way though is the Cosmic of Tom Pryor. The slipstream working well for Nathan Chafer. They're matching each other's lap times though. The entire top 3 all in the 41.5s. So a bit of a stalemate at the front. Inside line opens up. That's going to be for the 409 of Howard. Finds the space. Inside line through turn number 1. It's pretty much an easy affair. There's not much that a driver can do around the outside in normal racing conditions. 4 minutes past the lap. The sun's shining here at Kimbolton. It's been a much nicer second half to the day. Let us know your thoughts and feelings, by the way, if you're watching along live on Alpha Live or on the UKC YouTube channel. Let us know who you're cheering on for, where you're watching from, what your favourite race thus far has been, what your thoughts of this one have been so far, and stay in touch. You keep an eye on the YouTube chat. Nice to have your company. See everyone at whatever vantage point that they can find. Not many of them here at Kimbolton because of how flat it is, but the ones that you do find are very valuable because the entire circuit is flat. So you can, well, as long as you raise yourself a couple of feet, you can pretty much see the entire circuit. Can't miss much of the action. The 440 of Sean Rudge on the back of Braden Donahue. That's Vantage versus Craft Motorsport. The fight for 13th. They're also not far off Rob Simpson, Reg Hayward and David Mitchell for P10. And that's the next milestone they want to aim for. They're inside the top 15, so the next big milestone is the top 10. Across the line once again for Pryor, and the gap, it's just a stalemate. 41.6s for the entire top 3. 41.5 though for James Lingard. The top 4 all within a second, but none of them actually fighting because none of them are actually close enough to fight. They're perfectly spaced apart. The Cali kart of Nathan Schaefer. So it's Pryor in the Cosmic leading the way. Then, of course, you've got the orange-black Cali kart, the 429. That, of course, is Nathan Schaefer. That's the fight at second position. Then comes Crook and Lingard, third and fourth. Lingard with some pretty blistering pace. Tom Pryor, the fastest lap of anyone inside the top 4 that last time through. A personal best for him as well, a 41.525 for Tom Pryor. So responding to the pace that Nathan Schaefer has been setting. So close to the front, and one small mistake is going to spark this off. And well, I say hopefully. You'd hope if there is a mistake, it's going to happen at the front for Tom Pryor to make it a lead fight, and not, you know, Harrison Crook and James Lingard making a mistake and dropping off the back of each other. There's the 416 in the pit lane. That is Elliot Kennedy for TH Corsa out of this race. A 3-second penalty for him as well. A couple of 3-second penalties coming in as well. Josh Howard, one of them. He's currently running 9th, and a 3-second penalty for Sean Rudge as well. So two wheels over the tram lines. Boom, slam dunk, 3-second penalty. We've seen a few of those so far this weekend. Race control on it, and a big thank you to all of the staff at UKC and to all of the marshals, the medical crew as well, for all of their efforts this weekend. Hugely appreciated. For a championship towards the pinnacle of Rotax karting, not only in the UK but also just in Europe, globally, in terms of the levels of competition. 35 seconds plus the lap to go, so this could be borderline being the penultimate lap. We'll see as to when they cross the line. I think they might get 17, similar to the micros. They might also stretch it to 18. We'll have to wait and see. Purely dependent on whether or not, or where Pryor crosses the line. Next time through will be the penultimate lap. They've got 10 seconds left. They're now going through the final corner. I think yeah, penultimate lap now started. Down the inside goes the 423. That's Mitchell versus Howard, who's got himself a penalty as well, let's not forget. So he's going to drop back by virtue of that. Very well driven from Tom Pryor over the last 12 minutes. He's, you know, not been under much physical pressure. He got himself into the lead, and, you know, that opening part was very adrenaline-inducing. But since then, it's just been keeping yourself calm, keeping yourself collected, not worrying too much about the gap, and just focusing on the race in front of you, focusing on hitting your braking markers, getting your apexes, getting back on the power, keeping the kart smooth and under control, rather than worrying about the fact that Nathan Schaefer is chasing you down. I'm sure it's been something in the back of his mind, but he's not allowed that pressure to get to him. On to the final lap of the race, and for the Cosmic kart, for the 413 for Tom Pryor. He's less than a kilometre away from victory. Schaefer and Crook, your podium. in what has been such a stalemate at the front. But still, you've been sort of anticipating something to happen. You've been waiting for a mistake. You've been on the edge of your seat, wondering if something is going to change, because it always can in motorsport. James Lingard as well, fastest lap of the race for quite some time. That's now been dethroned by Harrison Crook, who takes it with a 41.422. He's now got one more opportunity, but can't quite seal the deal. Out of the final corner, the checker flag will fly. What a drive it has been from Tom Pryor. He's victorious here at Kimbolton in the Rotax 177s. Nathan Schaefer P2, Harrison Crook in third, will take the championship lead as well. James Lingard, Samuel Cornwell, your top five. We'll run you through the full results in just a moment. What a race that was in Rotax 177s. A bit of a shrug from a couple of the drivers as they come in. Not sure how to feel about that race from their side. You have to say heartbreak though for Taylor Bellini. Came into it 16 points clear in the championship, 3 wins on the bounce, doing the sweep so far here in Kimbolton. Never finished outside the top 3. Gets to the final. Kimbolton, where it counts the most, where he just came short at Wilton Mill, finishing third. The favourite to do it, and in the end, a DNF. Tom Pryor, though, would pick up the pieces, would capitalise, and to keep his composure to take victory. Nathan Schaefer and Harrison Crook, second and third, will complete the podium, and we'll have a word with those in just a few moments' time. James Lingard, Samuel Cornwell, your top 5 from Ryan Taylor-Truman, Rob Ellis, Josh Gollin from Josh Howard, and David Mitchell, the top 10. Rob Simpson from Reg Hayward, then comes Sean Rudge with a 3-second time penalty to his name. Unlucky number 13 for the 440. Braden Donoghue, Adriel Ngwa from Jake Davis. Finley Cross, Lucas Glover, Louis Judd, and Dennis Tretiak, the 439, completes the top 20. Matt Lear, and our 2 DNFs of Elliot Kennedy and Taylor Bellini, who DNF'd some 4 laps into that race. A heated battle between himself, Pryor, Schaefer, and Crook, and what could have been at the front of the field. Ultimately not to be for Bellini today. And that'll put him on the back foot for the rest of the season, but still plenty of racing to come for the Rotax 177s. It is good news, though, for Harrison Crook, who will, of course, take that ticket to the International Trophy. I'm not sure in what class. I know Ed Matthews got a ticket to DD2 in the Grand Finals last year by virtue of winning the 177 Championship. Maybe it'll work the same for the International Trophy. DD2, of course, the direct drive shifter carts, 2 gears in Rotax, racing in the Euro Trophy, Grand Finals and the like. So maybe that opportunity will be afforded to Harrison Crook by virtue of being the championship leader after round number 2 of the RMC UKC. Round 2 of 6, of course, as well, ending the season a bit later on. And then, of course, the Rotax National Trophy at Silverstone on the 16th to the 18th of October later on in the year. We just concluded 19 laps of racing in the 177s. Tom Pryor taking a remarkable victory, up 3 places from where he started, got the launch, got himself involved in the battles early doors, and well, didn't look back from then on. Nathan Schaefer was there, Harrison Crook was there. They were all so close on pace. I mean, their fastest lap times were separated by just over a tenth. The fastest of whom was Harrison Crook of 41.422. And the last lap times, I mean, every single lap, they were basically within the same tenth of a second margin. A fluctuation no more than half a tenth each. So they were close, and the battle could have been legendary. However, just reached that bit of a stalemate. One small mistake could have been costly, but each and every single one of them near faultless through the majority of that race. Harrison Crook recovering quite well to go from 5th up to a podium. A couple of big gainers as well through the field. Rob Simpson from 19th up 8 positions into P11. And well, for the second time today, let's head down to Kev and have a word with the Rotax 177 podium sitters.
Well, Harrison, great to see you here on the podium at the end of the weekend. First time I've had a chat to you, and fair to say, looking at your results, a 5th, a 6th and a 5th, not running where we usually expect to see you this weekend.
No, we've struggled quite a lot here. We haven't been here many times. So I think this was probably my 3rd time here, and we've struggled all day yesterday in the heats. But we was quite quick in the practice, so we thought we'd be all right. But yesterday we had something wrong, but we found it for today. So
yeah, good to see. Tough competition as well. Tom Pryor wasn't with us at round 1. He's turned up and he's just thrown a spanner in the works.
Yeah, I haven't managed to have a little chat with him this weekend, but I think he's probably done quite a bit around here. Seems to know his way around. So, but no, he was quick, to be fair.
Mate, well done. Who would you like to thank who's made it all possible?
Lewis at TH Course, all my family, my dad, my mum, my sister, all the boys at Venator, Kai and Reese. So, yeah, it's been a really good weekend.
Nice work, mate. And the championship's still alive. Another podium, consistent points.
Hopefully, yeah. See where we are.
Right, well done. Thanks, Millen Harrison. I'll have to quickly go and find Nathan Chafer because Nathan's in here. So where's my man Nathan Chafer? Stay with me, Liam. Nathan, where is he? If I could grab you quickly, then we'll get Tom right after. So bear with, we are live. These things happen. Nathan, step on up, mate. Well done, sir. Got yourself on the podium. Been pretty strong all weekend. Had a fourth, a second, and the second in the super heat, and a second in the super final. So fairly strong weekend.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it. We come here last month after Wilton, engine problems, and yeah, back on the podium now, so I'm happy.
So you had the kart locked in and sort of linked up for this circuit. Harrison's just saying he hasn't been here much, but you got a bit of experience around these corners.
Yeah, I come here last year quite a lot, and I've had various podiums, wins. So yeah, it's a circuit I know, and I'm very happy with the result.
Brilliant, well done, mate. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Force Engines for the motor, my dad for mechanicking, Calicart, and my whole family supporting me back in Australia.
Fantastic. Hopefully watching the live stream as well, staying up late.
Yeah, I will be. I've got an airplane to catch tonight. I'm off to Philippines, so...
Phenomenal. The life of the international motorsport star. Well done, mate. Nathan, thanks for talking to us. We'll see you for podiums a bit later on.
Thank you very much.
There you go. Even at the UKC and the RMC, these drivers are flying in and flying out. Let's go and get Tom Pryor. He should be just here. Where is he? Tom, come on out, mate. Come on out. Here we go. Tom Pryor. So, Tom, great to see you, mate. First time I've had a catch up with you this weekend, and we didn't see you at round one, but you've arrived at round two with a flourish and taken the win. You've been fast all weekend.
Yeah, touch wood. It's been really good this weekend. So, yeah, it's been a tough race, and there's so many good drivers out there. So I'm really, really delighted.
Yeah, the super heat earlier on this morning was good to see. I mean, you brought it home in fourth, but you were charging through all of that. I mean, a third, a fourth, and now a first. What's your story? You know this circuit well?
Yeah, so this is my local sort of circuit. So I've raced here many years now. So, yeah, maybe it just come together on the day, you know. I was really, really pleased.
But really good to see a strong field of 177s in 2026 here at the Rotax RMC. This class is good, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it's quality. Yeah, it's really good. And we're all like, it's just nice to be on the way and have a good race with the boys. I've raced a lot of the boys in the past, and they're really good.
Brilliant, mate. Listen, well done. Thanks for racing with us this weekend. Who would you like to thank?
My mum and dad, Charlotte, Super Tune, and Kev's Karts.
There you go. That's all. Well done, mate. We'll see you for podiums a little bit later on.
A tie at the top of the Mini Inter Championship standings. Austin Maximilian Eberhardt tied on 248 points apiece. And, well, whoever comes out on top in this super final will get themselves that ticket to the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy at Le Mans for the opportunity to fight for a grand finals ticket. Of course, Mini Inters also get the opportunity through the Euro Trophy each and every single round of the Euro Trophy. The race winner in the final gets themselves a ticket, which has been afforded to Joshua Cook on both occasions so far through Cremona and Wackersdorf. Hopefully we'll be able to see more British drivers taken to the top and get themselves that ticket to Portimao later on in the year. We'll run you through the grid in just a moment, but just looking down there, the number 6 of Austin Oman alongside the number 10 of Sebastian Behrmann on the front row of the field. Maximilian Eberhardt just behind that. So all to play for in Mini Inter. We had their repêchage just not too long ago to decide the final 4 spaces on the field, and what was a pretty decent battle, all things considered, with there being 5 karts out on circuit. Look out as well for the 148 of Oscar Kenny. Didn't get the opportunity to impress in the super heat. Missed out that opportunity. There was contact. He lost his nozzle cone. He dropped back. He was out of the race. Full stop. He didn't get the opportunity to finish. So he'll be looking to fight back from wherever he's starting on the field. Definitely not the front 3 rows of the grid for the 148. He'll be a bit further back. I think he's the outside 5th row of the grid. So I think he's starting P10 from what I can see for Hunter Motorsport. A rapid driver, and will be looking to impress. Has taken top 3s so far this weekend, and they'll roll their way onto the formation lap. We'll run you through the grid in a couple of moments' time for the 3rd of our 5 finals, the halfway point of the afternoon's action. and all to play for in Mini Inters. Time screen saying 14 minutes plus the lap, so going to be a long one for the Minis. And the boiling point of the weekend where everything comes together, make or break, do or die for the Mini Inters. Sebastian Behrmann with all the pressure, but Sam Pollitt Racing 1 and 2. Sebastian Behrmann's sort of switch to Sam Pollitt Racing absolutely has been fruitful. He's been fighting at the front in Europe, he's been fighting at the front in the UK, and still himself has an opportunity to lead the championship by the end of round number 2. Probably will still see him at the International Trophy regardless of whether or not he wins the ticket. The time screen is updated 12 minutes plus the lap for the Mini Inters. But 2:48 for Austin Oman, 2:48 for Maximilian Eberhardt. They've been trading wins, trading podiums all season long. Eberhardt with the partnership now with Freem will be looking to use that gear to put himself up from 4th place on the grid. But in front of him, it's Sebastian Behrmann and Austin Oman who share the front row of the field. James Roots in 3rd position alongside Maximilian Eberhardt, who could well go 2 from 2 in terms of finals in 2026. Jackson Hilton, who was victorious in the Superheat, starts 5th alongside Otis Cleary. Logan Rolfe from Riley Blakemore on row 4. Then comes Jack Fulbright-Karma, Oscar Kenny, the Honda Motorsport Carlos Sainz chassis starting this one in 10th. Lewis Herbertson, Arthur Farrow in row 6. Then comes Dinsing Pahal, Ruda Golkanaf, Noah Wilco, William Moore, the front 16. Then comes Flynn Grantham, Hugo McCluskey, Ryder Ziong and Finley Beals. Teddy Murphy, Chloe McGill, Ryan Townsend, Charlie Page, 24th from Eddie Duncan, Serene Gallagher, of course, as well. You've got Ryan Townsend, they'll put foot to the floor. We'll go racing towards the front end of the field, and a nice start from Austin Oman. Sebastian Behrmann, the 2 Sam Pollitt Racings will lead them in formation towards the opening corner. Lock up in the background, though, and a huge pile up at the back end of Mini Inters. The leaders get through cleanly, but it's calamity through the rest of the field. The majority of them struggling to get back going again. But I think, for the most part, it's play on. Austin Oman will lead from Sebastian Behrmann, who I think maybe momentarily got caught up in it. A good start as well from the 145 of Jackson Hilton, who's climbed his way from 6th up to 2nd. Sebastian Behrmann drops to 3rd. Side by side is a quick snap of oversteer, quick hands from one of the KR Sports there. Could well have been Logan Rolfe, I think. In fact, it's the 158, that being Lewis Herbertson, who's again climbed 6 places into 5th. So yellow flags through the first corner. I think some stuff still to be sorted out. But overall, all things considered, I mean, I think it was just one driver getting maybe a tap from behind or locking their rear brakes. And again, just having no control, carrying that speed because they're not slowing down into the back of people, collecting them, people trying to go everywhere. Then when someone reacts and goes the other place, they've then got 20 cuts behind them also trying to react to it. So it's just a chain reaction. Thankfully, no one is harmed and they're all able to continue on. One of the carts going up in the air momentarily as well, but all is good. Sam Pollitt Racing once again 1 and 2 from Austin Oman, leading the way. Sebastian Behrmann in 2nd, then comes Jackson Hilton in 3rd. Of course, they are teammates, but they'll be looking to battle one another. The 185, one of the DNFs, that's Hayden Wardale, who was one of our repêchage benefactors. He got himself into the final itself, and unfortunately that's come undone on the opening lap. Lewis Herbertson on the back of James Roots. Dan Holland Racing 151, followed by the 156 KR Sport, but that in fact is the 108 just in front of him. So that's Eddie Duncan, who's actually got himself through and up a couple of places. With the 151 of James Roots just behind them, struggling actually to stay on tabs with those in front. Austin Oman, Sebastian Behrmann, no battle ensuing just yet, but you can bet that is going to be the case. Oman will be defending this hard. As soon as he feels the need to, he will start parking the bus. We saw it in the Superheat. Knows how to get his elbows out, knows how to be aggressive, knows when and maybe when not to be. Maybe that line gets blurred sometimes. Sebastian Behrmann, though, one of the most cool and calm drivers on the field. Maybe sometimes a bit too cool and calm. Sometimes could do with a little bit more oomph, but between the two of them, we've got sheer aggression and then the composure. Oman versus Behrmann. 2 ideologies, the same right answer. Now clashing at the front end of the Mini Inter Super Final. Hilton from Eberhardt, 3 and 4. Eberhardt not making any progress off the start, but not also losing any progress either. So you can be quite happy about that. Like I say, the partnership with Freem coming into this weekend. So you've got the support and the gear to go forwards. probably as a result of his victory at Wilton Mill, impressing and getting himself, you know, out there. Remarkable talent this time in the Inter field. I mean, it's so good to see at such a young age the talent that comes through that long right hand of the double apex one. Again, we've talked about the curb drop off all day long, the dirt being dug in on the outside. Don't want to extend too much. There you can kind of get away with it. The curb is raised still, but the drop off, you're just hitting concrete, you're fine. You've still got a bit of grip. 8 minutes plus the lap still to go. Oh man, from Behrman, from Hilton, side by side. Look at that, that's getting feisty. That off to Oscar Kenny potentially. No, it's not, it's the 107. So that's Serene Gallagher fighting with Charlie Page with Flynn Grantham just outside of the top 10. Also, no man, Sebastian Behrman, but by the way, you could, for a moment, I didn't even see Sebastian Behrman. He was tucked up behind him. The two Sam Pollock Racing teammates, neck and neck, bumper to bumper. Breaking away, though, from Jackson Hilton, so whatever they're doing is working. I wonder if they are going to work together just for a little bit longer to make it, for sure, going to be a 1v1. Right now, if Behrman goes through, what's the chances he can pull away? Probably slim to none. Austin Oman will then fire one straight back down the inside. They're battling, and then very quickly, they've got more of a headache to worry about. So it might just be worth Behrman sticking with him and pushing him away, maybe to grow the gap to a second, second and a half. Battle right at the end when you've got the space afforded to you. Hilton, though, keeping the podium, being chased down by Maximilian Abrahart, the 145. Look over his shoulder, shake of the head as well. He's in third. He's definitely got a lot to be proud of. But again, holding themselves to these high standards. They're all here to win. A P3 is fantastic. But you can see the two leaders in front of him. He's going to be begging that they start to battle soon. But Behrman and Austin Oman with the assignment, I'm sure briefed maybe by the team. Down the inside goes the 158 of Lewis Herbertson. That's on the inside of Eddie Duncan to take 7th place. Such brilliant camaraderie between the two Sam Pollock drivers. Austin Oman, the number 6, and Sebastian Behrman, the number 10. Abrahart for Coles Racing. Closing in on the DHR of Jackson Hilton, but needs a bit of a battle or something to ignite in order to close these gaps, but burning time away at the Sam Pollock drivers up in front. Now they're halfway through this race, 6 minutes plus the lap still to go. Very close in the background. I think the likes of Blakemore and Duncan, also Herbertson and Dean Singh Bahal, who of course was thrown off the circuit in the superheat. Same too with Logan Rolfe. Both of them working together brilliantly to come back through the field. They need to channel some of that today. Dean Singh Bahal still inside the top 10. Logan Rolfe in P12 for KR Sport. Again, no matter how quick you are, no matter how good you are, if you get caught up on that opening lap, if you get put in the wrong position or you're on the wrong side of the grid whenever it happens, and you can't predict these things, it's a very reactionary process. And in that split second, if you make the wrong decision to go left instead of right, or right instead of left, or back out instead of put your foot down and hope, your race is then taken a very different trajectory. Just like that from the opening corner. Because of how tight the opening corner is, it's a great overtaking opportunity. And we've seen that through the entire day. The speed that you carry into it on lap number 1 invites some intrigue, let's say, for the first couple of laps. Dean Singh Bahal demoted out of the top 10 by Charlie Page. Podium, of course, at Cremona at the opening round of the Euro Trophy did Charlie Page, finishing behind his mates Joshua Cook and Logan Rolfe, who's trying to chase after him. Actually, fastest lap of the race for the KR Sport 132, so keep an eye on him on the back end of Dean Singh Bahal. Down the inside goes the 151. That's James Roots on Maximilian Abrahart. Wants to lead the charge towards his teammate of Jackson Hilton. Less than a second separate them. Less than a tenth separate the two leaders. It's getting busy just outside of the top 10. Dean Singh Bahal trying to keep the likes of Chloe McGill at bay. She's been doing fantastically. It was a P3 earlier in the superheat. Fantastic driving so far from the Sam Pollock Racing driver, the 118, just in behind Dean Singh Bahal. Logan Rolfe up to 11th. Lewis Herbertson in P10, then comes Charlie Page in 9th. Following the battle, that is the one we're following. The 118 is Chloe McGill, the 123 is Dean Singh Bahal, reigning British champion, reigning vice UKC champion. Just under 4 minutes to go, plus the lap in the mini into super final. Dean keeping a nice tight line off the exit of turn 1. Shortens that distance. Maybe loses a little bit in terms of sort of exit speed, but if he can sort of minimize the distance and get a look into the inside of Willows, it's very difficult to go all the way around the outside. So Singh Pahal maybe caught up in this pack a little bit, but still has got a little bit of time to work forward. There's plenty of karts in front of him that he can go and catch. Just curious as to when Oman and Behrman are actually going to start battling. I mean, it's been a brilliant display, and dare I say, maybe reminiscent of the Senior Max final from Wilton Mill, where Matty Hingley and Macaulay Bishop were allies for the best part of the race, and look what happened at the later stage of that one. We'll see, because these two are teammates, so they do have to, you know, go back to the same morning after this race. But right now, securing Sam Pollitt Racing some more silverware. They were 2 on the podium in Micromax as well. So a good day for SPR in terms of their junior drivers. They've looked very good in terms of promoting talent, one of the best teams on the field. And right now, again, 1.2 seconds, only 1.3 seconds, 1.4 as they cross the line. Jackson Hilton defending from James Roots and Maximilian Abrahart. That's the final place on the podium. But the leaders working together nicely, minimising the chance of anyone else getting involved. There's contact on the run towards turn 1. That's Herbertson on the outside of the 133 of Charlie Page. Bit of tyre smoke being kicked up there as they jostle for the same bit of tarmac towards turn 1. You can see the battle scars on the KR Sport 158 of Herbertson. Less than 2 minutes to go. Down the inside goes James Roots on Jackson Hilton. Clash between the two DHRs, also getting involved Maximilian Abrahart, but doesn't have the run. They settle back into single file. Meanwhile, the 2 Sam Pollitt drivers, 1.7 seconds now is the gap back to 3rd, 4th and 5th. When are they going to battle? Is it they've been given the clear when they see the last lap board? What's the play? Down the inside, Maximilian Abrahart for Coles Racing, up in a 4th. Sandwiched between the 2 DHRs. Eyes forward though for the podium to keep the streak alive, and right now Austin Oman will be leading the championship, and with it free entry to the international trophy by virtue of beating Maximilian Abrahart in this race. Plenty of Dean Singh Pahal fans in the YouTube chat. Nice to see you guys cheering him on. Down the inside goes Maximilian Abrahart on James Roots, gets it stopped, forces the 151 wide, who tried to hang it the long way around through turn 1. That opened the door for Jackson Hilton to come back through for DHR. Up now into the podium position once more for Maximilian Abrahart. Again, international trophy tickets aside, the grand scheme of things in the championship, Maximilian Abrahart wants to minimise the damage, wants to stay as close as possible to Austin Oman. You know, when we take to round number 3 in just a few weeks' time. Just the midpoint of June, when we take to the 3rd round of the 2026 season at Warden Law. Down the inside, this is when it happens then. Sebastian Behrman versus Austin Oman, the 2 Sam Pollitt Racing machines. The Titans clash at the front. Penultimate lap of the race. Point forward from Austin Oman, but Behrman's like, no. I've been doing that all race, mate. Now it's my chance to go for a win. We've got 2.2 seconds. Let's keep it clean. Hopefully going to give us a nice, brilliant battle. Nice tight line there from Sebastian Behrman. Closes the gap, tucked in behind his teammate. Will probably go for it through the penultimate corner. Here at Kimbolton corner, the number 6 opens the gap up the inside. Sebastian Behrman sends the move. Bit of contact between the pair of them as Austin Oman tries to turn in. And the number 10 is there. Final lap of the race in Mini Inter here at Kimbolton. Side by side as they cross the line. Here comes Austin Oman, clashing with his teammate. Sebastian Behrman has the inside, the up and under. Might well favour Austin Oman towards Willows. He throws it back down the inside, but Behrman says no. Side by side more. Austin Oman gets the up and under. This time, the advantage swings the way of the number 6. Inside line through the next chicane. Sebastian Behrman once again will get the switch back. They draw alongside each other once more. Half a lap left to go here at Kimbolton. And Austin Oman is hanging on brilliantly. A fantastic display of teamwork. Now they get the freedom to fight. One more corner left to go. Sebastian Behrman forced to the outside will get the switch back. Austin Oman has gone in deep. It's going to be a drag race to the line. The checker flag will fly. Behrman will do his best. But it's Austin Oman that will take victory by less than half a tenth of a second. Sebastian Behrman, Austin Oman, what a brilliant display of racecraft, of teamwork. And a slam of the helmet there from the 68 of Ryan Blakemore, not happy with the 7th place. Maximilian Eberhardt will complete the podium. What a last lap between Austin Oman and Sebastian Behrman. Sam Pollitt Racing, whatever briefing you gave them, it worked very, very well indeed. 11 minutes of teammates, and then about a minute and a half of, well, we're fighting for a win. And it paid off. Maximilian Eberhardt could only close the gap by about a second that final lap. So it's the number 6 of Austin Oman, the number 10 of Sebastian Behrman, and the 113 of Maximilian Eberhardt that were our podium finishers by the end of that one. Pending any drop downs, but I don't really think there were any in terms of the top 3. We'll run you through the full results in a couple of moments' time, and hopefully then it won't be too long until we can head down to Kev. Looking forward to seeing what Eberhardt, Behrman and Oman have to say about those 18 laps of racing we had in the mini-inters. Austin Oman will take a brilliant victory, and with it an international trophy ticket as well for leading the championship. Sebastian Behrman keeping his consistency with 2nd, and Maximilian Eberhardt in 3rd. James Roots finishes in P4 from Jackson Hilton in the top 5. Otis Cleary from Riley Blakemore, not happy, the 168. Eddie Duncan, Logan Rolfe and Charlie Page complete the top 10. Then comes Lewis Herbertson, Chloe McGill, Oscar Kenny, disappointing end to the weekend for the 148. Flynn Grantham from Dean Singh Bahal, the 123, finishing 15th. Arthur Farrow, James DeVroux, Serene Gallagher, Will Eden, and Teddy Murphy, your top 20. Teddy Roberts from Hugo McCluskey, from William Moore, Ryder Ziong, Noah Wilco, the 25th driver to cross the line. Edison Burrows, Ryan Townsend, Isaac Garth, Jack Brown, Finley Beals, the 30th. Roger Golkanaf, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, the last of our finishers, with Carter Jackson and Hayden Wardell, 33rd and 34th. Unfortunately, not being able to make the most of their opportunity from the repechage. What a battle that was. Let us know in the comments what you think of that one. Those watching along at home, a brilliant display at such, well, a young age. They are mini, and as we always say, they are mighty. Our 3rd final of the day done and dusted. Of course, just junior and senior left to go. Before we get into that, though, let's head down to Kev for our mini-inter podium interviews.
Well, Max Eberhardt, 3rd step of the podium for you this weekend. You won that super heat. You couldn't quite do it in the super final. How are you feeling, mate?
Yeah, I'm feeling fine. A bit disappointed we couldn't get the ticket to Le Mans, but yeah, it was all good.
Yeah, really all good. You've been like competitive all weekend. I mean, your heats, your first heat perhaps let you down a little bit with a 7th, but then 4th in that 2nd heat. So the weekend maybe didn't start in the best of form for you.
Yeah, it was a bad start to the weekend. It's really good that we got this result from a bad start to the weekend. So yeah, I'm happy.
And a good outing for your team as well. Who would you like to thank from your team? Who's made it all possible from Coles Racing?
I'd like to thank Daryl, my dad, my mum, my sister, Travis Perkins, Freem, On Point Media, and also Adrian Coles.
Yeah, well done. It's a big, long list. And also looking at the championship overall, you're still going to be on the bubble. I can't do the maths on the fly, but you're going to probably be in about 2nd place in the championship. So consistent points again.
I do just want to thank Kai Hunter as well for supplying the engines. Yeah, we will be, hopefully we can stay in the championship until the end and win a grand finals ticket.
Mate, I'm sure you will. Well done. Great words. Thanks for talking to us. Go and high five your team.
Thank you.
Let's welcome up Sebastian Behrman. Seb, come on up, buddy. Put yourself on the spot. Well, now, Sebastian Behrman, how about that? That is probably the closest race finish we may have ever had in the RMC Rotax Ultimate Karting Championship. 4/100ths of a second. You were side by side going across the line. I bet you thought you'd done it, hadn't you?
No.
No?
I mean, I didn't really, because I knew Austin was going to defend really well through the last corner, so I knew I hadn't, and on the undercut.
Well, listen, I was watching you from the bottom end of the circuit down here at Turn 1 at Stowe. On those last 2 laps, you got the run of him into Stowe, but then you couldn't hold it through the willows, could you? You passed him a couple of times, but then he came back, because I think you were carrying so much speed, you couldn't just slow the kart down enough, could you?
No, not really. It's really hard to overtake around here and hold the brake to get, because you're going in with so much speed around all the corners.
Yeah. Listen, well done. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
I'd like to thank Sam Pollitt, my mechanic Rob, Precision for providing me with loads of tools and parts of the go-kart, and my mum and dad.
Well, well done. It's a good long list, and I'm sure they're really proud of you. So congratulations. We'll see you for podiums a little bit later on.
Thanks.
Let's welcome in then our race winner, Austin Oman, who is the happiest man in town right now. But firstly, congratulations, Austin. But I would guess there was a few moments in the closing stages, that one, where you thought, oh no, I've blown it.
So, last few laps, I was obviously in a fight with Seb, and it just came down the wire.
It really came down to the wire. And I just said to Seb, like, at the bottom end here, he overtook you a couple of times in those last 2 laps, but it was like he couldn't sort of get on the brakes and hold on to that speed, so you just came by him again. He overtook you, and you took it straight back.
It was just ways of the racing. I could do something, and Seb would bring it back, and then just fight to the line.
Mate, well done. Huge congratulations. It's a good win for the team, for Sam Pollitt Racing. It's all been going well for you this weekend. Then happiness under the awning for you. Who would you like to thank?
I would like to thank Sam Pollitt, my dad, my family. I would like to thank Seb for pushing me, Kart Republic and Freem for providing the suits.
That's really good. Great words. Very gracious for mentioning Seb there, for pushing you. I think you pushed each other and you entertained us. So thank you very much. We'll see you for podiums a little later on. Well done, Austin Oman.
Thank you.
Charlie Wolfett is the man in form in Junior Max, coming into the final off the back of 6 consecutive victories. From Heat 2 back at Wilton Mill all the way through to the Super Heat earlier on this morning, Charlie Wolfett is starting 2026 off with a bang. They'll make their way to the grid. They'll get themselves obviously gridded up, and then we'll get this race underway. 14 minutes plus the lap for Junior Max in what is a brilliantly presented field in terms of talent and future prospects. Of course, DHR well represented at the front end of the field. Sam Pollitt Racing as well off the back of a 1-2 with Austin Oman and Sebastian Behrman just now in the mini inters. Really good to see just how well spoken the young lads are. Austin Oman there gleaming, of course, very humble between Seb and Austin, sharing a brilliant battle. Great respect shown between the two of them, and ultimately just taking away a brilliant fight. And the lessons from this weekend, they're both very happy, and like I say, even down to Oman putting his suit back on to showcase all of the sponsors at the top end of his race suit. Good to see at such a young age. And again, these juniors, the next step up beyond that in their racing career, and maybe beyond this they go into seniors, maybe they go straight into cars, whether that's single-seaters or even into the Ganetta Junior series. Plenty of opportunities through Ganetta, and some of them probably already testing some cars. I know the likes of Rory Armstrong, who was here last year, took the step up into seniors as well. It's been testing a plethora of different machineries. The likes of Zane Quecker as well before jumping into the JSCC, and plenty of other series as well. So all of these drivers, the future absolutely is bright. Making their way, walking, a pretty long walk actually, from the dummy grid to the actual grid. Feeling the suspense. Some of them already helmets on, some of them helmets off. And the pressure on, the anticipation is there. We spoke about it in the Micromax. These guys are a bit more established in terms of dealing with pressure, dealing with the nerves. But again, still understanding that that pressure is a privilege. That they have worked so hard to get to this point. Especially for Charlie Wolfett starting this one from pole position. Definitely will be feeling it, but it's nothing that he's not done before. But the prestige, and again, what it means to win this race, to get him that ticket to Le Mans for the international trophy, to maybe then get his seat ready for the grand finals at Portimao a bit later on in the year. Good to know that the weather has been brilliant for the weekend. I mean, it was a bit of a miserable-ish start to the day in terms of overcast, but the sun has come out, the weather is nice, and again, no concern in terms of tyre choice this weekend, which for round 2 last year when we took 2 Larkall was not the case. Very Scottish welcome back in 2025. Significantly less of a headache this weekend, just focusing on the driving. Let us know, of course, who you're cheering on for in the Junior Max Super Final. Pleasure to have your company. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Kev Harris down in Parc Ferme, bringing you the action here on Alpha Live. Great pictures by virtue of the brilliant guys in production. Let us know, like I say, what's been your favourite race so far? What are you looking forward to? What are your predictions, maybe, of the Junior Max Super Final here for the second round of the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship at Kimbolton. After this, by the way, we'll continue our journey around the UK. We'll go up north next to Sunderland to Warden Law. We'll go to the other side of the northern part of the country, to the Lake District. Nestled in the quarry is Rowrah. Three Sisters just after that staying up in Wigan. Dunkeswell back down south, and then Silverstone for the Rotax National Trophy. After we have crowned our champions and handed out the Grand Finals tickets, we get to do some more at the legendary Silverstone circuit. Now, of course, with the homologated kart circuit to go with it. A lot to look forward to in 2026. A lot that has already happened and set the stage for a brilliant year of racing so far. Some drivers already sat down, taking a liberty to be chilled in their seat. Others, well, enjoying the time they can stand up while they can. DHR lock out the front row, though. Charlie Wolfett, of course, on pole position. He'll be on the left-hand side of your screen. You can see that. Like I say, 6 consecutive victories. Last year, the most consecutive victories from anyone was Jacob Ashcroft. He did 6 in a row. From, I think it was round 4 through to round 5. So if Charlie Wolfett wins this, I think, I'm not going to say the most consecutive wins in UKC history, but at least in my memory, the most in a while. Taking that step up, he fought Jacob Ashcroft for a mini title a few years ago, finished vice champion to Ashcroft. Took a couple of years maybe on the back burner slightly, but has really reascended back to pace with Dan Holland Racing at the sharp end. Found his groove once again, found this pace, and again, this Junior Max field, incredibly tight, incredibly competitive, full of talent. Not easy to rise to the top, especially in amongst some of, well, the country's most talented drivers, as is. It's a privilege to be even, here on the grid yourself. It means you're doing something right, but to be at the very front of this grid, it's an extra echelon, I suppose, extra level. A few preparations before we can get this race up and underway. The penultimate final of the weekend. I think we're getting the clear the grid signal soon. The mechanics will make their final words to their drivers and say, all right, this is it. Get them hyped up, get them ready, maybe calm some nerves slightly as well. Louis America, bit of a moment with Dad as well, just before he runs back to his car and get himself ready. We'll run you through the grid as soon as they're rolling on the formation lap, just waiting for the mechanics to get themselves off of the grid to send these guys underway. The DHR looking to go for maybe a 1-2. Maybe we could see something similar from the DHR guys to what we saw from the Sam Pollock guys in the minis. Of course, the 253 of Harry Taylor stuck on the outside front row of the grid will have it difficult to maintain second by the time they reach the opening corner. You've then also got Kim Bernard, Jensen Chalk, who make up row number 2. Looking very racy indeed. Getting to start their engines, and we'll go rolling for the penultimate final of the day, round number 2 of the RMC UKC. Let's run you through the grid of Junior Max. Charlie Wolfett could well do the sweep this weekend. Harry Taylor, his teammate, will start alongside him with Jensen Chalk and Kian Bernard on row number 2. Behind that is Finley Lyons, Sebastian Clark, both in Cosmic Machinery. Blake Southern from Ellis Bell on row number 4. Rounding out the top 10 is Jack Robinson and Lucian Smith from Finley Smith and Connor Large on row number 6. Max Colbert, Aidan Hammond, Riley Morrow will be absolutely looking to fire one forward from P15 alongside Jensen Hookie, who's getting some support in the YouTube chat, starting this one from 16th. Miles Burton, Luan Seedale from Tom Reed, and Charles Kitely in P20. Behind that, Luca Holmes-Ballock, who made remarkable progress in the Super Heat earlier on, starts alongside Louis Radcliffe on row 11, Braith Murdoch and Leo Basterfield on row number 12. Blair Smith, Stanley Williams, row 13 from Alex Shepard and Joseph Berkery, P27 and P28 sharing row 14. Then comes Arden Clark and Nathaniel Gray. And then the first of our repechage drivers, Thomas Jackson from Barnaby Grub, 31st and 32nd, sharing row 16. And a lonely, a joint row 17 for John Richardson and Daniel Minto, 33rd and 34th place respectively. A tight field and 14 laps, 14 minutes plus the lap to decide who comes out on top at Kimbolton. Charlie Wolfett has got 22 points in favour over Kean Bernard if he wants to take that international trophy ticket to Le Mans. One of the drivers sat, that's the 224 not firing up. That is going to be that's John Richardson, was due to start this race 33rd. So unfortunate there to do all the work in the repechage and not even make the start of this race. Hopefully we'll still be able to get this race done and dusted. You can see just how defeated he is, sat on the tyre barrier there, wants to be involved in this race, and unfortunately the brutality of motorsport preventing him from doing so. Charlie Wolfett will lead the field up to the line. In the tram lines, 14 minutes plus the lap. Can he go 7 from 7? Charlie Wolfett, foot to the floor. We go racing in Junior Max. Already, Riley Murray ducking to the inside, and below the white line there's contact. He's spun round. One of the Tony karts has gone backwards in towards turn number 1. Calamity, but the majority of the field somehow have made it through. Charlie Wolfett will lead them through the opening corner and over the chicane, bouncing up over the curb there. A Calamity start in the midfield, not exactly where you'd want to be starting by any stretch of the imagination, but up in front, the number 6 of Charlie Wolfett will lead. The 218 of Jensen Chalk, who got the jump on Harry Taylor. Now towards the back end of the circuit, it's Dan Holland Racing from MLC. Then behind that comes the KR Sport Machine. I think that's Finley Lines, who's had a brilliant start as per usual for Finley Lines. And across the line, it's Wolfett from Chalk from Lines. Then comes Southern from Colbert. Finley Smith, Riley Morrow, who made up 8 places. I think he was one of the drivers that went below the white line off the initial get-go. Not entirely sure if it was the instigator of the contact, but we'll let the race control decide that one. Down the inside goes Finley Lines. Spots the opportunity, gets it stopped, and now has sight of the race leader. Finley Lines was making moves in the superheat earlier on. Used his racecraft, used his aggression to fire one forwards, and now has sight of Charlie Wolfett, looking to end the domination of the number 6. But we've got 4 karts nose to tail. Wolfett back to Southern. Colbert, then Smith. What's happened to Harry Taylor on the opening couple of laps? He's dropped down to 7th for DHR, and more drivers dipping below the white line. In towards turn number 1. One of them, into the barrier. Oh, you could see that coming from a mile away. Running way too wide and snagging the front left. There you can see a very bent nose cone. We'll confirm as to who was involved as soon as we can. It will basically be whoever tumbles down the timing order most. But Charlie Wolfett, not out of the woods. It was a clean start, but he's still got 12 minutes of this race remaining, and Finley Lines charging after him. I think it was Riley Morrow and Braith Murdoch, the 2 that were involved in the crash at the opening corner. Riley Morrow, Braith Murdoch, both tumbling through the field, so a big shame for 2 drivers that absolutely could have gone forward. Riley Morrow especially. His first full year in Junior Max and already willing to mix it up with the best in Europe, with the best in the UK, and well, a lot of lessons to be learned. His raw pace is there. He's definitely fearless, but yeah, definitely things to be taken away from this weekend going forward. 11 minutes, 15 seconds. Finley Lines goes for an interesting attempt to the final corner to chase after Charlie Wolfett. That's put him susceptible to an attack from behind. That's going to open the door. Down the inside goes Jensen Chalk, will take 2nd position. Finley Lines will try and tuck back in behind him quite smoothly, in fact. They don't want to trip over each other too much, that they lose sight of Charlie Wolfett, and you can see there, Jensen Chalk tapping the side of his helmet. Work with me. Wants to get after Wolfett. Wants to apply some of that pressure. Finley Lines understandably wants to be the one leading that charge, but only one of them has to. Someone has to put their differences behind them and then, press on. The top 4 as a contingent, breaking away from Finley Smith. Down the inside though, nicely done from the 240 of Kean Bernard. The 253 of Harry Taylor will follow him through. That was Max Colbert that got, tipped 2 positions down to 8th. Down the inside as well, nicely done. Oh my goodness me, the 253 sending a move to the inside. That got messy from Harry Taylor, who started this race from the outside front row of the grid, now getting tripped up over and losing a position to Max Colbert after a move that failed on the inside of Kian Bernard. The top four though, breaking away. Finley Lyons now behind Southern as well. So DHR currently running first and third. Finley Lyons' initial brilliant start coming undone slightly. He's still up in that position from where he started, which was of course fifth down the inside. It's the 262 getting overtaken. Max Colbert, Lucian Smith goes up into 8th position. Was P3 in Wackersdorf just a week ago in the Euro Trophy was Lucian Smith. He's running currently P8 for the UKC. 6/10 off the back of Colbert. Black flag coming in for Kian Bernard. I think he's one of the drivers who potentially has just blitzed past the commentary box, sounding a very unhealthy kart, to be honest. Coming in, yeah, indeed so. The 240 Sam Pollitt Racing. A huge shame, as you can see the mechanic desperately trying to sort it out and get him back going again, but how much can you do? The potential that was there this weekend, but again, the super final can almost always be brutal. One of the Tony karts getting it wrapped up underneath, maybe. Which one do you want to go? The 244 also coming back out onto the circuit. Yeah. Maybe the 214, in fact, actually, Braith Murdoch coming back onto the circuit. In fact, Lucian Smith was the 244. Indeed so, Lucian Smith out of this race. He's waiting for the timing screen to update, so the 244 Lucian Smith down and out of this race. A shame off the back of that podium in Wackersdorf. 8.5 minutes left to go. Louis Radcliffe, as a result, gets promoted to P9. Sebastian Clark into the top 10. Luca Holmes-Balak not far off them. Luca Holmes-Balak up 10 places. Biggest gain is Tom Reed up 13. Also as well, Louis Radcliffe up 13 from 22nd now into 9th. So overtaking possible. Even around the tight and twisty, Kimbolton, the layout itself really good at inviting those moves. We saw it in the mini inters. We're seeing it now in the Junior Max. It's mainly just, you know, playing chess, thinking 2 steps ahead of yourself, calculating where your opponent is going to be, where you've maybe got the strength, and again reading the chaos. Making the right decision in those critical moments is the way to work forward in these races. Charlie Wolfett only half a second clear of Jensen Chalk. What's the gap next time they break the beam? It's about 4.5 tenths of a second. Down the inside once more goes the 271. That's Aidan Hammond fighting with Luke Holmes-Balak, also Luan Seidel for KR Sport, the Swiss driver. Point forward desperately from the 258. They're battling very hard for the lower echelon of the top 10. Back into the pit lane comes the 240 of Kian Bernard. Tried to get back out again, but I think it's just going to call it a day. Got given another black flag. 2 in the span of 2 minutes to be precise from race control, so clearly the fix that they had was not sufficient. Having to call it a day. Charlie Wolfett bridging the gap back to what is around about 6 tenths of a second. Finny Lyons within a second as well, so the top 3 within a second of each other. Southern as well is there or thereabouts. But we need a lead fight to bunch them back up again, and right now Charlie Wolfett not catchable. Fastest lap of the of his race last time through, a 41.523. Fastest lap of anyone is Finley Lyons, a 41.386. Following the battle there, Tom Reed versus Harry Taylor. Down the inside goes the 251, that's Sebastian Clark. Fighting into P9, Max Colbert will get the up and under, will drive himself back down the inside as well. Also Harry Taylor versus Tom Reed, so the 253 had the inside line. And the 234 of Finley Smith will be fighting away with Blake Southern as well. So this is really kicking off. The DHR car overtaken by the KR Sport Machine. Just under 6 minutes left to go. There's battles here, there, and everywhere in Junior Max. A difference of 1/1000th of a second between the two leaders last time through. The gap staying stationary, but just under 6 tenths of a second. It's going to take a mistake from Wolfett to allow Jensen Chalk to close back in, or maybe some assistance from Finley Lyons in the slipstream to give Jensen Chalk a bit of extra straight line speed. Last time through was 0.5 tenth in favour of Jensen Chalk. He just needs to get close enough to apply some pressure and maybe make Charlie Wolfett start thinking about defending. But right now, that's not the case. Wolfett isn't going to defend thin air, and he's not, well, got any intention of slowing down. Down the inside goes the 245 of Alex Shepherd, fighting with Max Colbert and also Aidan Hammond. So just on the outside of the top 10. This far back in, of course, unless you're counting, you're not really overly sure as to where you are on the sort of in the field. You don't know exactly what position you're in. You just sort of know there's carts in front of you. You need to go for the moves. Very easy from this perspective to call where they are, but right now they just know they're in a pack and they need to get through it as quickly as possible. The inside goes the 264. That was Ellis Bell for Ultimate Art, fighting with Ryan Seidel. 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Charlie Wolfett, Jensen Chalk, that gap once again coming down slightly, but overall it stayed the same. It's been within the same half-tenth margin for the last near 10 minutes, really. Out of the final corner there, you can see the gap, just a few kart lengths. It's not much at all. Finley Lyons staying with Jensen Chalk, now goes for the move to the inside. Definitely confident that he can go and catch the race leader. So back through. Finley Lyons takes second, minimising the time loss with it as well. Now the Chaos Sport Machine has got to prove that he can go and catch Charlie Wolfett, can bring the pack back into this race. Then comes Jensen Chalk, Finley Smith just in behind that. Chaos Sport bread with, of course, the MLC filling in this respective sandwich. To be fair to Finley Lyons, he has actually closed the gap. Down the inside goes Finley Smith, nicely done there on Jensen Chalk. Saw the gap into the final corner. They've been working together quite some time. Now the Chaos Sport Machine goes defensive to the turn number 1. Jensen Chalk gets the up, doesn't get the under. Now comes Blake Southland getting onto the rear end of these guys for DHR. Wolfett and Finley Lyons. Last time through, nearly a 10th quicker for Finley Lyons. 41.5 compared to a 41.4. Wolfett versus Lyons. The gap could come down, but time is of the essence. Finley Lyons needs to keep this pace differential up. He needs to close that gap. Not push too hard that he throws away a potential second position. Right now, Charlie Wolfett will go 7 from 7 the last 7 races. 7 from 8 in terms of total races so far this season as well. Down the inside, that's Luca Holmes-Ballock, the 228. On the inside of Aidan Hammond and up into top 10. Shepherd follows him through as well. Getting it locked up there, Holmes-Ballock. Really aggressive on the brake, getting it stopped. Maybe at the compromise of some exit speed potentially. Having to shave off too much minimum speed as well at the apex just to make sure he gets it slowed down and keep that position. Finley Lyons has brought that gap down slightly, but again, we're talking less than half a tenth, just over 100th of a second last time through. Marginal stuff. Wolfett is doing exactly what he needs to do. It's not like the other guys aren't trying hard enough. They are fighting the fastest they've been all weekend. But Wolfett is just doing enough. He's quick enough. Finley Lyons has been able to completely drop though Finley Smith. That gap has grown to about 0.6 of a second, so he's quicker than those around him. Minute and a half left at the end of this lap. Charlie Wolfett from Finley Lyons. That gap has come down under 0.4 of a second. We still have a fight for the lead on just yet. Last time through, 41.621 for Wolfett, 41.5 dead for Finley Lyons. The pace is there from Finley Lyons. Black flag for Joseph Berkery. That's going to bring an end to his day effectively. The 293 versus the 282, side by side between the pair of them. Nicely done there from Louis Ratcliffe on the inside of Tom Reed. That's the fight for 7th. Sam Pollitt racing up another position. Tawley demoted down. There you can see the two leaders. So completely dropping Finley Smith is Finley Lyons. Getting after Charlie Wolfett. The gap, the lower part of 0.3 of a second. Wolfett, though, has burnt off the majority of this race. It's going to be like a last lap saloon, really, for Finley Lyons if he does want to win this race. Charlie Wolfett looks over his shoulder and for the first time this race does see a bit of a threat starting to mount. In the pit lane, the 237. That's Joseph Berkery, who got given the black flag just a moment ago. A couple of those been handed out in Junior Max today. And tucked up in the slipstream, the KR Sport 280 of Finley Lines. Then comes Finley Smith, KR Sport currently 2 and 3, 2 karts on the podium. DHR, though, will be taking the overall victory with Charlie Wolfit heading on to what will be the penultimate lap of the race. And that's probably the worst thing that Charlie Wolfit could have had now, is by 2 seconds, stretching it to 2 laps to go. He really did need this to be the last lap of the race. But now, there's even more of an opportunity for Finley Lines, maybe to go for it. Finley Smith versus Jensen Chalk, that's the final place on the podium. Oh, goodness me, a car off there. Yellow flags flying, green flags almost immediately. And look at the gap now, KR Sport versus DHR. The rivalry of British karting, and pushing the limit there, dipping a wheel over the curb drop, was Finley Smith. 1 lap left to go at the line. Is there space? Wolfit now defensive. He's locked in now for the fight as Finley Lines. Less than a kilometre of racing to go for Junior Max. Here at Kimbolton, Charlie Wolfit trying to go for 2 consecutive final victories and 7 consecutive race wins. He's parking it on the apex. Finley Lines throwing everything he can at him. Now through the willows and towards the next chicane. Wolfit driving over his shoulder and a tap to the rear end there. Wolfit would get sent in slightly deep, but Finley Lines might well be able to get the acceleration, arriving back on the scene as well as Finley Smith. Half a lap left to go at Kimbolton. 2 corners left to go. Look over the shoulder, Charlie Wolfit thinking he needs to defend it. That's going to allow the KR Sport car to get the up and under. Is there space to the inside? No, there's not. Finley Smith Lines tries to go through. Finley Smith gets the up and under on the pair of them. And now Charlie Wolfit will take the checker flag, will take victory at Kimbolton. It came down to the final corner. And there was half a car's width on the inside. And Finley Lines tried to fill it. Ultimately, it demoted him off of the podium. Smith and Chalk both went through on Finley Lines. Charlie Wolfit, though, by less than 1/10 of a second, will take victory at Kimbolton. What a drive from Charlie Wolfit. What composure to keep it at the end there. Finley Lines maybe going for a move that wasn't on. Was he better off going for a switch back, or was that, doomed to fail with Finley Smith going for a move to the inside of him? Everyone's a winner in hindsight, but what was the right decision there for Finley Lines? Was that race even winnable? Was Wolfit always going to do it? That final corner there, again, launching himself over the curb, was trying to fill a space, was hopeful that Wolfit would, back out of it, would relinquish that space, but he didn't. He held his own and takes victory. 7 victories in a row for Charlie Wolfit. Finley Smith and Jensen Chalk, your podium from Finley Lines. Blake Southern from Harry Taylor, Louis Radcliffe, Tom Reed, Sebastian Clark and Luca Holmes-Ballack, your top 10. Aidan Hammond, Ellis Bell, Nathaniel Gray and Connor Large from Arden Clark, the top 15. Jensen Hookie, Max Colbert, Jack Robinson, Charles Kitely and Barnaby Grubb from Repêchage to top 20. Not bad going at all for the 272. Behind that is Blair Smith, Stanley Williams, Alex Shepherd, Miles Burton and Riley Morrow, who of course had a couple of issues through that race, finishes P25. A couple of DNFs, a couple of black flags. Thomas Jackson, P26. Ryan Seidel, Joseph Berkery, Daniel Minto and Kean Bernard, top 30. Unfortunate for the 240 there. Lucian Smith off the back of a podium at Backersdorf for the Euro Trophy. Finishes this one P31st. Then comes Braith Murdoch and Leo Basterfield, who didn't get further than the opening 2 laps of what was a 22-lap race at Kimbolton. A brilliant display of racecraft, a brilliant display of composure from Charlie Wolfit, showcasing his ability in 2026. Near faultless all race long. Defended only when he needed to, didn't, break under pressure. And extends 6 consecutive victories to 7. He's done the sweep here at Kimbolton. Finley Smith and Jensen Chalk will both benefit nicely, and, Jensen Chalk will find himself onto the podium. Finley Smith will take second by virtue of Finley Lines throwing everything at the race victory. That's what it means to win at the RMC UKC. He threw everything on that final lap move to the inside because he knew how important it was to seize the inside, but the space just wasn't there. It didn't open up as he'd planned. And Finley Lines ultimately will finish in 4th. Drivers will be making their way into Parc Fermé, then hopefully it won't be too much longer until we head down to Kev for the penultimate round of interviews. 4 finals done and dusted, just 1 more to go, with Senior Max coming up very, very shortly after this. Hear the music already getting prepped, so the Senior Max drivers very shortly will be making their way onto the grid. But Charlie Wolfett will take that ticket to Le Mans as well, the international trophy, as a result of leading the championship and comfortably after the first 2 rounds. He's only not won a single race and he finished 3rd. I think we can let him off for that one, right? The very first race of the season back at Wilton Mill. Since Heat 2 at Wilton Mill, he's gone on a winning spree. 7 from 7 for Charlie Wolfett. Let's head down to Kev for the Junior Max podium interviews.
So, Jensen, well done, mate. You've put it on the podium at the end of the weekend. Quite hectic in the closing stages of that one. You must be quite pleased with how it's played out.
Yeah, very good race. At the start, made it 2nd. Just didn't have the pace towards the end, but luckily came off with a 3rd. So
Yeah, well done to you. I was just going to say, I mean, you've been on the boil all weekend, really. You had a 1st, a 4th, a 3rd, and now a 3rd. So you say you didn't have the pace, but you've been fairly quick. You've been running at the sharp end all weekend long.
Yeah, been fast enough to be top 3 and very happy with the result.
Yeah, really well done to you. Who's made it all possible? Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank MLC Motorsport, P1 Power, and Brett for drive coaching, and also my mechanic.
Well done, mate. Huge congratulations. Go and high-five your team. We need to try and find Finley Smith now, but well done to you, sir. There goes Jensen Chalk. Where's my man Finley Smith? Here he comes. Charlie's sending him this way. Have we got a Finley? Hi, Finley. Listen, huge congratulations. Brought it home 2nd at the end of the weekend. It's been a sort of like weekend of mixed fortunes for you. You had an 8th, a 2nd. But then what happened in the Superheat? A 13th?
Well, we had a crash at the start, turn 1. So that put us right back to 22nd somewhere. Just didn't have the pace in the Superheat, really. Heat 2, we were fast. We had P2. And Heat 1, bad start, struggled to get back through.
But it's not over till it's over, as we just saw in that super final there. Suddenly found yourself all opening up. It all went on in the last corner. How did you see it?
I mean, we got a really good start. Got quite lucky, really. Just avoided the crashes. I think we were P5, 6 after the start, so it was good. Yeah.
Really well done. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
I'd like to thank my dad. He's my mechanic, pays for it all. KR, everyone at KR. Yeah.
It's enough people. Well done, sir. Huge congratulations, Finley Smith. We'll see you for the podiums a bit later on. Well done.
Thank you.
Let's welcome in Charlie Wolfett. Charlie, great to see you, mate. Firstly, congratulations. There's lots of things we congratulate you on, but that is now 7 race wins in a row in the Ultimate Karting Championship Rotax RMC. That's a record. I don't think anyone else has ever done that before, so well done. And also the race win, and also the Euro Trophy ticket, because you're going to be leading the championship at the end of the weekend. You can't do any better than that.
No, season's gone off to a great start, you know. Just got to keep on going. It's a long old year, and we just got to keep getting the race wins. And if we can't get the race win, we've got to get the maximum we can. So
7 race wins in a row. The move to the new team, DHR, is obviously working out for you. That kart must be tuned absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they just get it right every single time. So big thanks to the team.
And you must be arriving incredibly confident when you're like in a position like you've been in coming into this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be as confident as you can, because if you're not confident, you know you're not going to do well. So just as confident as I can, and just hope for the best.
And it's not always easy, as we just saw. It can all go, like, it can all change in the blink of an eye. That's what happened on that last corner, but you managed to hold your nerve.
Yeah, I mean, we held ourselves, and it's good, really. So on to the next one.
On to the next one. Well done, mate. Who would you like to thank? I think we know first and foremost, but give us the list.
Yeah, I'd like to thank DHR, Mike Spencer, Russ, everyone that's helped me this weekend, Louis, Sam, my dad, just my whole family really as well.
Brilliant, well done, and thanks for still racing with us here in the UKC. Now, Rotax RMC UKC.
Thank you.
There we go, Charlie Wolfett. Up next then, Senior Rotax.
One final race for round number 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship. One more set of international trophy tickets to hand out to our senior Rotax super finalists, and the championship leader at the end of this round could well be Macaulay Bishop, reigning RMC GF world champion. Currently leads 12 points from Matty Hingley. 3 wins so far from 3 for Macaulay Bishop this weekend. And we'll be looking to start this race well from pole position. Pressure is on, but well, he's probably one of the drivers on the field that can absolutely keep his composure. A few drivers to look out for throughout the field as well, the likes of Deacon Russell, the likes of Kean Garrity. Harry Freeman will be starting directly behind the DHR pole sitter, Jack Lilly, who stormed the way to victory in the Super Heat. Plenty of talent in this senior Rotax field. And the premier class, of course, of the RMC UKC, giving us all of the, well, I say all of, quite a lot of spotlight action. We have it across all 5 of our categories, the micros, the minis, the 177s, the juniors and the seniors all deliver the action. And we've had it in bucket loads here at Kimbolton. It has been a spectacular venue for the second round of 6 for the 2026 RMC UKC season. Next up, of course, we'll take to Warden Law, to Rowrah, to Three Sisters, Dunkeswell for the season finale in September, and then to Silverstone for the national trophy later on this year. Final preparations being made on the grid, waiting for the confirmation to get this one underway. Matty Hingley making some final handshakes and high fives with team members and staff, and getting himself prepped and into the car. Clear the grid signal has been given. Matty Hingley narrowly missing the podium last time out. It could well have been a race victory, but contact with Macaulay Bishop late on. A controversial incident between the two as they clashed horns after nearly an entire race of allyship. All came undone with just 2 left to go. Matty Hingley, though, still second place in the championship. 12 points behind Macaulay Bishop, who, as you can see there, the number 6 on the left-hand side of your screen for DHR, will lead them around the first 2 formation laps. We'll run you through the grid in a couple of moments' time. But a pleasure to have each and every single one of your company watching along, whether that's on the UKC YouTube channel, whether that's on Alpha Live. 14 minutes plus the lap to end the day here at Kimbolton. They roll their way off on their formation laps. It will be Macaulay Bishop who starts on pole position. Jack Lilly will keep him company on the front row, and a tough ask around the outside, starting second. Harry Freeman and Matty Hingley complete row number 2. With Kean Garrity, championship leader in the Fine Cup Radical Cup UK, starts 5th. Deacon Russell alongside him on row 3. Freddie Lloyd and Louis Weaver on row number 4. Completing the top 10 is Will Archer and Harrison Whittaker, with Joshua Graham, who was making some good moves in the Super Heat, starts 11th alongside Victor Hansen after a top 5 earlier on this morning, starts 12th. Leon Hasty, Charles Green, row 7, with Freddie Worlock and Jack West completing the front 8 rows. James Kell, Jack Metters, Dylan Morton and Hugh Moulton, who had a few issues so far this weekend, starts 20th, but crucially in the fight. Pearson Bullock Carter, Lorenzo Cordell, Louis Merica and Nathan Traverse, 23rd and 24th position, sitting in the 12th row of the grid. Philly Buck, Joseph Mills, Charlie King and Jamie Burks, 25 through 28. There comes Oliver Smith, Charlie Holm, Miles Roby and Ethan Critchley, P29 through to 32. Of course, Miles Roby and Ethan Critchley are 2 repêchage, those that were promoted from the repêchage, same to Zaki Hussein and Ollie Goodyear, by virtue of Rhys Bailey's penalty, giving Ollie Goodyear the opportunity to represent himself in the super final. All to do, though, and only way is up from 34th on the grid. Macaulay Bishop for DHR, Jack Lilly for Strawberry Racing, they share the front row. It's going to be difficult on the outside for Jack Lilly. We've seen basically in, the juniors and the seniors, the 177s, it's so tough to go around the outside of the opening corner. It's a tight entry, it widens up on the exit. It's a long way to go around, especially when the pole sitter dictates the pace and controls the inside. Makes it, well, a not good idea to try it around the outside. But if you can make it work, well, fair play. I just don't think Macaulay Bishop potentially is the driver to try it on. He controls the pace. 14 minutes plus the lap. The Senior Rotax Super Final, round number 2 here at Kimbolton for the RMC Ultimate Karting Championship. Foot to the floor and we go. Green flag racing. A good start from Macaulay Bishop, as I think we'll go false start, in fact, for the first attempt. A couple of carts maybe waiting in the background, and we will go again. So a quick reaction there from each of the drivers. Macaulay Bishop spotted it almost instantly. So another formation lap out on circuit. Another opportunity to get the tyres up to temperature. Also, the drivers, another lap in their heads where they're not, fully focused on the driving. They're focused, they're going slower, so they've got more time to think. Sometimes that's dangerous. Doubts can flood in, and you can always psych yourself out of things. Equally, you can also hype yourself up for things. It's good to have a target on the opening lap. Macaulay Bishop's target absolutely is going to be getting a good launch, keeping first. Jack Lilly's is probably going to be to minimise the damage from the outside front row of the grid. Matt Hingley wants to get a good start. Harry Freeman wants to go with Bishop straight down the inside of Jack Lilly, I'd imagine. We got 22 laps of the Junior Max. I assume that's going to be similar for the seniors. 14 minutes plus the lap. Macaulay Bishop, Jack Lilly, your front row. Harry Freeman and Matty Hingley just in behind them. They'll roll their way through the tram lines. We'll put foot to the floor. We'll go racing in Senior Max. A good start there from Macaulay Bishop. Jack Lilly tries to go to the outside but can't quite manage it. Macaulay Bishop goes straight off at turn number 1. Oh my goodness me. An appalling start for the reigning world champion who locked up the rears and went straight on. Was it self-inflicted? Was it invited off there? Nonetheless, up into the race lead, goes to 371. Freddie Lloyd from 7th now leads. Jack Lilly ambitiously tried to go around the outside, an issue for the number 8 as well. That's going to be Joshua Graham for KR Sport. He's pulling over. That's going to be the end of his day. And the culmination of 4 days worth of practice, of qualifying, of heat racing comes to a screeching halt at the opening corner. But now, this opportunity has been afforded to Freddie Lloyd, to Will Archer. Jack Lilly limits the damage, drops to 3rd only. Kean Geraghty stays stationed. Probably one of the most consistent drivers there in terms of his awareness. He's up a position from 5th now into 4th for Strawberry Racing. The 301 on the back end of Jack Lilly. The two teammates will work together to close on to the KR Sport of Will Archer, who himself is trying to close on to Freddie Lloyd. An exciting start to this super final. Probably not the exciting start that a couple of drivers would have wanted. Macaulay Bishop has already climbed his way up to P28, so he's recovered quite nicely already. Down the inside goes the 5. That's Matty Hingley on Harry Freeman, up to 6th. So not the best of starts for Matty Hingley. I think got caught up behind Macaulay Bishop. After taking a look at that, let me know what you think in the YouTube chat. What do you make of that one? Was it self-inflicted from Macaulay Bishop? An uncharacteristic mistake potentially. Was he invited off? Didn't quite see any contact, but well, I'm sure he knows better than anyone. 12 minutes plus the lap still to go. Leon Hasty, the one with the fastest lap of the race, he's made some really good progress from 13th now into the top 5. Not waiting around at all. Hastily moving his way through the 383 up to 5th now. About 0.5 of a second off the back of Kean Geraghty, and this could close itself back in there. You can see the orange, blue and black Craft Motorsport. See if we can take a look back at the start then, and well, confirms to what happened to Macaulay Bishop. So slow motion, Jack Lilly pulling out to the left-hand side of the circuit. Matty Hingley going with him. Macaulay Bishop getting it wrapped up under brakes. Was he getting pushed off there? You can't really see any contact, but maybe there was some. But, I mean, quick hands there from Macaulay Bishop, because the instinct there is to turn right, potentially to almost immediately get yourself back on circuit, but the turning circle just not enough, and he'd have gone face first into the wall. So quick instincts like we saw from Logan Rolfe earlier on in the Mini Inter Superheat, to turn left, to go all the way around, to stay out of the wall, to stay in this race. Not entirely sure what to make of that one. Let us know now we've had the slow motion replay, courtesy of course Alpha Live doing a brilliant job on the production. Bit of a mistake there from Leon Hasty, could open the door for Matty Hingley, who started this race from 4th position, now drops to 6th, but a pretty chaotic start, so good that he's limited the damage. Now down the inside of Leon Hasty, also following him through goes, that's going to be Harry Freeman, also nipping his way down the inside of turn number 1 and gets it done by the time they reach the Willows. Freddie Lloyd for Evolution Racing leads the way from Will Archer for KR Sport. The gap between them 1.1 seconds, so Freddie Lloyd, the man with the pace, matching the fastest lap so far at Matty Hingley, 40.742 compared to 40.716. So he's doing good enough, more than enough, to be leading this race. Down the inside, Jack Lilly fighting away with Will Archer, so Lilly back into 2nd. After losing it off the start, goes beneath the white line, 2 wheels onto the concrete on the right-hand side of the circuit. Inside line Will Archer gets the up and under. King Garrity goes with him. That was quick reflexes there from the Radical race winner. But Will Archer there, committed. A lot of drivers would have backed out of that as one, not knowing that it was going to work, but he had full commitment in his right foot and then commitment in his left as well to still get it slowed down for the right-hander. Meanwhile, though, of course, Freddie Lloyd running away with this victory. It's becoming a fight for second in Senior Max. Interesting comment coming in about Bishop's rear and front wheel off the ground, meaning that he was pushed wide. Potentially so. I'm sure Race Control will absolutely be having a look at it. Macaulay Bishop, though, coming into this as arguably the favourite for the championship lead going into the International Trophy. Just 12 points between himself and Matty Hingley. Matty Hingley currently 5th. That's going to be 33 points going his way. Have to keep an eye as to where Macaulay Bishop is through the field. But a fight for second still, though. Will Archer from Jack Lilly from Kian Garrity. Parking it as the KR Sport, all aboard the Archer Express currently. Macaulay Bishop, by the way, back up to 19th place. So 18 points for Macaulay Bishop. Still enough for Matty Hingley to take the championship lead as it stands. And with it, the International Trophy ticket to Le Mans. Doing some maths on the fly, so hopefully the figures are correct. But let us know your thoughts and your feelings as this race develops. Let us know what your favourite race so far today has been. 8 minutes left on the clock for round number 2 of the RMC UKC. Look over the shoulder from Will Archer. He's had to just, well, yeah, this is his reality now. He can't catch the leader, 3.1 seconds. He's made his bed, now he's got to lie in it. He's committed to the defence, and now he's got about 15 cards all queued up behind him. So now it's just a case of white line it and hope you don't make a mistake or get punted off. Up and underneath, though, Jack Lilly gets the switchback, smooth as you'd like, down the inside through the willows. Good stuff from the Tony Cup. Matty Hingley there with him as well, just ahead of Kian Garrity. The 301, reigning UKC and Euro champion is Kian Garrity. One of the strongest in terms of consistency and racecraft. Dropped back slightly in terms of like qualifying pace, raw qualifying pace, maybe not his strongest suit, but he's had that so far this weekend and still utilising that experience, that racecraft, that consistency that he's always had. Running 5th right now. Jack Lilly up to 2nd. Freddie Lloyd, well, probably the easiest win of his life right now. 4.1 seconds clear. Up and underneath the 378. That's Harry Freeman fighting with Kian Garrity, trying to promote himself up an extra position. That gives Matty Hingley just a little bit of breathing room. Over half distance completed, 6 minutes, 20 seconds plus the lap still to go. Matty Hingley with a huge send to the inside of turn number 1. Nicely done there. Gets it stopped on Will Archer. Up into the podium position now for the number 5 and looking to solidify his championship lead in senior Rotax. Yeah, turn number 1. One of the best overtaking opportunities, but also one of the biggest accident-prone corners on the circuit, particularly at the race start. Maybe Freddie Lloyd did push the 3 in front of him wide. Of course, that's something for Race Control to look at and a headache that they have to deal with. Right now, though, Freddie Lloyd, if he does get given a penalty, he's trying his best to outdrive it, sent down the inside. I think that was Harry Freeman on Kian Garrity. It was indeed up to 5th now for the 378. Beautifully done. Leon Hasty as well in the Craft Motorsport tries to go to the outside of Kian Garrity, sees the 363 of Whitcomb on his inside. That does not work in the slightest for Leon Hasty. Also got Piston Bullet Carter for Jack's Motorsport just behind him as well, applying a bit of pressure. Five minutes plus the lap left of the day, of the round. Freddie Lloyd, 4.3 seconds clear of Jack Lilly, who set his fastest lap of the race last time through. 40.7 though going the way of Freddie Lloyd. 40.7 as well going the way of Jack Lilly. 40.7 for the entirety of the top 3. Defensive goes Bullet Carter. Beautiful shot through turn number 1. Tight entry, widens up on the exit. It's such a challenging physical circuit is Kimbolton. Deceptive maybe at face value, less than a kilometre in length, but Definitely does well in my eyes in terms of a venue this weekend. From a commentator's perspective, it's been pretty decent. And oh my goodness me, crash tracking there off of the road. Who was that? That was the 376. That's Lorenzo Cordal. Was in 10th the last time they broke the beam. He's going to lose a couple of places as a result of that. Through the right-hander again. It's a long right-hander. Double apexed through that hairpin. Again, there's a curb dip on the outside as well. So even if you run wide and get it right, just get on the power a bit too early. Dipper rear left into it, and well, that's going to spell trouble. But well, that wasn't even the case there. He just drove himself straight off the circuit, it seemed. So drops himself out of the top 10. Less than 4 minutes left to go. What a day this has been. What racing that we've seen for round 2, as we always do with the UKC. Such a fantastic championship. Only getting better and better as the years go on. Of course, this is its 7th season of running. It is 2026, starting in 2020. James Lingard, who we saw in the Rotax 177s, the first senior Max champion of the championship back in 2020. Sean Butcher, who's been fighting at the front end of the field in the Euro Trophy, took it in 2021. Louis Harvey did it in 22. Kai Hunter went back-to-back from 23 to 24. And Keane Geraghty is our reigning senior Max champion. Who's going to take it in 2026? Will it be Matty Hingley? Will it be Keane Geraghty? Will it be Macaulay Bishop? Who knows in what is such an unpredictably competitive field. Jack Lilly, Matty Hingley, 2nd and 3rd. Those two, probably the most realistic battle inside the top 5. Down the inside as well for one of the Chaos Sports. There's battles here, there, and everywhere. What a shame that is for Zaki Hussein. A mechanical flag, a meatball flag, as is aptly named. The black flag with the orange circle in the middle. There's a mechanical problem. He's got something wrong with his radiator. So that's going to be Zaki Hussein coming in. He can fix it and return. But by that point, I mean, your race is effectively over. A shame, because he was running very well toward the top end of the field. Definitely top half. It's going to spell an end. Again, a disappointing end to his weekend, but ultimately, it's the brutality of motorsport, indiscriminate. Doesn't matter who you are, how fast you are, where you are in the field. Something at some point will strike, such as maybe Macaulay Bishop today. He has fought back, though, you have to say. Valiantly fought back. He's now in P12 with the fast lap of the race as Macaulay Bishop quietly getting back locked in. And that, again, that's the crafting of the world champion, right? He's such a strong driver. Knows how to deal with mistakes, knows how to deal with adversity, knows how to deal with these road bumps, these hurdles that he has to overcome, right? He was dead last at the end of lap 1. For something that might have not even been his fault. Again, we don't know. It might have been a self-inflicted mistake, it might have been contact, he might have been pushed wide. Nonetheless, it's what happened. He had quick reactions, he got himself back in the zone, he said, okay, this is now my race. He's probably driving with a bit of frustration, don't get me wrong, but he didn't have time to grieve it, if you like. He's just throwing it down the inside. Left, right, and centre, gets through on Jack West, and that's going to put him back into the top 10. Like I say, he just got on with the job. Didn't feel sorry for himself, didn't wait for someone to feel sorry for him. Just got on with the job at hand. And has carved his way back forward again. 52 seconds left on the clock. Macaulay Bishop back into the top 10, limiting the damage. And again, craftings of a champion. This could well be pivotal, could be vital in hindsight when we get to round number 6 later on in the championship. Freddie Lloyd, 4.7 seconds clear of Jack Lilly. The 371 versus the 399. Matty Hingley just 0.3 of a second off the back of that. Maybe a battle still to brew between the two of them. There we can see it. 3 karts, Lilly, Hingley and Freeman. Strawberry Racing. Chaos Sport at the back of it. Under pressure is Matty Hingley for his final place on the podium. That's going to prevent them from going forwards and up onto second position with just what will be 2 laps left to go as they cross the line. Matty Hingley under pressure, driving over his shoulder to defend. The up and under could well be there up over the curb for Harry Freeman. Can't get the drive. Keane Geraghty could well reel them back in, and the fight for the podium not over yet for the 301. Clock has struck 0. 1 lap to go at the line. Freddie Lloyd will lead them across. 4.8 seconds clear of the field. He has dominated from the get-go, from 7th place all the way to the lead of this race. Dealt with the calamity, kept a cool head. Didn't let himself get complacent. He's got less than a kilometre to negotiate. Jack Lilly as well looks safe for the podium. He's cleared off from Matty Hingley, who's now got a train of karts queuing behind him, all wanting his trophy. He's also got the international trophy ticket wrapped up, ready for him. But look at that. We've already got a cut to the leader of Freddie Lloyd because of how far in front of the rest of the pack that he is. Through the final corner, foot to the floor for Freddie Lloyd. Checker flag will fly in Senior Max. It's victory for the 371. He's got the space to celebrate. A country mile victory for Freddie Lloyd. Jack Lilly comes home in second. Matty Hingley, by a 1/10 of a second, will complete the podium, with Harry Freeman and Kean Geraghty 4th and 5th. A frantic start to the Senior Max Super Final. And a bit of a queue to get into pit lane. A good race to end it off. Let us know what you think in the live chat. "14 minutes plus the lap, 22 laps it equated to. Biggest gainer inside the top 10. Freddie Lloyd, but, well, one of the drivers of the race, Macaulay Bishop, in the end finishing P9 after driving off the circuit at the opening corner. Freddie Lloyd will take victory, though, for the final of the day, round number 2 of the RMC UKC. Jack Lilly, Matty Hingley will join him on the podium. Harry Freeman and Kean Geraghty, your top 5, with Will Archer, Harrison Whitcomb, Leon Hasty, Macaulay Bishop, and Pearson Bullock Carter, one of the biggest gainers in the field, from 21st to the top 10. Jack West just outside with Lorenzo Cordal, Hugh Moulton, Deacon Russell and James Kell, your top 15 from Victor Hansen. Finley Buck, Freddie Worlock, Charles Green and Jack Metters in P20. Behind that, Louis America, previous champion, and Joseph Mills, Louis Weaver. Then comes Charlie King, Miles Roby from Nathan Traverse, Dylan Morton, Jamie Burt, Charlie Holm and Ethan Critchley, the top 30. Ollie Goodyear, one of our repechage promotees. Zaki Hussein, who got a mechanical flag just 5 laps ago. Oliver Smith and Joshua Graham, who did not even complete the opening lap of the race, pulled over on lap number 1 and, well, didn't have very far to go in the super final for Senior Max. That's going to wrap up today's action. Of course, in terms of on track, we'll head to Kev in a few moments' time to have a chat with our podium finishers. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a remarkable second round to the championship. Thank you so much for your company. Myself, Zach Sweeney, in the commentary box. Kev Harris joined me earlier on. We'll have some thoughts from him in a couple of moments' time. And, well, already ready to go down to Kev. For the final time today, it's time for the Senior Max podium interviews.
Here we are then with our third place man down here in the winners' enclosure, a very smiley, very happy Matty Hingley. Matty, great to see you, mate. That was some hectic racing for the last one of the day.
Yeah, especially at the start. There was a lot of avoiding going on. It kind of ruined my race a little bit, but I managed to kind of pick them off throughout the race, and yeah, I'm glad we're third.
Yeah, well done to you. You've obviously had the pace all weekend long. You came second in that super heat and good in the heats before that. So you must have come into this one, this super final, feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, to be honest, when we arrived this weekend, I hadn't been here for 4 years and I haven't done a lot around this track anyway. And to be honest, I've struggled a little bit to make sure I'm, 100% on the pace. We struggled a little bit, but, third is a good result in the end, yeah.
Yeah, really good result. And I guess with a nice flat circuit like this, you've got to keep the racing speed up. You've got to have the right line, because if you don't have the line, you're just going to lose it.
Yeah, especially around here, you've got to be super smooth. Yeah. It was quite slidey this weekend on the rear, I think for every driver out there. So it was really important to be precise and make sure you weren't, making any mistakes.
Well done to you, mate. Limited mistakes from you. Well done. Another podium. Who would you like to thank?
Everyone at Ultimate R, my mechanic Simon this weekend, Ben, my mum and dad, everyone, just, yeah, thank you very much. Potenza as well, Lewis Gilbert, supplying great motors, and yeah, thank you.
Well done, mate. Huge congratulations. Let's welcome in Jack Lilly. We'll get Jack in, bringing it home in second place. Jack, how about your weekend then, mate? Second on the podium. You took the win in the super heat before that, but as I was just saying there to Matty, quite a hectic final for you there.
Yeah, it was very hectic. I was lucky to get unscathed from the start, really. Dropped to third, and then Freddie just escaped from everyone whilst Archer was defending, so I couldn't really do much. And then it was just trying to manage the gap from Matty, and thankfully I got a gap.
Yeah, and you were at the front running alongside Macaulay there. In the blink of an eye, it was like he was there, and then suddenly he was running into the outfit. Did you see what happened?
Well, all I saw was just about 4 or 5 carts on the inside just go barreling into the barriers. So I just tried to avoid the best I could, and thankfully I got through unscathed.
Yeah, well done to you, mate. And then brought it home in second. Good pace as well. A first, a third, a first, and now a second. So you must have been feeling pretty good this weekend.
Yeah, we're feeling pretty good. Obviously, we've got some good points on the board from this weekend. Obviously, a bit disappointed about obviously not winning, but second's good for this weekend. So.
Well done. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank everyone back at Strawberry, Kareem Racing Engines, Cooley for doing all the setups and all that, my dad on the spanners, and Sam on the data.
Nice work. Great words. Congratulations. We'll see you for podiums a little bit later on.
Sound. Thank you.
Right, let's welcome in our race winner, though, Freddie Lloyd, kart 371. Wow. Freddie, what a weekend you've had. Were you expecting that one?
Not really, no. Started in the race on the outside. It's been tough, as you can see from that race start. And then, obviously, it was tough again, but I managed to get in first and just drive away, so it's been good.
Mate, it was a tremendous drive, and drive away you did. Like you say, you avoided the trouble at the start, but then you just started to stretch your legs. Looked like you had the kart linked up perfectly.
Yeah, me and Lake have been tuning back at the old office and managed to make it work.
Really well done. Who else would you like to thank aside from Lake back at the office?
I'd like to thank Marv, my dad, Time Engines, Evolutions, everyone involved really. It's been really good.
Huge congratulations. Well done, Freddie Lloyd, senior Rotax winner of round 2. We'll see you for podiums a little bit later on.
Thank you.
There he goes then. That's Freddie Lloyd, our race winner. And that's the last one of the weekend for us here at Kimbolton. And what a weekend it has been. Super, super racing. And when all the maths is said and done at the end of the day, don't forget the championship leaders come tonight, come the end of this one, will win those Euro Trophy tickets for Le Mans in July. For us next, though, in the RMC UK, say Rotax Championship, our next round then, 12th, 13th and 14th of June, we'll be heading up to Warden Law in Sunderland for round 3. And we do hope that you can join us for that. But for now, from myself, Kev Harris, and all the Alpha Live team, James the director, and all the camera guys around the circuit, and Miles, our social media videographer, thanks ever so much for watching. Until next time, see ya.